members, and we are certainly enjoying this beautiful weather, and thankful for everybody coming out for this racing today. Radicals and legends, and of course Tyler's still up there, or you guys, who's up in the booth?
So it's me and Tyler.
Okay, Tyler. So I had posed the question to you. You know, I know literally nothing about the legends or the bandoleros, except that for me, I feel compelled to say bandoleros, like I would say, you know, give it a roll of the tongue there. What the heck's a bandolero for the rest of the world out there that, like me, that has no clue?
Well, they're small little race cars. You can see it's great for a kid coming out of like a quarter midget or a go-kart. When I used to race, I never raced the bandoleros, but I know they have a little Briggs & Stratton motor. I believe they produce around 20 to 30 horsepower, and their top speed ranges depending on gearing. I think they can get up to around 80 miles an hour, which, you know, when you're a 9-year-old kid, that's scooting along.
That's moving.
That's moving right along, right?
And so do these bandoleros, are they usually on tracks this large and technical, or are they usually on go-kart tracks?
No, they're usually on little short tracks. So they race them a lot down, you know, you'll see them most commonly here in Georgia at AMS at Atlanta Motor Speedway on the little Legends Oval in the on the front straightaway where they have the dog leg on the cup track. But they'll also race at other tracks around on short tracks. But a track this size, this length, it's not common, which is why this is so cool.
All right, so here's the number 9 car. Is this a bandolero here? Let's see if we can go to our camera there.
That is, yep.
Okay, so that's a bandolero.
Yep.
Then you mentioned that there's a 34 coupe, I guess, which is going to be in the Legends class.
It's that red car just above the 9 car on pit lane is actually a 34 coupe. That 79 car is also a 34 coupe pulling out. So you'll see those. That's the coupe style. Then you also have the sedan style, which it'll go all the way back. There's not too many sedans that you'll find these days at most races. A lot of guys like the coupes.
I think it gives it more of a retro feel than the sedan does. That's just my personal opinion.
When we raced them, we could find a few tweaks on setup and stuff that we could actually get out of it, which was interesting. So I've always found that the coupe was superior. When we were racing back in the day, I'm not sure what guys have figured out over a decade since I've raced them, but you'll see the coupes very, very common.
And now, so on track bandoleros, this run will count, correct?
This is their practice.
Oh, this is just the practice. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna.
If I understand it, this is practice. Hold on, let me scroll through. I don't have the schedule directly in front of me, so I've got to. Oh, well, it is Legends practice now that it's on the screen. But while we have a second, let's run down some of the names we've got out here tonight or today. Man, I'm so used to dirt track racing being there at night in the afternoon. There's different classifications of bandos. They've got Bandit and Outlaw. I think those are the only two that they have for that specific group. But we're going to start off running down some names. And again, if we mess up any of the names, please come up to the tower and correct us. We want to make sure we get this right, because I'm probably going to butcher a couple of these on the first go. So in the number 1 car, in the Bandits, we have James Binky. I hope I said that correctly. He's out of Canton, Georgia. In the 21, we got Tyler Sanders. He's out of Dublin, Georgia. Dalen Pennington. In the 47, he is out of Stapleton, Georgia. Reese Shirley in the 111 out of Rainbow City, Alabama. I've been there a couple times. And then everybody knows Charlotte, North Carolina, home of Ellie Hodge in the 570. We'll move over to the Bandolero Outlaw division in the 00. That's Lily I'm going to butcher this. Impellizeri.
Oh, that's about right.
Again, if we mess this up, please come and talk to us. From Monroe Falls, Ohio. Wow, that's a long drive.
It is, yeah. Thank you for coming.
That's like an 8.5-hour drive. Mitchell Flatter in the number 4 from Conyers, Georgia. A name that I kind of recognize, Carter Erickson from Winston, Georgia in the number 8. Carson Sherman from Loganville, Georgia in the number 9. Lucas McFall In the 13 from Bowling Springs, North Carolina. Kinsley Tatum in the 20 from Cordell, Georgia.
Yeah, she just came by a second ago, Kinsley Tatum, which there's a good diverse mix of drivers out here today, Stephen.
Yeah, they're from everywhere, and we've got one of our own, Trevor Cobble, in the 37 from Dawsonville, and I know for sure I'm gonna mess this up. Patrick Moitzewick, I'm not sure. I'm not even gonna try it. Patrick M. in the 131 from Coden, Alabama. Again, please come up to the tower over here and try to tell us how to pronounce these names. There's not a lot of them that I recognize. Most of the drivers we have here are regulars, so we know their names, especially when we mess them up.
Looks like the Legends are back on track.
So Legends, there's a lot of these guys today. And again, Legends, there's, 3 or 4 different divisions of Legends drivers? You got Young Lions, Lion, Pro, Master.
Yeah, I was
and there's
actually
one
talking
more.
to. I've been walking around a little bit and talking to some of the nice people out here today, and just how things have changed in these cars since I used to race them. And you have the Young Lions and you have the Charger division, which I was not around when I was racing, and then you still have semi-pro and pro, and then the last class is Masters. So I'm not sure exactly how everything's been paired up.
Right. So I'm seeing, so many different cars out here on the track. Are they mixing? They're out there in several divisions at the same time on the track, Tyler?
Yeah, so they're pairing up Young Lions and Chargers. I know that. I'm guessing they're pairing up semi-pro, pro, and Masters as well separately.
Now the Masters are 40 plus, is that right?
Yeah.
And so that's going to add another layer of challenge, wouldn't it? If you've got essentially, I don't want to call them novice, but you've got Masters out there and driving in a field, a mixed field like that. Is that an issue, or am I thinking too much, overthinking it?
I don't know if they're going to have it a mixed field or not. I don't have a schedule directly in front of me of how they're going to do it.
We got green.
Yeah, this would be their practice, so they're opening it up now for practice.
Yeah, I know it's all mixed for practice, but for the race, I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
And our track mic is definitely picking that up. It is super loud.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, these little motors, they rev out to right
We've got
around.
one already off in the grass in turn 1.
Yikes. Cold tires, cold brakes. Turn 1's difficult because it goes downhill more than drivers realize. The track falls away from you, and you lose a lot of grip. But these motors, I believe they use now it's still a Yamaha, just like the old days, but it's the FZ09. It's water-cooled. It is fuel-injected. When I used to race these, we had air-cooled motors, so, you had to put all the fans on and everything. It's really nice that these drivers don't have to do that. But it looks like everybody's getting some good laps in. So far, so good. Just try and log some laps, get some clean time, get some clean running, figure out the line placement, car placement.
Now the tires, of course, they fit the motif of this, the look of the car, but looks like they have a lot more surface area than what others out here, like even the Radicals, are driving on. So how does that affect racing out here when we've got that much surface area on these Legends?
Yeah, I believe they still run Bassett wheels, Aero wheels, just like I did. But when I was racing, we used BF Goodwrench. I think they're on Hoosiers these days. I think that's what they're running on. And I think they're about 13-inch in diameter, so they're still a very small tire. But, with how the wheelbase and how narrow these cars already are, it's a good platform for kids to learn in because they're super twitchy. So it really requires a lot of quick inputs and understanding balance as you're letting the car roll through a corner.
Now, I do know that Ken Reagan's down there in the Legends hauler, or at least he was earlier. They've got tires down there. Maybe we can get a close-up shot of some of those tires to see the width of the Legends tires and the Bando tires. Bando tires are even smaller.
Yeah. Something that we used to do, I don't know if they still allow, but we used to cut tires. We would trim tires, so I don't know if that's still legal these days or not. But
you're talking cut tires like it's dirt racing. Cut tires.
Okay. Yeah, but you would angle them. So you would actually take them and you would put them in an angle. So if you just rolled the tire down the road, not hooked to a car, it would start to turn.
Yep.
I don't know if that's still legal, but that's what we used to do a lot back in the day.
Now, is the self-proclaimed president of the Silly Question Committee. So we talk about what's under the hood here, but literally engine placement. Tyler, in the Radical Downforce, we've got engine in the rear. Where's the engine placement on these? Because it looks like the shell is obviously there for that nostalgic look, but what's under the hood, literally? These Legends.
The engine's in the front. The fuel tank is right behind the driver, and then you have the 2 bumpers on the back. But I believe it's the motor. I know it's still a Yamaha. It's the FZ09. It's water cooled. It's revving up to about 12,000 RPM, I believe, from my understanding. And it is nice that it's water cooled these days because you don't have to put the fans on them every time you come off track. And they just seem to be a lot more reliable than the motors that I had when I used to race them. But yeah, the motor's right in the front of the driver.
Gotcha. Now, as far as aerodynamic, obviously, these downforce cars have been just finely tuned, whereas the Legends, again, to preserve that nostalgic feel to this racing. What if anything has changed since you raced these things to sort of improve aerodynamics, or is it nothing at all? It's the same. Everybody has to race the same sort of shell.
Body is all still the same from when I used to race. And these cars, there's no downforce with these cars. There's nothing really generating that's substantially helping you in the brake zone. That's why we see guys easy running off in 6 or running off in 1 because they're trying to get that thing slowed down, and they're requiring, and we're really just relying on all the mechanical grip to get them woed up. So the bodies are all still the same as when I raced, and there's some things you can do to try and help with low pressure. So you'll see a lot of guys cutting holes in the fenders, in the front fenders, so they can let some of that pressure and come out of the what that spools up in the tire. They can release some of that high pressure out of the back of the fender, and they'll basically drill holes in the back of the fenders to help with that.
And that's something that is closely regulated, or not so much. I know from the kart series, when the winners come off, there a lot of measurements are taken to make sure that everything was fair across the board. Is that something that these Legends do as well?
For sure, and I'm sure the rule book's probably changed 10 times over since I used to race, but they do regulate that, and they tell you where you can and can't do it and how much you can do it, and they want to make sure they keep people pretty tight in certain areas.
Yeah, it's especially 10 years. I would assume somebody's figured out the workaround, because if you're not doing that.
Yeah, it was 2007 to 2009 when I raced.
Oh yeah,
so it's
definitely had to have changed.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, when we get to interview these drivers and we poke our head in the car, am I going to see on the outside, this classic look, but on the inside, I'm going to see the technology that we see inside of karts and also these downforce cars?
Yeah, I mean, it's very bare bones, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep it as affordable as possible, which is hard to come by in motorsports. So you've got your RPM, so you know where that's at. Sometimes guys will have their water temp, oil temp, very basic switches, ignition, power, and they'll have a brake bias adjuster, and that's about it. You
Gotcha.
don't have much more than that.
Checkered is out, by the way. Gents, checkered is out. So I guess looks like on the gridded up, we've got some more Legends.
Yeah, if I had to assume, that's probably the older division, the Masters division, that's about to go out. I would assume what's on track's probably the Young Lions, maybe?
Yeah, this should be the Young Lions and Chargers. So who's gridded up right now, I would imagine, would be the Pro, Semi-Pro, and potentially Masters.
Are you guys seeing any times for these laps, Steven?
Let's hop back over to Race Monitor real fast. I am not reflecting any times as of this very moment, but let me refresh to see. Nope, I'm not reflecting any times currently.
So they're required, like the other cars, to have transmitters and GoPros, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
They run the Raceiver system in these cars, so they can communicate with all the drivers, and I believe that's also how they log their times. Looks like we got some times that just came up on the screen, which is great.
There we go.
Race Monitor can be a little finicky.
Yeah, I think it's the website might be a little finicky, but we're seeing it live on the screen currently. So it's Bryce Saunders currently, last time out was a 109.859. But
Okay, so 109s and
108s, I think, are the fastest that we're seeing on the scoring tower currently.
I thought we were talking about our favorite driver for a second, waiting for data.
Waiting for data. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Data.
Mr. Data, yeah.
Yeah, what
Hey,
we're seeing on the screen
so-
right now, we're just seeing their last lap times, and right next to those would be their best times, but we're not
So,
seeing those just right. This
Will,
moment.
I have a question. You've got some explaining to do here, because I've opened up registration, and I'm looking, and there is a William Rigdon,
Oh,
00 from
sick.
Dawsonville, Georgia, that's registered for this.
Sick.
Are you not telling me something? Are you coming into this race?
I am assuming that was a driver that just signed up this morning.
Was that you?
No.
I mean, it is in Legends.
But it would be cool if it was me.
You should get out there, Will.
It's not a coupe, though. I don't know if I'll fit.
Is it a coupe?
I'm sure we can find you a car.
Somebody get the jaws of life.
Look, all right. I
Just
know
make it a convertible, and I'll fit. Might not pass the broomstick test,
You
but
know, if anybody has 2 extra cars that they would be willing to let me and Will race just one time, that's all I ask. One time.
that are not our Corollas.
Yeah, that are not Corollas. That you wouldn't mind if they might have a little bit extra rubber on them by the end of the race.
Yeah. We will live stream that.
Yeah, that will be the greatest thing ever.
Steven, I know you appreciate the sound. I've turned my mic back on so you can hear
Thank
these
you.
cars roaring through it.
Thank you.
And Will, now that you're back, it's so after the race, once they're going to line up here in pit road so we can do interviews with some of these drivers? Or
So this is practice session. So grab whoever you can right now. So this is just their final hot lap session. Normally when we do these events, we'll have a practice day the day before, but we were not able to accommodate that this year just given our private event schedule and the track being rented out. So what we did instead today was added 2 hot lap sessions for everybody to get acclimated and acquainted to the track, because we're not complete sadists up here. I'm not going to just throw all these guys out for their quality
Good
session,
luck.
with a pat in the back and say, go get them, Tiger. But we've got these practice sessions so these guys can get their bearings. I know we've been talking about here. These kids, a lot of them, they only race oval. They don't get a ton of road racing experience, and so having these hot lap sessions are really helping them learn the track and get things down before we go green later this afternoon.
Now, just for clarification, we are not running the big track. We are running a shortened, condensed version of our track.
And this is the 1.16 mile short course, as we colloquially call it here at AMP.
We need to have an official name for it.
Well, we call the backside the Thunder Loop. I mean,
Thunder-
I do, and it just kind of stuck, so I'm assuming that's the official name. But
Thunder
yeah, we need
Loop.
to come up with a better name for the short course. Like the Cup Circuit at Atlanta Motorsports Park, or something like that.
I'm with a driver now. Tell everybody your name. I see Lily on your suit there. Is that right? Okay. A little too much, too fast. Let me slow down. What's your name?
Lily Impellizeri.
Okay, Lily. And
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you for
'cause I
that
was butchering
clarification.
that.
Lily, you're right up there on the screen right there, and we are live right now. So, Lily, did you just get done racing?
I believe we just did practice.
Okay, so are you a driver of one of the Legend cars or the Bandoleros?
I'm a driver of one of the Bandoleros.
And what number do you race?
I drive the M00, the Moo car.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Okay, let me give you these so you can hear the folks up in the booth talking, because what they're saying, first of all, Steven was going to tell you that he did his very best with the pronunciation of your last name, but we're going to have you say it again on air for those folks watching. Tell us your name one more time.
It's Lily Impellizeri.
Impellizeri, and that's French, right? No, I'm just kidding. It's Italian, right?
Yes.
Excellent. And who's this here with you?
My stepmom. She drives me all over.
Is that right? And how long have you been racing?
I've been racing for, I want to say, 3.5 years now.
And did you start in karts, or have you always been in bandoleros?
I've always been in bandos.
Gotcha. And so is this your first time out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from? Thank you for those manners. That's awesome. Where are you from?
I'm from Monroe Falls, Ohio, which is like northeast Ohio.
Wow. And so how did you come down yesterday, or have you been down a few days?
We came down last night.
Oh, wow. And that was you driving the what did you trailer? Is that right? You trailer your bandoleros, or do you have a toy hauler? What do you have? Let's step over here. What'd you drive down?
Just our regular car.
And how about the bando itself? What did you house that in?
We work with Brent Motorsports out of Atlanta, and he takes the car for us.
Excellent. So you've been doing this for 3 years together?
Yes.
That is outstanding. Outstanding. So, Lily, you said you're the Moo car, the M00. How did qualifying go for you?
I think it went pretty well.
Where are you going to start for the next race?
We're not at qualifying yet, Chris.
Oh,
yeah, they've got that's coming up after lunch. Yeah, that's just practice.
Gotcha. As you can tell, I'm new at this. So, but what a great that's your merch right there.
Yeah, it's our logo.
Very cool. Now, I forgot to ask, how old are you, and what do you do when you're not racing?
I am 15 and a half, and when I'm not racing, I'm just kind of like chilling at home, doing whatever I do.
Awesome. Do you have folks maybe watching you from home right now? And if so, who would you like to shout out to?
Let's say maybe like my dad and my mom are probably watching. I don't know who else would be.
Okay. Well, do you want to look right in the camera and say, hi, Mom, hi, Dad, or do you just say, moo?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
All right. Well, Lily, it's so nice to meet you, and we're going to be excited to see what you do out here today. Thanks for coming over and helping us with your name and introducing yourself to the folks watching here today and at home. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys.
She does exactly what I do at home.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
until my wife gets home and starts yelling at me to do chores. But yeah.
Oh, I hope she's listening.
Hi, sweetie. And yeah, I love that M00 car. It looks like a giant cow.
Yeah, I was walking
awesome.
to the pits and I was like, this car looks familiar. And then when she said it was a part of the Brit Racing organization, I was like, oh, okay, I've seen that car before at AMS.
So it's a hard one for me because there's another driver out there whose car I like just slightly better.
The Kevin Harvick throwback?
No.
Or the
No.
City Chevrolet?
The shitty Chevrolet. Yeah, make me say that 3 times fast. The
Once was
the
enough
days
there.
of the Days of Thunder Chevrolet.
I don't think he's here today. That's
Yeah,
gosh.
that's
What's his name?
Cole.
Yeah. Trickle? I
think it's Cole Denton.
Yeah, Denton. I'm sitting here looking at a photo
Yeah, his
of
picture's
him
on the
on the U.S. Legends
yeah,
website.
you Google U.S. Legends and pretty much you'll see his picture.
Yeah, it's that.
One of my favorite Legends paint schemes.
That thing goes hard.
Yes.
I don't know. I like.
Well, no, he did a mellow yellow too this
yeah.
season.
Yeah, the mellow yellow car.
Well, that was his. No, take that back. His Bandolero car was the mellow yellow paint scheme, and his Legends car he did the City Chevy, which was awesome when he unveiled that. But one of my favorite interviews. He's been out here several times. They're all the way from Mississippi, so. You know, I'm pretty sure there's another event going on nearby, so they might be off doing that one.
Yeah, that's possible.
But we should have the full field here next month when we go back racing on November 23rd and 24th.
You know, Will, I love the sound of these cars.
Oh, yeah.
If you're not here, you need to get here.
I heard I accidentally tickled your eardrums when I was plugging in that mic
earlier.
earlier.
You did more than tickle my eardrums. You blew out my right side eardrum.
Yeah.
I can't hear
So
anything
now
right now. I'm leaning to the left.
Your eardrum matches your knee?
Yeah, my knee's blown out too.
That was my bad. I was in here. I was like, I don't hear any race car noises, and I realized the mic wasn't hooked up yet.
Yep, it was very loud. Thanks, Will. You blew
Yeah.
mine and everybody at home's eardrums and everybody at the trackside.
Yeah, my bad.
It happens.
Well, we were running around trying to get this dog and pony show on here at the start. I was out. I don't know if y'all were covering the Suburban out there at the start of the race. We were getting our track camera Christian dropped off over there at the water tower, and had to haul it to get off track.
Now, we are doing opening ceremonies today, correct?
Yeah, I guess we should maybe.
Yeah, we probably should.
You got a prayer lined up for us, Steve?
I do not. I think Chris is going to take care of that.
Sweet.
But you're currently watching practice. We believe this is the older group of guys, so this would be like the Masters, the Pro, maybe semi-pro that are out on track currently. And these guys range from 16 to 40 plus that are currently on track, and there is quite a bit of these guys. It's
we had a pretty decent spread in the signups today. I think Young Lion was our biggest group. So I think between the Young Lions and the Chargers, there's about 12 to 14 in that first group, and then the rest of them should be in this later group, which should be about 16 to 20 drivers.
So there's 5 Legends. There is
that was Chargers. So
that was Chargers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misread that.
So you want to look at
Semi-Pros got 7. Young Lions have got 9. Pros got 4, Masters.
So
have
you got
6.
You got 17 in this group right now.
That's quite a bit, though.
Yeah, that's
We don't see that turnout often for. Well, this is only the second time we've ran Legends
second
cars.
full time we've done Legends. We've tried doing this the last 3 years. We had Bandos and Karts the first 2 years. Last year we did Bandos and Legends, and the problem with doing these things in November is you never know with the weather.
Oh yeah, it's hit or miss.
And part of the logic with why we put 4 race dates on the calendar this year instead of just one was we're going to have a sunny day.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to play law of averages. You do it 4 times, you have at least
one
or two that end up being dry. And fortunately, the weather's absolutely perfect today.
Yeah, what's the high? 72 is the high currently.
Could
64.
not complain. I mean, check out that maple out there in the carousel in full bloom right now. Check that thing out. You see that red tree out there.
Maple syrup. God.
Yeah, tell Christian to go over there and grab some.
Yeah. Christian, if you can hear us on the broadcast, we're going to need you to go tap that maple tree. We got one spun around down there in 6.
Came around a little hard getting out of 6.
That's the number 9 car. Let's get a driver list real fast. That's the number 9, possibly of Jackson Reynolds out of Marietta, Georgia.
It looks like he just tried to get going, might have stalled it. There he goes, back underway now.
Probably had to wait just a little bit. Checker flag is out, so that is the end of practice.
That's the end of this session, which means we should be coming up on the next Downforce race.
Ooh.
And that is scheduled to take place at 12:50. So all my Downforce drivers, if you can hear me, go ahead and get in your cars, start getting ready. The grid is going to be open for Downforce. And so we are going to take a short break here as this session finishes up. Maybe Chris will grab an interview or two while we're waiting. But we're going to take a quick break up here in the booth. And we will be back at it with Downforce race number 2. This will be the finale, the season finale for Downforce. So a lot at stake. We've got to have the start and park for Fabiani to wrap up his championship. We're also going to see the exciting finish for SR3. Whether Greg Folger can hang on and nab himself another championship. He was our SR1 champion last season, so we're going to see if he can grab that SR3 champion. He's going to knock off Chris Hune, who is the reigning SR3 champion. Although Chris,
he's going to lose his parking spot.
Yeah, that's what they're all fighting for.
That is what they're –
Screw the trophy. They all want that parking spot
at
the front of the building.
That trophy's glorious. But they want that parking spot.
Yes, they want that parking spot.
Fabiani really wants to maintain his from the Spec Miata races from last season. But unfortunately, we didn't have this year. We didn't have a high turnout.
We did not have the Miatas like we thought we were going to have. So unfortunately, that championship's going to stay open this year, but we will be awarding SR1 and SR3 championships today. So if y'all can hear me, the grid is now open for Radical. We've got 20 minutes at 12:50. Radical Downforce race number 2 is going to get underway. And we're going to take a quick break up here in the booth, and we will be back at it here momentarily.
The suspense has been building all season. We're down to the final race in SR3 and SR1. Only 25 points separate our top 3 drivers. This is the moment that we have built all season, and we are looking for one of the greatest race conclusions of the year.
Yes, we are. And none of this is technically official until we get points and penalties put in after this race, but we're going to call it like we see it. And right in front of you folks, that is the prize. That is what these drivers are driving for, the big gold cup, the ultimate trophy in their garage, the neener, I am faster than you award. That's why we do it, folks.
Cars are already on track. We are under our pace lap. So how it sits right now, we got Greg Folger in the 29 leading us to green. Chris Hune in the 53 in second.
An amazing fight back, too, from him.
Oh, yes.
Early contact, race 1, got put to the back of the field, managed to run all the way back up to second place.
Pete Folger in third in the 26. David Mason in fourth in the 28. Mike Pasco in the 121 in fifth. Grant Freeman in sixth in the 33. Justin Montgomery in the 139, the 067 of Blakely Fabiani.
We were about to see the most epic
the
slide
conclusion.
job into a championship that has ever happened at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
So we talked about silly season when we first came on the air. Blakely Fabiani is the only driver that has ran all races this year in SR1. All he has to do is run one lap.
He's just got to start and park, and he will have enough points. And the thing is starting out today, he was third in points. The other 2 drivers are not driving today, so literally he just has to get points, and he will pass them for the championship. But the caveat was, if he's the only driver, you can't score points. You got to have at least 3 drivers in class to get points. And so what did he do? He called all his buddies. He managed to find 2 other SR1s and 2 other licensed drivers to go out, take the green flag, and park it. And if they can successfully take the green flag and do just that, he will win the championship. But as it sits, it looks like we've got 6 cars on track. So I don't know if we lost some guys after race 1.
Well,
those are all the SR3s unless they are sandbagging in the back.
That's 6. Yeah, that's all SR3s.
Those are all the
Where's
SR3s. I don't know.
Hey.
Unless they didn't need to start the second race. Let me double-check my points because he might have only needed 100 points. So I might be wrong here on my math. He might have just had to do it for race number 1. And, yeah, looking at that score, he'll get 100 points for race 1. So
unofficially,
they don't even have to start race 2. So he's already locked it in. Yeah.
Your 2024 SR1.
And more importantly, keeping his parking spot.
Yes. Blakely Fabiani.
I think that's, screw the trophy. I think the ultimate neener is
the flex is the front row parking.
Is when you've got your name on the sign.
Change it.
Second spot from the door at the front of the building.
Doesn't even have to change it.
Nope. Well, we'll change the class because he was our Spec Miata winner last year and bumping up to SR3 winner. And our SR1 winner last season, Greg Folger, is your current pole sitter. So if he can maintain that, honestly, if he finishes, I believe it's either third place or better, he will be locked in for your champion.
It's going to be close, so let's looky here.
And you know Chris is going to be absolutely sending this one on the race start.
Oh, yeah.
I hate it for all the, I had a lot of drivers that wanted to be here for the SR1, but just the fact we couldn't from Primal rent them cars, hate that for them, but I guess it's just another thing.
And y'all got some bigger stuff in the works too.
Yeah, well maybe that's the answer to buy your own car.
Yeah,
6 cars are gridded. 6 cars are coming to the green. Pace car has just pulled off. We are going to get this 2024 championship race underway for SR3.
This is the final 20-minute sprint race for the 2024 Downforce season. Here we go. Greg Folger, Chris Hune will take the field to green as they go side by side down the front straightaway. Green flag is out. We are underway.
These first few turns are going to be critical, I think. David Mason especially.
And he takes a wide line, goes all the way outside. Look at that. Gets pushed off track a little bit. He is going to lose position. Mike Pascal goes to the inside of David Mason. Mason from third place back to fifth just in turn 1.
We'll see if we have a little father-son action going on. We got Pete Folger in second. We'll see if he blocks a little bit, holds Chris up maybe for his son.
Maybe that's the strategy. We didn't even think about that.
Goodness, look at that.
Father-son duo. Is this a
And
whole?
look, there goes Chris to the inside.
Oh, he's mad. Look at that.
Cross up,
Deep.
over-under.
Got into
Let's
it.
see, and they're going to be side by side as they come through the runoff, and I think Chris is going to have
Chris will
position.
hold on, yep.
Pinches him off just ever so perfectly. Only about a 3-car gap between the leaders right now.
This is a continuation of, in my opinion,
Ooh.
A little bit of a bobble.
you know,
Maybe
'cause
those
Chris
tires
was within
are-
a turn of catching up.
I
So-
think had that race 1 gone 2 more laps,
Oh, yeah.
and even if we had gone the full distance, I was talking to the race director in the middle of this, even if we'd gone the full distance, it was probably not enough time for him to make up that gap. But I guarantee if that race had been 22 minutes,
Oh, yeah.
Now, it would be good to look at the points because I don't know if Greg has to finish in first.
no, he
He
doesn't.
just has to finish.
Great.
If he doesn't finish,
Has to finish in
though-
the top 3.
I think he's got to be either 3rd or 4th.
Here
Now-
goes.
Oh,
he
to the
got it.
inside.
Lock up.
That's it.
And he sent it down the inside.
It's-
Oh,
it's got
no,
problems.
no!
Oh, no.
Did he miss a shift?
Something has happened.
The announcer's curse is struck yet
We
again.
just talked about
Y'all, we did not do that. Oh, my gosh.
this. And just like that, 1st to 4th place in one turn.
He's
and
still slowing down.
He is losing. Oh, no.
No, no.
All right, we're going to shut up.
Well,
This is not being recorded, right? Because I literally said
No, but
if
it is just
he's
going
gotta
live.
finish.
Now, if it finishes like this, do we have?
I think it's going to be a tie.
it would be a tie.
They'll have to do the drink off, like I talked about, out of the
Oh,
wow.
things.
Yes.
So
Chug
Greg needs
contest.
to make a pass. He's got to get up to 3rd.
Well,
I
his,
believe
his
third.
dad.
I believe 3rd clinches, 4th ties.
Yes. Fourth
Because there's
ties.
what I'm seeing
Yeah.
is a 30-point gap, assuming race 1 results were official.
Yep.
I was talking to the race director. He didn't say there's any penalties for the top 3, so hopefully that's how it sticks.
As it sits right now, it's 840 for Greg Folger, 820 for Chris Hune, and David Mason at 800.
And listen, y'all, as a father, I'll just tell you, with Dad Folger there, is this one of those situations where he goes, all right, I'm not gonna sandbag and let my boy get up here, and he's gonna have to do it on his own.
Whoa!
Whoa,
There's a
speaking of
flag.
that.
Pete overshot. So that's an interesting thing. So we have a radio. We have comms with Chris Hune, Greg Folger, and David Mason. I believe we have comms on all those drivers, but I don't believe there's anybody on comms with Pete.
Side by side, coming out
Look
of
at
the
this.
carousel.
Mason getting around Folger.
So now this will be key to see if Pete.
Now, David Mason could come out of nowhere and win this race.
He could.
Now, assuming now
Chris Hune.
I don't want to put this into space, but if Chris Hune and Folger both finish 5th and 6th, Mason has a shot at it as well.
Wow. Wow.
There's
Tyler,
so many
what's-
mathematical possibilities.
Tyler, what's going on?
To
We're
finish the
seeing
season out.
121s instead of 119s. Is everybody just sort of? Let's go back to psychology here. They got to run 20 minutes, and are they just holding back a little bit here? There goes Folger passing Dad.
There we go. He kind of let him go. So that's, I think, some strategy play from the Folgers.
That's right.
Tires are more worn. Track's hotter. The track temp itself has gone up a little bit. It's a beautiful day here at AMP. Honestly, some perfect track conditions, but worn tires, and the guys are pushing so hard. So they're wearing these tires down just a
And
bit.
a great crane drone shot there from Daryl Killboy Cannon. Flying that FPV drone out there.
Yeah. So we saw Pete just literally slow down, let his boy go by. So Greg now. So Steven, talk to us. What's the math now? He's in 3rd. David Mason's not gonna. He's
Greg's back up to 3rd now, so he
So
should,
that should clinch it if we were to come to a checker flag right this
because
moment.
that only gives Chris 20 more points, and he is 30 points behind right now. So actually 4th would tie, but I think Chris gets the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
I'd have to go check
it would-
with race control.
That would be. Let's do math. There's a lot of math that has to be done.
But either way, this is how championships ought to work. It ought to
Yes.
come down to this right here.
And I talked to Greg Folger before the race began. He said, no mistakes, no errors. And I think he knew he didn't have to win. So he was he gave the opening to Chris Hune in turn 1, but just went too wide and something maybe with his shift or something, he lost that. Thankfully, he's made some ground back, but now he's just got to lock in and just bring it home.
Right, and they're going to have to get around traffic. Looking at those times, Grant Freeman with a 127. Before this is over, this is going to get interesting for sure.
And I'm curious if Mason's going to start making the charge to put the pressure on Chris Hune.
They're logging those last lap times were identical, 21:07 and 21:01. So David's slightly faster than Chris Hune that last lap.
And y'all are asking me to do too much math right now, looking at these season points.
Yeah, during the interview with Chris, he said something about and if we go a full race. So you say you checked with race control, and mathematically, Chris would not have been able to overtake even had the race gone the full 20. Is that right, Will?
Yeah, the rate at close on that gap, he would have been close to his bumper, but he would have not been.
It would have taken 3 laps instead of the 2 that possibly could have happened. But again, it's all up in the air. It's all hypothetical.
Well, because you could also overshoot a turn.
Yes.
I mean, it could have happened in 1 lap. But unfortunately, that's racing. Yeah.
All you conspiracy theorists out there.
That's for Sunday.
Yep.
Put that to bed.
And right now, we are almost 7 minutes into this 20-minute contest right now.
Hune's cooking.
He is absolutely moving. And, I think this colder weather is definitely helping these cars out right now. Engines are breathing a little bit better. I'm sure the drivers, by the seat of the pants can probably feel it. I know, heck, when even you hop in those little 13-horsepower go-karts back at Kart Track, you can feel.
Oh yeah, they're way faster.
You can feel it with this cold air coming in.
Well, and Tyler, you mentioned first turn, cold brakes, cold tires. So, for the novice here in the booth, what are they supposed to do? What's the cure for that? Is they're just getting started and they're heading into turn 1 and you're going 3 and 4 wide, and you got cold brakes and cold tires. What's the advice?
Well, your outlap is what's so super important about that, because the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to grid up before the race, come out on track, not do any procedure on getting any heat built up in your brakes or tires, and then go into turn 1 with cold equipment.
So when we see the cars doing the serpentine and all that jazz, it's so they don't go into turn 1 with cold tires, cold brakes, right?
Yeah. So really, when you're kind of going back and forth under the caution, the thing that's helping with the most is cleaning the tires off.
Okay.
Because when you come off the track, you're normally wide and you're over where all the marbles are, all like the little bits of rubber that get thrown to the edge of the track. When you come off the track and you drive across all of that, you're picking up a bunch of buildup.
Okay.
So when you go back on track and your tires are cold and you start scrubbing them, you're cleaning your tires off a lot. To heat up your brakes, you kind of accelerate, brake, and you're building up some heat in those rotors, which will then heat soak into the wheel itself.
Excellent. And see, I'm not just cheaping out here because you run Primal Racing School and I'm trying to get free lessons up here in the booth, but this is all something you teach, right?
All of this is
Primal Racing?
Exactly. This is all stuff that we teach in the racing school, so we really help speed up drivers and bring them up to a level to where they can comfortably go to a road course race and compete and understand the procedures. We go through everything from what is it like going to an SCCA event, going to the driver's meeting, the processes of just going to an event, because you can feel like a fish out of water going to a new place that you've not been to before. So
Okay.
Our school, not only with the driving side of things, but also what are the events like here?
Right.
And what should you look out for? It answers a lot of questions.
Now, answer this question for me, because I'm sort of a big boy up here. Chris Hune is not a small man. He's a big guy. So for the dad out there, or the
above
mom,
average consumer,
for anybody out there, dads or moms, this whole thing is not restricted. Anybody can get involved out here. Is that right? And
that's correct. Yeah. So for the racing school, we use the Radical SR1. It's essentially the baby brother to the SR3, which you see on track right now. Slightly less power, a little bit smaller wheelbase, but it's a fantastic starting car for somebody wanting to get into a platform like this, or at least try it. And I have everybody from 16-year-old kids to the oldest I've worked with is 82 years old.
really,
And
whoa! Look at this, David Mason and
Oh,
Folger.
no!
Folger!
Oh,
Folger
no!
around again.
If he stalled it,
Oh,
that's
no, there's
oh,
going to be a
no.
wreck.
Oh!
Oh, my gosh. That's just too much excitement.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Mike
no.
Pasco said, out of my way.
Guys, this is nuts.
He
What's
said, sir, you can't park here.
that was Greg, right? Is that Greg?
That was Greg.
Greg
and
is
Mason.
now
So,
back in 5th.
so now he's back to 5th.
And listen, hey, that we had nothing to do with that.
No.
We were totally talking about something entirely nothing to do with getting spun out and knocked down to 5th.
Well, I'm just glad Tyler's up here giving these responses. Because
For sure.
had
Okay.
you asked me what I would have done in turn 1 on cold tires, I'd have said a fresh pair of undies.
So walk us through what you would have done in the situation that just happened right there exiting 6 into 7.
Well, I caught it just at the last second, so I didn't really see exactly his entry. More than likely, he could have went in just a little too shallow and had a little bit of understeer push wide. There's a spin.
Oh, and there goes Pascal.
That's Pete Folger.
Or Folger, I
Yeah,
lied.
there's Pete Folger. So everybody's really skating out there a little bit.
And that's going to bump Greg back up to 4th.
We can all say that Pete did that on purpose
That was intentional.
to
Yes.
help his son.
But Pete, that still puts him in the position. No,
Wow.
because that puts him back up to 3rd.
The point shakeup. I've got to do a lot of math, Will. I can't keep doing this.
Hey, so let me tell everybody out there here so we can curb our enthusiasm when you guys hear the exuberance. Those aren't accidents. What those are some key changes in position. We are literally down to points there. So
Yes.
if you guys are out there listening to us, there have been 0 accidents, and we'll try to curb our enthusiasm.
I think the crowd over at Buffalo Wild Wings, they must be telling the bartender to, hey, kick the sprinkler on.
Yeah. So
it's not interesting enough.
So we'll try to add a little more context to our oohs and ahs.
Ooh,
Yeah. So what's happened here, Steven? Take us through what just happened.
So the points battle just has been absolutely ridiculous this season in general. Chris Hunes had 2 drop races. He didn't show up for 2 of the races. He was in China on business. And with his drop races, it's moved him to 2nd.
Had he not had that extra set of drop races,
Oh,
because
he
he missed 2 events, so one counts as his drop race, the other one's just 0 points.
Yes.
And he would have been walking away with this had he been able to make all the events.
Yes. And now it's got silly season is 100% in play. Greg Folger's currently at 840 points. Chris Hunes at 820. David Mason's is at 800. How it's going to work.
Turn 6.
Here he goes.
Look in, trying to look for a pass.
And I think Mason's starting to turn in just a little bit sooner to keep that door shut. Because right now they're racing for podiums as well, because Mason could improve his standings.
How crazy would that be if Greg didn't even get a podium, but then got to take the podium as the champion? You see what I'm saying?
Well, he'll get one podium for the race 1 finish.
Sure.
And then, race 3, if he's not even on the top 3, that would be interesting.
And of course, we're pulling for each and every driver out here, but just the sheer all the complexity of what this comes down to
The
with this final race.
storyline
Absolutely.
is absolutely playing out perfectly right now.
Here we go. Here's a good opportunity. We'll see if Greg tries to make a pass.
And he's breaking the air a little
too
bit.
far back. Is David going to make through clean? Looks like it. Okay.
He did gain a significant amount of ground on him. It's knocked off, what, a 2.5 car lengths, I would say?
He's definitely clawing at that gap right now, and we are just under 6 minutes to go in this 20-minute contest right now.
Chris Hune, though, the story, man, he is just cruising. He's out now comfortably, and 2 seconds.
And I know these guys want to win. Everybody wants to win and finish as high as they can. But if I was Greg, I would just chill in 3rd right now. Don't push it.
Yep. He's already made some errors that he already said before the race. I can't make any errors, so just bring it home.
And this will be his 2nd championship in a row if he can hang on and finish the job here. He was our SR1 champion last year, bought an SR3 during the offseason, and has been –
He just bobbled a little bit coming out of, what is that, turn 10?
Well, I actually think Pete was our SR1 champion.
Oh, that's right. His dad had the SR3,
Yeah.
and then he got – yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I'm getting them mixed up again. So that's the dad in 3rd right now.
That's Greg.
No, Greg. Pete's
Was Greg in SR3 last year? Or was Greg in SR1?
He was in SR3 last year, and Pete was in the SR1.
Oh, so his dad was the SR1 champion.
Correct.
I am –
Yep.
That's what
And
happens.
then that's the car that Blakely bought.
Ah, okay. That's why
Okay.
he's been so consistent this season.
All right, Tyler, since
Ooh, that was close. He bobbled a little bit there on corner entry. Still a decent-sized gap. You saw our leader, Chris Hune, way out in front of those guys. He's entering turn 6 as these guys are entering the carousel.
Yeah, he has got about a country mile of a lead right now, although we've seen both second and third place
eat it already.
well, we've seen third place eat it twice. We've seen second place eat it once, and they are still underway, and they're still holding position.
So, once again, doing a little math here, Chris, assuming checkered right now, Hune gets 20 more points than Greg.
It's only 10 points per position. So first gets 100, second gets 90, third gets 80, and so on.
So it
Right.
would be – okay, so –
So Greg gained 10 points by finishing first in race 1, and he was already 20 points ahead of Chris, so he now has a 30-point lead. Now, I got to confirm that there was no penalties, no grid change, but seeing as Greg started at the start of this race, I'm assuming there was no penalties on him, so he has a 30-point lead over Chris Hune right now.
We are 3 minutes away, and there's going to be a few moments here where we're it says right there at the bottom, timing and results are not official. And so before I go down and interview these drivers, I want to, if it's possible, to know for sure who our champion is. I don't want to get down there and say, hey, you're our champ, and it not be that way.
We'll find out at the podium.
it's going to be – it'll be a tip of the fingernail is how close this is going to be.
Okay, so we'll
points.
find out at the podium.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
at the podium.
Because I've got to get with the race director. We've got to confirm the results from today, and we will put it in and officially calculate all the drop races.
Okay, very good. So I'm just going to ask
Because
them.
everything we're going off of right now is based off of final results, which was last month, up to last month. So technically race 1 is not final until race director comes down here and makes it final.
Got it. We got it.
Well, it's been an exciting season.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
for
been
sure.
an exciting race day.
We've had a lot of big car counts. It's been, it's consistently growing more and more, which is exciting to see. And
from the Downforce class especially, this is one of our largest seasons to date. We've had more drivers compete this season in Downforce than we've ever had in Atlanta Motorsports Park history. And, hats off to you guys at Primal. Y'all been a big part of recruiting and getting these guys out here. And I know it's only going to get better from here.
yeah.
Well, I'm just about seeing myself in a car. So my last question was going to be when I was asking about the size of drivers, and I'm going to bring.
Are you going to do
Steven
interview?
Will.
Pass. Here's a pass into turn 1.
Ooh.
Is he looking? Is Dave going to give him the lane? He gives him the space.
Ooh.
Doesn't
That was
make
Oh,
close.
he's going to hang on.
Yep.
He's going to get him next lap if they continue to run the
Yep.
same pace.
So there's a great movie out there called Backdraft, and that one-liner from that was, "You go, we go." So I want Will, I want Steven. We're going to be the big boy club out there.
Come on.
So can we do it? Can
Yeah.
these cars accommodate? Your average consumer, your above average consumer.
I was going to say, hold up.
Can we get into Can we get into this sport?
Can we
So
can we
the
be the
SR3s, these cars on track, they can accommodate somebody up to 6'7", 6'6", and 250, 260 pounds.
Okay.
In a center seat. So
About
the
right now.
SR3s have a nice big cockpit. The SR1s are slightly smaller, so kind of my limit for height if you want to come out and do the racing school. I'm speaking all the Legends drivers. If you're coming with a lot of racing experience, the youngest you can come to our school is 14 years old. If you have no race experience whatsoever, it's 16 years old. But 6'4" is kind of our limit.
Okay.
And then, 5'2", 5'3" is kind of
we
the-
could just
the
form
short side.
the SR1 XL class, right?
XLT.
Well, speaking
There
of,
you go.
Yeah,
There
that's
you go.
yeah.
But
so
yeah,
we got 19 minutes and 8.
White
we
flag
go.
is now out.
Final
Oh, look at him
lap
go.
of the season.
This
Here
is
we
it.
are.
a little bit of moving on a braking, but nothing
He
too
thought about
crazy.
it.
Well, Tyler, I'm going to come see you in the off season for sure. So things, we talked to Greg. He's going to be. He said he's off for about 5 months.
Right.
But what's going on in Primal here?
So we've got some exciting off-season stuff going on right now with an organization called Racing Prodigy, where we have a bunch of simulator drivers coming out to race throughout the winter. So we're going to be very busy traveling with that race series.
Excellent.
But our racing schools are going to start back up around March next year.
Okay.
So if you're listening and you're interested in wanting to come and do a racing school, keep an eye on our website, primalracing.com. We have a 1-day school, 3-day school, and then you can graduate up to a 2-day advance. And one final note before we come to Checkered, we do have a Black Friday sale that will be coming out in November. So keep an eye on that if you want to come out and do the Primal Racing School.
Checkered flag has been flying in the air. Chris Hune has officially or unofficially won this race. The battle is still brewing back here with David Mason and Greg Folger. A little bit of a gap now between those two. Don't know when we panned off there if there was.
He just effectively took a knee, it looks like. Greg did.
So this is going to be absolutely a mathematician's worst nightmare.
I'm going to go down there. This is crazy.
Assuming top 3 results for each race are confirmed.
Yeah.
I would say.
In my line of work,
Greg Folger should have this by 10 points.
Yeah.
No, I will make no assumptions. I promise you. I'm just going to get down there and keep it neutral. Like, what if?
And I did confirm it was Pete Folger last month.
Yeah.
You mean last year?
Yeah.
Last year. Oh, God. Geez, I'm all over
really
the place
happy,
today.
though, guys, with David Mason coming home with second. Good job.
He has been, I would say, the most improved all season, David Mason.
Well, on top of that, most consistent.
Yes.
Just consistently improving, not making a bunch of mistakes. Yes, he's got caught up in a few other errors with other people making mistakes out of his control.
Yeah.
That's racing.
Now,
You get caught.
Last month, not the best example, but
Right.
he has had podium finishes almost every single race day this
consistent.
season. In both races, and he's definitely earned his podium spot this season. So, your top 3 finishers will be Chris Hune, David Mason, and Greg Folger on the podium. Whether it is in that order for the season finale, we're going to have to confirm with race control. But when we come back to you, we are going to do some Victory Lane interviews, and we're going to do some score tabulation up here. But while we are down for lunch, we are going to go do our podium ceremony for them, and we will announce the season winners.
And Will, I've got 2 headsets. If there's a 3rd headset, I would love to give David, Greg, and Chris Hune
let's get them. We'll get them
a headset. And
I'll
let
toss
me just
one down
talk to
to you.
all 3 of them at once here, because what an exciting race that was for sure. And for everybody listening out there, so we got really wound up with some of those lead changes there, but that was good, clean racing the whole time there with these drivers. Big smiles, Chris Hune's face here as he's climbing out, and here comes David Mason and Greg Folger. So, one more headset so we can talk to these guys. I'm going to actually climb the fence here.
A wonderful shot of our championship trophies that here in a minute, one of these 3 will claim one of those trophies. But again, we're still waiting on final from timing and scoring to finalize our results, and we will get to that momentarily.
Getting everybody set up for these interviews, getting all these headsets on so everybody can hear. Takes a minute to get out of these cars, try and let everybody catch their breath, but we'll toss down to pit lane.
Oh, yeah. I'm waiting on a 3rd headset. David Mason, if you will join us down here. I've got Chris Hune, and then, of course, we're going to get Greg Folger a headset and get him down here as well. Let me sneak on over to Chris Hune getting a congratulatory handshake. Who's that, Chris, giving you a big handshake there?
My good friend Mike Cabrera.
Yeah, and you typically have some folks watching you from back home in the Chicago area. Is that right?
Yeah, most of the family's either in Florida or Colorado, so we're the only ones still in Illinois.
Well, listen, and David, come on over. Listen, and there were a few spots there where Greg was trying to, you shut it down and came in with a strong second place finish in this race. And Chris, you got the first place finish. So you had sort of forecast before we started that race. You said, hey, 30 points, right? And I'm not going to say anything about the points, but I'll just tell you this. And as soon as Greg gets his headset on there, listen, the points are extremely close. That's all I can say. All right, here we are, guys. We got David Mason, Greg Folger, and Chris Hune. Chris, let's start with you. Good, clean racing and great finish.
Yeah, didn't get the start I wanted again, but stayed close enough to Greg to kind of get on the inside of one. I was surprised he opened it up so much for me. Yeah, it worked out well. I don't know if he stalled the car or something happened, but just tried to gap him. I know his dad Pete was ahead of him, and I was really rooting for Pete. But didn't work out. So that was fun. It's a good race, good season.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So David, coming in with the second place podium here. In the earlier race, it was Dad who got the third, and you were in fourth, right? So it's a great day for all of you, everybody taking a podium today. But only one will get that gigantic cup. So let's talk about it. What happened from your perspective? Because there was a time where we had a big spin out. And, man, when you go back and watch this, I mean, we went nuts in the booth. And, Greg, I can't wait to get to you because I'm telling you, it was the announcer's curse, man.
I don't know what happened. I was trying a different line to get a little bit more space from.
You could step on over because let me tell you. So there's spin, and this is where we really lost it. So just as you were coming back into the track, there was another driver that nearly clipped you. That note is you said you're going to get a new car, so you're going to put your old one out there out on Facebook Marketplace, or anybody that's watching from home that wants to get involved in this great sport, or is it going to be passed down from like in the Folger family? You guys, and we'll get to you in just a moment about the SR1s and SR3s. What you going to do with your car?
Well, the way it goes around here, I'm going to use it as a backup. But not around here, really. But when we go to, Barber and to the Cup race and some of the other races, it's not quite as gentlemanly as it is here. So everybody here is very respectful. But, it's good to have a backup car. So that's when we use it for in practice.
Excellent. Well, great as always, David Mason. And I'm going to come over here to Greg Folger here, who, again, just as far as the intensity of the day and the points that were at stake, you bring a lot of excitement to the sport. So I do want to say thank you to all of you gentlemen, but especially you're just a fantastic competitor. And I'm going to turn the mic to you and talk about the folks that have supported you, and then again what the season, what we can look for as far as next season from you and your dad, and anything else you want to say. The mic is yours, our potential champion.
Yeah, I'd like to thank. We've always got a good crew of friends and family that come out to support us at these, and I'd like to thank them because it takes effort, it takes time. We have a ton of fun out here. I kind of think AMP is a big family. Love racing with these two guys. They're great competitors, and every time you come out here and practice and you set your own personal best, you kind of think, I got something for those guys. Well, dadgummit, they've been out here practicing. They've got faster too. That as a series, we've progressively gotten faster, and that kind of motivates us to come out here. That's a great family, like David said. That it's fun to be out here to race hard, but race clean with these guys. No one's trying to do anything silly out here. But it's been a great season. Glad it's ending. What a beautiful day to end this on, and really look forward to next year because I know it's going to be that next step up in competition that these guys are going to be even faster.
And we were discussing during the race there at one point there was a transition SR1, SR3. Maybe either you or your dad. What are we going to see next season from you? SR3, SR1, a little of both. What can we look forward to next year?
Yeah, I'll be in the SR3 full season. I'm not going to throw Will and the guys in the booth under the bus, but that was my dad that won the SR1 championship last year. So he made the jump up to SR3 this year. This will be my second year in the car. I unfortunately never got a trophy in SR1, so he's got something on me there. So I think he'll be in the SR3 all year next year, and special shout out to him. It's always fun to get to come and do something like this with your dad. So really look forward to having a full season out here next year, and hopefully have a pretty good result then as well.
All right. Well, listen. All joking aside, these, I don't know if you've seen the trophies, the cups, they're huge. But if it comes down to a tie, and we're going to fill this thing with your favorite beverage, and we're going to have a chug off because we are that close. And I asked, I said, when am I going to know? Because I don't want to go down there and go, hey, congrats, it's our champion. And then they said, we're not going to know who the champ is until it's podium time. So, and they're going to go back and look at all the scoring and everything else. Chris, I see, you said but little do we know. So congratulations to all of you, and we're hold your breath and enjoy the off season, enjoy the racing that's to come, and your new car, and we're going to send it back up to the booth. And thanks everybody, to all of your family out here as well. You guys are great competitors, great people in general. So thanks a lot.
So we are getting our results finalized. I know the winner, but I'm not going to announce that quite yet. We want to build a little bit more suspense.
Boo.
Yeah, I know. It happens a lot. Great season of racing in the Radical Championship this year. SR3, SR1 has been entertaining. Hopefully next year we can get more Miatas out here so we can have Spec Miata E30 again. You see the congratulatory handshakes and hugs and stuff going on down there.
It's been so awesome just seeing Primal in general as we've been growing as a company, and we've got a really awesome community of drivers that are coming out consistently. You've seen a lot of them being interviewed, and that's what it is. It's like it's a big family, kind of what we're trying to just grow, and it's very inviting. All these guys have gone through the racing schools.
I remember seeing Primal start up here.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was before the garages. That was before the building really had been finalized. We were still operating in the tent for the most part back at Kart Track.
It's come a long way.
I mean, this facility has just amazed me in what were we at, 12 years, 15 years?
Yeah. 2011 is kind of really.
I mean, I've been here just about since the very beginning, and seeing the changes in this facility is just amazing.
But it's just been awesome just to see the drivers grow, the drivers progress, and it's just fair, fun racing. And we also travel though, so it's just if you want to get into something like this, come out and do the racing school. That's where all these guys started, and that's where they've moved through. And you can find yourself getting into something like this, and start with our school and come out and see what you think about the cars and go from there.
Yeah, Tyler, I wanted to jump right in, and there on your screen, this is the 29 car of Greg Folger. And if you're watching at home or you're here today and you want to come down and take a look at these, I mean, it's attainable. I mean, it's the thought of going through a driving school, for just if you've had the dream of even, this is next to flight. I mean, Chris Hune is a pilot, but it's kind of like going to flight school and learning all of the technicalities. And Tyler, I just got to thank you for all of your expertise, and Steven as well. And Will, you guys have really helped someone like me understand the sport and how exciting it is. But yeah, so as we pan over the 29 car of Greg Folger and his dad's car is right behind him there. Just an exciting sport. So I just wanted to thank you guys for that. And before I send it back up to the booth, and we'll get ready for podiums here.
So we are going to talk for just a minute. One season's coming to a close, and the next season is starting today. We got the Moonshine Series that's going to be running here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I believe it's 7 races. I can't remember the exact schedule, but we're going to have Legends and Bandoleros coming on next. In the meantime, we are going to take a little intermission break before our next round of races starts. So hang tight. We will be back live momentarily.
should be All right, need all drivers, downforce drivers, I say. We're going to go ahead and do this podium over here. Need all downforce drivers. We're also going to be doing the season awards as well. So if you are in the running for a championship, you don't want to miss this podium ceremony. And we got these beautiful cars right here, too, right in front of the podium. Got the Lola out here. The 66 Ferrari. And these were on track last night. Secretly on track. Nobody knows about that. All right, looks like most of the drivers are already over here. I see them huddled up. I think they're colluding right now. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to do the SR1, the only daily podium for the SR1 right now. And I don't know if any of those guys are over here. I saw Blakely walking around, but this was your start and park division today. Third place, Montgomery. Where's Montgomery at? He earned that one. All right, second place, Mr. Mike White. Where are you at? He's in the garage too, maybe. Is he over here? Mike? And your winner in SR1 for race number 1, Mr. Blakely Fabiani. Hard-fought victory. Congratulations. All right, congratulations. Don't go far. Up next, we're going to do our daily awards for Radical SR3. And for race number 1, Radical SR3 in third place, Mr. Pete Folger. Congratulations. In second place, Chris Hune. Oh, it's so cute. Congratulations. And your winner for race number 1 in Radical SR3, Greg Folger. Congratulations. Yeah, actually, I should just stand here and let you grab them.
I was standing over there and then I got told to move.
Oh. All right, good job, guys. Good job. Up next, race number 2 for Radical SR3. In third place, Greg Folger. Get back up here, Greg. Hope you got your walking shoes on. Yeah. In second place, David Mason. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And your winner for race number 2 in Radical SR3, Chris Hune. All right, congratulations. And now we're going to roll into the season awards. This is what you guys have been battling hard for all season long. Really tight battles here. We had a change in position in the SR1 division today, so SR1 was won today. And the same for SR3. Only 10 points separated the top drivers in SR3, so one of our tightest season battles ever. And so we're going to go ahead and roll into SR1. I believe third and second place are not here, but we're going to go ahead and recognize them. Third place for the season, SR1, Mr. Jose Aveles. In second place for the 2024 season, your SR1 podium winner for second place, Evan Lowry. And your winner, receiving the big gold trophy. With a valiant effort today, managed to wrap up the championship, Blakely Fabiani. Where are you at, Blake? I don't know if you can hold both him and the trophy. This one's heavy. Get on up there. There we go. Congratulations. And now the podium we've all been waiting for, the SR3. This has been a hard-fought battle. We've had the most participation we've ever had this season in Radical SR3, so these guys definitely earned their spot on the podium. Your third place driver in Radical SR3 for the 2024 season, Mr. David Mason. Now keep in mind, first and second place was decided by 10 points. That is one grid position. So at any point over the season, had these guys finished one position higher, this result would have been different. Your second place winner for the 2024 season for Radical SR3, Chris Hune. Which means your winner for SR3 in the 2024 season and the winner of this giant gold trophy, Mr. Greg Folger. Awesome job, guys. We appreciate everybody for coming out this season. We will have the schedule posted sometime in January. December, January, we'll have next year posted up. We do plan on running another full season next year, so please don't go anywhere. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for coming out and driving with us this season. It has been a wonderful 2024 Summer Championship season here at the main track. And for those watching at home, don't go anywhere. We've got some Legends and Bandolero racing coming up shortly. So stand by. We'll be back. Thank you, folks. All right, attention all drivers. We are 10 minutes to grid, 10 minutes to grid. All drivers, 10 minutes to grid.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motorsports Park Moonshine Series. We are momentarily about to start. If I could have everybody rise for our invocation today by Chris Conowall.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather for the Moonshine Series at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Please protect all drivers, crews, officials, and spectators, keeping everyone safe. Grant the drivers focus and skill, and let them race with integrity and respect for each other. Bless the organizers and staff as they work hard, and may this event be a time for fun, fellowship, and good competition. In your name we pray. Amen.
If you would please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Today, in our Moonshine Series, there's a good shot of the American flag we've got. We missed that, unfortunately, during the broadcast, but it's there now. But we are about to see bandoleros on track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park as they're all nice and gridded up, about to start rolling on track now.
And my first experience with bandoleros, Stephen, I before even showing up today, and this is new to Atlanta Motorsports Park, if I'm not mistaken, thanks to Will Rigdon. And Will, what these shirts that you designed are amazing.
Now, I can't take all the credit. Stacy Roberts down at Roberts Speed Shop helped me out considerably with this, but I did give her a bunch of edits and things I wanted done to make sure we had it just right, like putting the Highway 9 on there, making sure we definitely paid homage to the moonshining history that we have, not only on site here, but in the town of Dawsonville. Because for the longest, this is how the city of Atlanta got their liquor, was running from up here in the hills down Highway 9.
This is how racing started.
Yes.
Exactly how racing started.
And on the the weekend before our Moonshine Festival, I grew up here in Dawsonville, and going to the Moonshine Festival used to last 4 weekends, and now it's down to just one. But it is a part of our culture here, and seeing these 1934s, these coupes and these sedans racing around out here, just hats off to Atlanta Motorsports Park for bringing this to Dawsonville.
And they are going to be rolling next weekend with the Moonshine Series. So if you want to come up, and definitely one of my favorite fall festivals of all the fall festivals they have in North Georgia, Moonshine Festival here in here in Dawsonville. And look at that. There's that M00 we were talking about earlier. You were interviewing that young driver, and I'm going to let Steve pronounce her last name.
I wrote that down. Impellizeri?
I think you still butchered it.
I probably did. We're just going to
go.
go.
It's Lacey. Is it Lacey? Her first name?
I think so. I think that's correct.
And there she is waving at the camera.
We're just going to use what's on the car.
I love just the creativity of the M00 because, some of these guys, they'll do like the 3T or the different numbers because, on a grid, everybody has their favorite numbers. You only have so many number 9s. And so to help differentiate who's who, they'll add that number on there or the letter.
Look, moving and grooving on the tail end. It was a great interview. Down from Ohio.
And there is Bob Cassidy down there in the blue shirt directing the grid. Big shout out to him. A lot of the folks coming from Atlanta Motor Speedway to help us run that because most of these guys are down near on the south side of town because they run the Thursday Night Thunder at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and they also run a lot at Cordele at Crisp County Motorsports down there in, I believe that's in Cordio, right?
It's just now Cordio Motor Speedway.
Ah, okay. I know there's new owners. They just changed the name on it.
Back to what it originally was.
And so, we're happy to get these guys up north of the Nat line racing with us here in beautiful Dawsonville, Georgia. And I was talking to Bob during the break, and we are going to run all the bandos together. So we're going to split start them. We'll do outlaws in front and rookies in the back. So that's going to make for some interesting racing.
Especially at pastime. Now,
yes. Now, we're running 8-lap features. So
is that what it is?
minute 8. So we might start seeing some late lap passing. But it's going to be interesting to see what the differential is going to be like. And we're about to find out because this is the qualifying session. So they got 1 lap to warm up, and we are doing a green-white checker right now. And this is going to be the qualifying times that will set our grid. And you can hear those, I believe they're Briggs & Strattons. They're not 206s, they're V-twins. So a little bit more power than what we see back at the kart track, although these things are a tad bit heavier. I want to say they're in the 600 to 700 pound range, unlike the go-karts we're used to following that have a 250, 300 pound range. And I hear some engines starting to open up, which means the green flag is out, so we are underway with this first qualifying session.
The Bandolero, you said it's essentially running a Briggs & Stratton, much like an LO206 in our kart series, right? So we're going to see speeds. What are we going to see, Steven, in terms of speeds for these cars?
If I had to guess, anywhere 55 to 65, maybe a little bit faster.
At Lanier, we see them getting close to 70 to 80 at Lanier. And so there are some straightaways where they could.
I would say probably max out then, so it was 85.
And you can kind of hear them hanging on that rev limiter as they come past. So, whoa!
Oh, straight out the gate.
We already got
What
one
is
car
that?
around in turn 1, although.
That's the one. I can't see what the reflective number. It looks like a 1-3 maybe? 1J? 131
That might be
maybe?
James Binke. We'll have to see. And he's going to get in the way of another driver. He's going to slow that guy's lap down.
James Binke, he's the Schottenkirk sponsored driver.
Okay.
The only reason I know that is because he follows Liberty Racing Review on Facebook.
And now 37.
We'll get a look at this car as he comes by right there.
There's the 131 of Patrick. I wrote that down too. Mocha.
Yeah, right there on the bottom of your screen.
Patrick is the name.
Yeah, I'll let you pronounce that last name too, Steve.
I wrote it down, and I can't read what I wrote down.
Well, we've got 37 Carson Cobble right from here in Dawsonville. Is that right, Will?
Yes. I believe.
Yes, he is from Dawsonville.
Oh, we got a
wow,
couple.
That was close.
That was real close. Couple drivers going around. That was
the move.
Yeah.
I've got some pizza over there for you.
That was the move out of my way.
the move. That was a close call.
That was close.
That was a real close call. Overcooked the corner, almost into the wall there in turn 6.
And this is some driving a lot of these drivers are going to have to get used to. They don't do a lot of road racing during the season, so this is definitely a new and unique experience for a lot of these drivers. And we're hoping to make it more of a mainstay here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're going to have 4 races this season, so we should definitely see a lot of improvement as this season goes on. Because what we're looking at, these drivers have only had 2 10-minute hot lap sessions on the road course. That's all the practice they have, and we're going right into green-white checker qualifying.
Now these lap times of 120, that's primal. That's
full course lap times.
Course.
Yeah, for primal.
Yeah.
And we should see the Legends times coming down from this.
So as it is running right now, we've got Carson Sherman in the number 9 car, who just ran the fastest lap of the session at a 1:19.88.
Wow.
So
And this is a great shot to show you where we lob
James,
off.
Oh, I see. That explains it.
James Binke now with the fastest time of a 1:19.371.
Okay, so for a moment, so if you're at home confused like me, you didn't know that we had shortened the track. I'm like,
yes.
Wait a second,
we'd be waiting for about 3 minutes for them to get around the backside.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like,
making their way up.
Another spin. It looked like right there. Maybe it's a recovery in turn 6. The 131 again got around there. They were side by side with the Moo car. Looks to be continuing probably probably struggling a little bit with turn 6. I know personally I struggle with
It
turn
is a
6.
hard turn to master.
You wouldn't think that
No.
that turn is that difficult, but it's slightly off camber. You have to know exactly where to get on and off the throttle.
And it's
for that
also
corner.
deceiving, too, to take the turn properly because you have to go all the way to the exit, like all the way to the end of the rumble strips and just past it before you turn in if you want to set up a proper turn because that turn is over 90 degrees.
It doesn't look it. I mean, we can't get a
And
we
there
would
you
have
can
to take
see,
a drone and have it directly go through the corner.
because
to
you can see they're
the
going uphill.
offset.
Yeah, you're going uphill. It's a very visually deceiving turn when you're on track because everything in your body says turn now, and you need to wait an extra 20 feet. You know, when you physically are like, I need to turn now because that's just what it looks like, you go another 20 feet, and that's the proper turn-in point because you are almost putting a tire in the grass when you turn off.
So as we finish out our qualifying green-white checker, it looks like James Beakey will go to the top of the leaderboard with a 1:19.371, and that is the 1J car that I recognize.
And yeah, I'm pulling up my scoring sheet here. We'll read through the rest of this because we'll try and give you some class data as well on these guys because this is going to be a split class race. We'll have outlaws and rookies. I believe rookies are bandoleros. The lower division of bandos, they'll all be running together.
Yeah, we'll have to sit there and there we go. There's a good reference shot of the off-camera-ness of turn 6.
We
kind
must
of
have
doing a full course run through real fast.
We must have 2 pages of qualifiers out there because I'm not seeing our Moo driver. I think her name is Lily.
Yeah, she fell back to 12th with that spin. So, yeah, Lily was 12th overall in that last session. Her fast time was a 1:26.596. Your leaders for that session, the fastest time of the session was James Benke, and he had a 1:19.371. So he is going to be your pole sitter. Following him was Carson Sherman with a 1:19.888, so about half a second slower. And then just behind him was Carter Erickson with a 1:20.409. Lucas McFall in 4th place with a 1:21.009. So you can definitely see the drivers that are more comfortable on the road course. You know, some of these guys have been out here more than others. But just in your top 4 alone, that is almost a 2-second swing.
Now, who do we have gridded up? Or do we have legends or more bandoleros?
We should have legends coming up next.
Gotcha.
If I had to guess, this group's probably the Young Lion group.
Yeah, we'll have to see. When they get on track, we'll see. You can sometimes on the cars they have little stickers. You know, R for rookie, Y for Young Lion. They'll have the C for Charger. I don't know how they do semi-pro and pro. Maybe semi-pro gets the S.
I would assume so. So I wonder the big boy division. Is it just they put Fs on the car for me and you?
Or FB for big boy. Yeah, BB. Yeah, that'll be my car number. I'll just be BB8.
BB.
Fabulous person, FB.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah, that's what we're going to go with.
Yeah, that's totally what the F stood for.
Yep.
We are not going to body shame anybody in the booth today.
Yeah, Will.
Steve.
Chris.
My mouth's full of pizza. I can't even speak right now.
Yeah,
There's a great shot of those 34s.
Yeah, those Ford Model A's.
I want
And
one of these
these,
so bad.
yeah. And this is what the Moonshine cars of the day look like. And, you know, they're a little bit smaller than what the period correct cars would be. When Humpy Wheeler started the Legends and they got all this going, the whole idea was they wanted to build a car with a wheelbase that could fit in the back of a pickup truck. And so that is the reason, the size. And, you know, it was funny. You were asking, you know, would you bring your car in when you were doing that interview earlier today?
Yeah, sure.
And that was the thing. Like, people would actually load these up in the bed of their pickup truck, come to the racetrack, race, load it right back up in the truck, and go home. And the whole idea was keeping this as inexpensive as possible. And that's where the NX stands for, is inexpensive.
Okay, excellent. I'm learning.
And so at the core of this racing is it's an entry point. It's meant to be cheap. It's meant to be controlled. You know, you don't want the guys with tons of money coming in and being able to just run the class. They're sealed motors. They're really good for competition, especially at a younger age where most people are more cost sensitive, and they're also getting started. They don't know all the tips and the tricks. They don't have a Dan Elliott, at home helping them cook their engine before race day. And so the rules, the cars, everything is meant to be as friendly as possible for new drivers to get started, to get involved, and to just get them on track and get them racing.
Speaking of, Dan's a friend of mine. It would be great to have him out here.
He's supposed to be here on site. I keep calling his name, hoping Ken will bring him up to the booth. I told him to bring him by. I asked him the other day if he could do anything to my Corolla to get a little more power out of that thing. And these guys are getting started here. I believe they're going to should get the green flag this next time by. And so we are looking at them as they're getting their first exploratory lap here on this first session after lunch. It will be a green-white checker when they hit the stripes, so look for that lead car to get on it here in a second.
So adding that cut through there, was that designed to be a part of this track? Or?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so it is.
It was designed to have 2 loops, so there's a back loop and a front loop. So in theory, you could have 2 sessions going on at the same time.
So the surface, the only difference is going to be that it may not be quite as worn, but it's the same.
Correct.
Same.
Yeah, it
same
doesn't get used nearly as much.
Got it.
Hey, Will, there's a name I recognize on this leaderboard
Ooh,
already.
I know Kai Mars.
Luke
and
Giglio.
Luke. Oh, and Luke Giglio.
Luke Giglio is there.
And they are.
Hey, look, there's another one. Javier Soto.
And those 3 drivers are go-kart racers with us. We're used to calling their name all the time back at Kart Track. I was excited to see Luke and Kai both signing up on the sign-up form. This is, for both of them, this is their first road race. I know Javier was out here last year. He's normally running in the bandos. I think this is his first season in a legend car. But excited to see some of our kart racers getting out here on the big track. I know this was part of the opportunity when we were bringing the legends out here because we were already losing some of these guys to legends racing because, I've talked about this before. There's not a good route from the kart track up to the main track when you have to go from a $10,000 go-kart to a $40,000 to $50,000 Spec Miata. You can get Spec Miatas cheaper. You can get a $15,000, $20,000 Spec Miata and get seat time, but you're not going to win unless you go through all the effort that the top dogs do. And by that point, you're $40,000, $50,000 deep, and that's just more restrictive than, say, being able to get a used Legend setup where you can literally get a truck or you can get a trailer, a car, and a set of spare tires for under $20,000 on the used market.
So this is that in-between that you were
yes.
talking about. And look at that, Luke right there. This is his first time, I take it.
And now this is by grid order right now, so this is not necessarily top qualifying. Neil Doolin right there.
I was about to say Neil Doolin with the
I see.
107.521, top of the leaderboard, lap 1. So they got one more lap.
Yeah, and right behind him, Javier Soto with a 110.291.
You're forgetting Jason Tresci up there in
Jason
the 50
Tressel,
car.
yeah, he is just behind him in third. Oh, no, mine's not even updated yet.
Okay, so you were talking pricing here, Will. So at the kart track, average 10,000. Spec Miata average 40,000. So this.
Ooh, one way off in the grass.
Yeah, I think Tyler had mentioned when he.
And he's in the wall down there, and I believe that's turn. What is that? 10.
Did he go through the cut through?
He went through the grass.
Oh, so he's in the sand.
No,
there he is.
Okay,
there
he's not,
it is.
Yeah, he's
there we
not
go.
on the wall.
He's not on the wall. He's just in
He's
the sand.
safely in the sand trap.
Slowed him way down, too.
So we had a couple inductees into the beach club during hot laps. That might be another one down there.
Yeah, that's one down in the last couple corners. Believe that. I'm having to look at another track map to determine what corner that is.
That's turn 8 on the big track.
Oh, they got out on their own.
Hey, wow. Okay, that's unusual. Usually
yeah,
they do not make it out of the
got off
sand
the
trap.
I think he just put it into 4 low and crawled himself out.
I'm impressed. Very, very impressed.
Said,
Usually that doesn't happen.
Well, we're going to see who ticks on the scoring sheet this
Here
time.
he comes. That was the car in the sand that just.
I didn't get a number. It was the white
I
car,
didn't either.
which really doesn't narrow it down because there's a lot of white cars.
We'll just see who had the last lap in the 3-minute range.
Well, as it looks right now.
That actually looked like Javier Soto because his last lap time was 1:50.
Yeah, there's a good shot. That's
29.
29. Yep, that is Soto.
But Javier's still his best time, and we'll have to see because the way the scoring app, it doesn't necessarily put him in the correct order.
So as they run right now, because that was the checkered flag, Jason Treschel, I thought that was an odd to begin with. In the number 50 car,
He just barely edged out Neil Doolin.
top of the podium with a 107.421. And
So he was 1/10 of a second faster than Neil Doolin. So that's going to be a fun battle to watch.
especially with them coming to green.
How much of a break are we going to see?
We're going right to racing.
So qualifying to racing.
As soon as race control can get the grid order, we're going right to racing.
And so we'll see the bandoleros first.
Yes.
Got it.
And then we'll have I believe it's going to be a fast group of legends, and then basically the top half and then the bottom half. They might do the bottom half first because I believe that's what we're seeing right now because these are a lot of the young Lions and Charger drivers.
Hey, speaking of, we've got sponsors for these divisions.
Yes, we do.
I want to say this is Bremen Body Shop, correct?
Bremen, yeah, they were technically sponsors with Johnny's Pizza for the Pro Division, but I threw them down there in the Charger Division because we did not have a sponsor for them. So Bremen Body Shop got the Chargers Division all by themselves. The Young Lion Division is WIP Investments. That's Bill Plemons' company. Bill, one of the longtime supporters of Legends Racing. Anybody that's watched Legends knows the Plemons name. And he races in the Masters Division, but also a big sponsor, loves the young drivers and keeping this sport going. So I got to talk with him down at Atlanta Motor Speedway about a month ago, and he was about ready to buy Lanier. He wanted to buy that when Caffeine and Octane grabbed it. He was upset they wouldn't sell it to him, but just thinking of the possibilities that could have been.
Well, speaking
Super
of
late models.
yeah, the Moonshine Series here, Will. When tell me the genesis of the Moonshine Series itself.
So the Moonshine Series started about June of this year.
Okay.
We had planned on just doing Legends and Bandoleros, adding it on, just part of our main track race day. And, me being a marketing person, my better thought was, let's just theme it. So, going up on the summer, I said, we're doing 4 races. Let's just do a point structure and make this into a 7-race season. And let's just call it something. And I figured, Moonshine Festival, Dawsonville, why don't we just call it the Moonshine Series? And that's just how it came to be.
And wow, that's that has to feel pretty good there, being the father of a series, Will. So
it is fun watching everybody walk around wearing the shirts that we made. And
The fruit of your labor.
Yes.
There's green, green, green. Here it comes. Now this is still qualifying.
Yes,
these are the coupes.
Yes, they should be the faster of the drivers. So Bob these guys know the drivers. They kind of put them into groups in terms of, who they think belongs where. Because normally during a Legends and Bandoleros event, there's 5 divisions of Legends and there's 3 divisions of Bandoleros. But we just don't have that much track time, so we're having to condense the classes. And some of these classes, they only have 5 to 6 drivers in them. So, to get everybody the maximum amount of track time, we had to condense it down to 4 groups.
Okay, gotcha.
And what we did today with the amount of Bandolero drivers we have, they're going to just 1 group. So they're going to be a split start. There'll be Outlaws and Bandits in that group.
Now these engines, Tyler was up here earlier explaining the engine, but
it should be the YZ. I believe it's a 900cc YZ Yamaha engine.
Correct, 100.
And I believe they make about 130, 135 horsepower, give or take. And these whole cars, they're about half the weight of a Spec Miata and have about 10 more horsepower.
Oh, really?
And are about half the cost.
Yeah, that's the important part.
So we
got another driver off there.
In the grass, yeah. That it's a few of them are getting wide right there through the.
Yeah, they're really cooking it through that turn 8 section. And that's a hard part to get down because on the full track, you want to float through that turn and carry a lot more speed than when you're having to get on the binders to make that cutoff turn.
Now, flag is out. Let's pull back up our timing real fast and get a good look at what we're looking at with our faster division of the Legends cars.
Young Lions and Chargers are in the semi-pro right now. These are the 3 sponsors.
So you're a science guy, Steven. So if we know time and we know distance, then we can figure out speed. So maybe Will can help us with the track length
I think he said it was 1.186 of a mile. So
with a lap of about 1.7.
And yeah, we've got to look on our scoring app to see where we're at right now.
If they're doing a mile in a minute.
Well, they kept the
60.
same they kept the same quali session up, so this is going to be fun trying to figure out who was out in the first session and who was out in the current session. Because I'm seeing some 106s right now as the fast time. Mason Walters. No, it's on the Moonshine Series.
And the
You're on
length
wrong
of the
one.
track wheel is about a mile, right?
About 1.16 mile.
And they're doing it in a minute. So
I'd say roughly you're averaging about 60 miles an hour
there
through
you
here.
go.
Now they're hitting speeds north of 100 miles an hour as they're
In the
coming down that
straights.
front straightaway.
Got it.
When we let them do the full track layout, they were getting speeds north of 120.
Wow.
And that was back when we had the Legends, the Grand Nationals event here.
Man, that's been a while ago.
Yeah, that was back, I believe that was 2020 was the last time we hosted that event. And
That
we
was-
had 120 Legend cars out here. We lit
Really?
the town up for 3 days.
When was this?
This was back in 2020.
No kidding.
Was
And
it right before the COVID shutdown?
I
or-
believe so.
It was
It might have been that fall
That
after the
must
COVID.
have been amazing. 120 cars out here.
And they were all Legends, no bandos.
Wow.
And they had international. We had a team flew in from Australia.
Wasn't
got
the
here a day
international-
early.
part of the international finale, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, it was so the INEX, they do the national road course finals. And so we were the host for 3 years.
Oh, okay.
But we got lit up on the sound meter because that was the year the new YZ engine came out and absolutely blew the sound meter out of the waters. So
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So the next 2 years they were up at New Hampshire, but we've been working diligently with Ken Reagan, and he's got his fab shop down there. We were able to get a baffle solution for these guys to insert in their mufflers, and we also have a packing solution. So if they get the baffle in there and they're still a little bit too loud, they can put some packing in there to get the noise down.
Gotcha. Now, interviewing these race winners, see, as they're coming off the track, they're all getting right down there to their trailers.
So they're going to have to go through tech. So after the races get done, your top 3 are going to go through tech, and they're going to be right there by you.
Oh,
So,
excellent. Okay,
yeah,
good
just grab
deal.
them then.
Very good. And once again, for folks just tuning in, then you'll see there some of the drivers. We've got young men and young ladies aging anywhere from 11 years old out here racing at, like you were talking about, speeds of over 100 miles an hour. There's a driver right there in a suit, and so conceivably she's out here doing 100 miles an hour.
If she's in the Bandolero, she's not hitting triple digits yet.
Oh, those are the bandos. Okay, gotcha.
But you can, I believe, as young as 10 years old, you can get in a Legends car, and those are capable of doing 100-plus out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
It's just incredible.
That's why you see some of these guys. I mean, these are the kart racers that run in the cadet division. There's a couple. That's for Kai Mars and Luke Giglio. And they're here in the big cars. They're in the Legends. And, I was joking around prior, they're going to give these guys a run for their money because they got the most seat time on a road course, but they don't have the seat time at the big track, so they're going to be learning it just as much as the rest of these guys. But with that karting experience, I'm excited to see if that pays off or not, because this is the first road race in a Legends car for those two guys that are coming from the kart track. Javier Soto's got the most seat time of our kart racers that's out here, so look to him to kind of lead that pack.
And he is in the 29 Kevin Harvick throwback scheme that I absolutely love.
All right, so I'm just my wheels are spinning. So if the law firm sponsors one of these things, we call it with a big boy club.
So
can drivers if you're a team, can you switch out drivers, or does
we have seen that happen? If you've got if the dad wants to, like the son will hop out and the dad will hop in. So the son will run, Young Lions or Chargers or whatever, and then the dad will hop in and run Masters or Pro. We've seen that before.
Yeah, that happens quite often, actually.
But it's you mentioned there's no modifications to these engines or the bodies.
It's a sealed engine.
Well,
so
there is slight modifications to some of the bodies. You can actually see, if our drone operator would zoom in right there on that 00, you can see in the fenders that slightly cut out. I don't know if that's a
On the Moo car there?
no, not on the Moo car, on that 00 car.
Oh,
there.
right
You can-
there.
You can look
Oh,
at
I
the fenders.
see.
Some limber
Yes.
holes
And
so for airflow.
Gotcha. Okay.
personally, I don't know how that would help. That's probably something we could talk to them about. I don't know if that helps
Well,
slightly with
you're
aerodynamics.
kind of limited to what you can do. I mean, you're going to have your basic steering corrections up front, your alignment and all that. But the engine's sealed. You can't get in there and tinker with the engine.
Hey, Will, look at that. The number 22.
Octane.
Caffeine and octane.
I know that guy.
I know that guy too. I've taken plenty of pictures of that car.
Yeah, and he was up actually at the show this month. He was there with Chip Moody and the Speed U guys were up at the show. They were in that preferred lot. And here's our residential expert. He heard us spouting, probably wrong information up here.
Oh, he's bringing us pamphlets for the driver's school.
Oh, he getting out of here?
Yeah, Tyler had mentioned, because I'm seriously interested in this the Primal Racing School, and so thanks to Tyler for bringing this up and with the pricing and
y'all need to buy a couple Legends cars with Primal.
I would 100% run the school.
Do the Primal.
I would do it with a Legend. No questions asked.
Because I think these guys are underrepresented up here in this part of the state.
this
Oh,
will
yeah.
grow. This is definitely
I mean, North Carolina, Charlotte area is their
There are well
their big
over
area.
there is well over 100 drivers within a 2-hour driving distance of us.
Oh yeah.
And you know what they could do, and we could get the city council involved downtown, is, after they leave here for the Moonshine Festival, do a parade with all of these
that'd be
cars
fun.
going right through town, all these legends. Man,
Okay.
I can see it.
Hold up a second. Will, didn't we talk about at one point in time, I know it was an April Fool's joke,
I know where you're going with this.
the downtown
The
Dawsonville
Dawsonville City Circuit.
City Circuit.
The DCC.
Oh, 100%.
I would
Talk. I can. I
you know
can
what?
talk
We're,
to some
I'm
people.
going to start lobbying for this. We're going to make this happen next season.
I-
That's going to be part of the Moonshine Series. That will be.
No, that needs to be part of the
Forget
Moonshine
Le Mans.
Festival.
That's what I'm saying. It'll be part of the festival.
Forget Grand Prix. Great job. Great thinking, Stephen. We actually run a race through downtown on historic
Highway 9.
Highway 9. Absolutely. Go right past my house.
At the end of it, we have cop cars chasing them. Make it look funny.
Yeah, I mean, that is totally possible.
Hey, we see you. Wave.
All right.
Is that Emma? That looks like Emma.
Yeah, that's Emma Britt. That's sorry, pronounce the name again. I'm not going to try that.
Move
Take it
on.
easy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Moo car. Please come yell at us. We're in the Fireside Lounge. If we butcher your name, please come up here and let us know.
They've already come up here twice, and I've written it down, and I still mess it up. Impellizeri, I think
Let
is
me
how
see.
that's pronounced.
May I see it?
Her last name is, I think, Impellizeri. I might have butchered that. I'm sorry.
You did.
Impellizeri.
Okay, we'll go with that.
You got to do the. You got to do this. You got to do the one. Impellizeri.
I know you've probably had to have a lot of fun names to pronounce in court, Chris. Have you ever had a good one like, Mr.
I can't say the one that I had to say.
Yeah, there have been some.
Oh.
of those.
There was one of them I had, and it was from a different country, and it was. I can't say this on air, but dear Lord, it was the funniest thing I've ever had to say out loud.
Well, I was for the war, the second war. I was stationed in Sicily, and so I had and I know some Spanish. You mentioned, Stephen, you are fluent in German.
A little bit.
Me, not so much. My fluency's, I can definitely order food and drink.
That's
and,
all you
and
really
get
need,
to the
in all honesty.
bathroom and pass out.
Yeah, the
in
bathroom.
Spanish.
All you need is bathroom, food, drink.
But perhaps
hospital, which that all kind of blends in together.
But here's a great drone shot of.
And this is how they get in and out of the Bandolero cars.
Oh yeah, they got to climb through the roof flap.
It's definitely not what any of us are doing, you guys. We got to. Hopefully, Legends have doors.
They do.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, they do. They have doors. It's a little bit easier to get into a Legends car than it is a Bando. Bando's a lot more tight quarters. As you can see, the roll cage just sits right there.
I just barely passed the broomstick test there, getting that helmet underneath that hood. And you can see them getting strapped in right now. So I believe that means Bob Cassidy has the grid. So we're probably going to get this first race underway here momentarily. We are getting ready to do 8-lap feature races here.
I'm gonna, Stephen, Will, I'm gonna try to be the liaison between up here in downtown to talk about next Moonshine Festival, a
Yes, we
parade
need-
of these cars.
We don't need a parade. We need
Or
a
a
race.
race.
We need a race.
We need a race.
Yeah.
I need you to get them to let me cordon off every street in downtown and make the best
We'll have-
1-mile thunder
well,
course.
you've got
through-
Bill Elliott as our
Yeah.
grand marshal. No,
we need Gordon Perkle. I was going to say Gordon
Perkle
Perkle needs to be grand marshal.
as our grand marshal.
Yeah, and so you've got, Perimeter Road would come around, then you'd hit 9 North, come down around the old historic courthouse, down 9 to the other side of Perimeter, and then back,
Yeah.
and you're going right past the high school. And
Oh, yeah, that'd be-
you just line the streets. That would be about a mile.
Right there. Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's a perfect 1 mile track, and oh yeah, that
Victory
would be
Lane
huge.
at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So you may have fathered something that becomes really the
Just
highlight of the festival.
Just don't do any research on how expensive it is to set up city circuits. all the safer barriers and positive
What about
protection that
some
you got to have.
Look, we'll get some hay bales.
That
I know-
works, too.
I got a guy. We can put hay bale, round bales.
You
in
know
all
what?
the corners.
What's the farm? Bert's?
Yeah, no,
Pumpkin
Bird's
Farm?
Pumpkin Farm.
Get
yeah, absolutely.
Bert's out
No,
here.
give Bert a call. Give Uncle Shucks a call. We'll see if we can get all the big local
Yeah.
hay bale providers.
But talk about publicity and well, I mean, really, you're
would-
really for
That would not
talking
only-
about something that's possible. Will
That would not only grow the series, that would grow presence with Atlanta
Well,
Motorsports Park within the community.
First off, how many city circuits are there in general? There's not
In the
many.
U.S., like 2.
so listen, we're about 3.5, 4 miles from downtown. The cars leave from here in a parade all the way into downtown. They grid up, then boom. Once they're done racing, they just drive right back out here. How much? We need Tyler for that. How much gas? Can
He's
those
already
things hold?
gone.
I think they can make it.
They could make it, right?
Oh yeah, they could make it.
Yeah, it would be really super cool.
I would love nothing more if we started from a meme, April Fool's post and came a reality.
That's a big win.
Yes.
All right,
I could die happy.
Y'all may not know this, but our biggest rival in sports is Lumpkin County, and so they have Gold Rush going on. We're gonna, of course, we seriously. We'll start.
This is still a free country, right? We can compete.
Absolutely. But yeah, so a city circuit.
Sorry,
right?
Mikey's in stitches over here. Steve runs a brand called the Liberty Racing Review, and so we try and make as many libertarian punches as we can.
Oh, he's gonna land
little
it.
inside joke between me and Steve. and
Yeah.
you're looking at the helo pad for AMP Skydrone 1.
Hey, look, it's sky blue almost, I think. I don't know. I'm
That's
colorblind.
closer to like a slate gray.
I don't
think
know.
it's just
I'm
the
colorblind, man. I have no clue.
building the clubhouse that we're sitting in now. And prior to that, it was literally a double wide trailer.
And if our drone pans back and just sees this resort, really, this is a racing resort, and it is world class.
One of the big additions,
the Nuremberg Ring.
Yeah. One of the big additions we had this year was all the solar panels that you see on top of the buildings. We are the largest solar of the Georgia power companies, and
EMCs, that's the word.
EMCs. That was I don't know why I kept thinking EMP, but
EMP power.
not what you want going off.
No.
But we've got, I believe it's almost 8 both tracks. So where the water tower is in turn 4, where all those trees are, they're going to be building circuit villas. So right here on your screen where you're looking, you see all these green trees.
You're going to have villas inside the track?
Yes, they are about to get
the track.
Yes, where we're looking right now.
Or
Well,
above.
they're fully finished, so they're going to be above.
Above.
So
Got
we're
it.
looking at
So
what?
you're looking at like $5.99.
And so there will
Starting
be a
at.
skywalk. So how are you going to get to?
So you'll get to it from the side there. You see how there's going to be basically an access road that you'll be able to fit a car in, or a small car or a golf cart to be able to get to your garage, and then they're just going to build them straight up. They're going to be 3-story units.
But once a
And
race
they'll
gets going,
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
you're shut. I mean, nobody in, nobody out.
No.
but,
You're going to be accessing it from the parking lot. You can get in and out without getting on track.
Yeah, because right there, that little
It's a lot.
sand lot.
It's a lot wider than it looks. I know the angle is a little deceptive because it is a downward hill, but they're going to build up the earth wall there, and they're going to excavate it out, and there will be enough room to fit like I said, about a golf cart sized pathway where you'll be able to get your race cars in and out. Probably don't want to park your Suburban up there.
Well, again, I may be missing something, but you're talking about there will be villas inside where that water tower is.
No. On
with
the
the
outside
trees.
where all the trees are.
Man, some of those trees have got some history.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I was literally.
Now I see your confusion, Chris.
Yeah, oh yeah. I thought like inside the track, like at NASCAR where you pull your.
Technically, it's outside both tracks, but it's sandwiched between the two tracks.
Understood.
You get the best of both worlds.
So you will actually have views of both the kart track and the main track.
Double race day. Picture it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
wow.
walk to your front balcony. You've got radical race cars on track. You
Amazing.
just so happen to be like, hey, I want to go stand on my back balcony. Well, looky there. There's go-karts. Kart racing.
I mean, listen, y'all. Growing up here in Dawsonville, the fact that we have this here in Dawson County, it's just amazing. That experience. Where else are you going to get that? Monaco, right?
That's boats. I mean, if we figure out how to extend
Next, we
Lake
got to build
Lanier,
now we got to build the marina here. That would be perfect.
extend Lake Lanier all the way to the backstretch.
I would take the marina they did at the Miami GP. Just make a big fake one and just park the boats out there.
Yeah.
But if the drone goes up and you'll see we're really not that far from downtown Dawsonville.
It's amazing that a lot of people in the area don't even know that we're here.
I know.
12 years. And a lot of people are like, well, there's a racetrack. I was talking to somebody last night, or not before last, at a restaurant in Jasper, and they had no clue that there was a racetrack this close to them.
Well, when Will gave me a call and said that some ball games and so these events that come up where we have the public. In fact, the Spooktacular is going on tonight. That's a member event. Is that correct, Will?
Yes, we've got our member Halloween social going on tonight, so that's going to be a fun one. We do a trunk or treat. We'll have some drag racing. We got some blow-ups for the kids, some inflatables for them to bounce around in. We're going to be putting the Georgia-Texas game on the big screen out there.
Okay.
So it's going to be a fun event after we get done here with the Legends and Bandoleros. So
I'm saying it now. Texas is winning this.
Hey, are you allowed to talk about membership prices and a social membership versus something that comes with a track, or is that something we –
Yeah, we could talk about it. I mean, if you want to come out and be a member here, if you're not quite as interested in driving on track, we do have social memberships. That does get you access to all of our events, and basically come out and network, get to meet a lot of the who's who that are members here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Some people you wouldn't even think of were members here.
There's a lot of important people that are
and
here.
we, every now and then we get some pretty big guys come through. We had the governor was here a couple years ago. We had our big 10-year party. He was out hanging with everybody. Brian Kemp. We've had Kelly Loeffler was out here.
Wow.
Jeff Sprecher, the owner of the New York Stock Exchange, he's been out here.
A lot of celebrities. Ryan Howard's been out here.
So
Chase Elliott. A lot of football
Bill
players.
comes out here a good bit, but that's because he lives pretty much in our backyard.
No,
Bill
he
Elliott.
does live in the backyard. What are you talking about? over the kart track on the backstretch. Literally, that is his house.
And so
that's how close he is.
You never know. You never know when you come out here who you're going to see. And these social events are a lot of fun. They're good networking opportunity. So if you're not as interested in driving, always look to sign up for the social membership.
And what does that cost someone annually or monthly?
You would put me on the spot here. I believe it's $2,200 for the entry fee, and then I think it's a $75
$75 a month. Yes,
yeah.
I can
That
speak to that.
sounds right.
Yes, I am a proud social member out here.
It does go up from there, though, once you want to get on track and drive our first level of track driving, which is our tungsten membership. That starts at $12,500 for the initiation fee, and I believe it's a $275 monthly fee.
Okay, and how much for a garage, Will?
So the garages depends on where you're at, whether it's track facing, whether it's at the go-kart track or the main track, but they're anywhere from $700 a month to close to $6,000 if you want to be up here in the main building.
Okay, gotcha. So $12,500, and that's going to get you track time. You throw in an additional $700 a month, and you're able to keep if you're listening and you want to bring your sports car up here, park it in the garage, and then come out. And what does the membership allow as far as track time?
So the base membership will get you about 5 days a month. You're guaranteed 1 weekend day and then 4 weekdays a month, which equates out to 60 track days a year.
Excellent.
And then the top level membership, our Diamond Plus membership, that can get you upwards of 180 track days a year.
Excellent.
And the big thing you're paying for is just the convenience of getting more weekend dates, more weekday dates. You get to come when the track's less crowded. So if you're kind of timid about being out there with other people, it's a really good opportunity to get out there, drive by yourself and not have to worry about, other drivers around you.
And speaking, we're about to go green here in just a moment, but I did want to say the Primal Racing School, they have a one-day racing school for just under $2,000, $19.95, and they did mention they're going to, in November, have a Black Friday sale event on that. So
that's about the only time anything goes on sale here. So if you are watching at home and you are interested in any sort of experience, driving school, they all go on sale around Thanksgiving, and they're usually on sale through the holidays. Now, Primal, I think they just do on Black Friday, but we'll run kart schools, on-track driving experiences, karting gift cards. We run all that straight from Thanksgiving to Christmas. And that's really your time to pick it up because it doesn't get any cheaper.
So if you're listening at home for under $2,000, professional instruction, learn racing fundamentals, skid pad training.
Yeah, now Primal is when you want to get a racing license. You can do a one-day for the experience. If you just want to get in the car and have fun and get to experience it. But the thing with Primal that not a lot of people know about is it's the cheapest way to get your SCCA racing license because the 3-day school is only about $6,000, and then they'll do race day rentals where you can come race with us on race day like today, and you can rent your car. And it looks like, speaking of racing, we're about to get underway here with the first round of Bando racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And kicking off the Moonshine Series, green flag is out.
Let's see how they navigate.
Look
turn
at that
one.
thundering herd coming down the front straightaway. Let's see,
Nice
turn
and easy.
one.
Attempted under-over, a little bit in the grass.
Thought about it.
Oh.
Oh, we got three
3,
cars
4,
around.
5.
A little bit of contact there.
6.
And let's see if any of them can get back underway. Looks like the Moo car is kind of inching there. They're that way, and I wouldn't say I was expecting more or less. That was about in line because these drivers, you don't know what's going to happen until you put them all out there and you throw the green flag. Yep, and it looks like we do have one car that is parked out there in turn one. We'll have to see if they get back underway.
They might be. Well, no, they're still going race pace. Look like the number 9 of Carson Sherman.
And it looks like he's got
the caution laps.
They
forgive my ignorance. They do count. Or they do not count.
I think they grid these guys back up.
We'll have to see because that was at the race start.
Yeah, that'll be. From my personal experience, I think that would be a complete race, 2x2, and have them go again. Yeah, it looks like we're getting.
And forgive our ignorance here. We invited them in to run it, so
yeah, we're a little out of the loop on what needs to be.
Not too far out of the loop, but so they paused the race, so no one ticked off any laps as they went by. So they're going to go get that car recovered and then get this one gridded up.
That I don't think she almost made it out.
She had a little bit of head of steam going. She almost did. But it's real deceptive because they are on an angle there. That sand trap is built on the side of a hill. Because you can see that downward slope right there.
Now, if this was a golf course, I would end up there 99.9% of the time. Terrible at golf, but, man, it's fun to do.
And it looks like, I can't tell if there's any damage on that 21 car.
21 did take quite a lick there.
That rear looks like it's sitting a little bit lower.
It's maybe so. Wonder if we have a replay of that.
The M00, I believe, will be able to start moving under her own power if they can just get her out of the sand.
A little bit of a bump, and they should be good to go. Here we go.
Here's
Here's a race start replay.
And you're looking on the outside right there, that 21 just back in comes out. And then he just kind of caused the waterfall.
57,
there's nothing he could do. He went to the inside to try and avoid that.
He did everything he could to get around those cars, and he just smacked I believe it's a right rear. Yep, right there. Just a good little.
And that's probably where the damage came, where he couldn't get back underway. I know the Moo car was stuck purely for being in the sand, but I think this guy's going to have to get a push off track.
Yeah, looks like he might have some damage there to that rear quarter.
I don't know if they're bringing
they're taking a look at it there. It's
I don't know if they're going to bring the lull out here to recover this or not.
They might.
Yeah, because if they're not trying to push him, then they're about to pick him up.
They don't want to break anything. Shout out to our engineering crew for being there.
Hardest working people on site today. They're the ones. They're really the grease and the glue that keeps this place stuck together and running efficiently. They're the duct tape and the WD-40.
So,
Well, for me, it's mostly duct tape. But would it be race tape? Because we were at a racetrack.
Yes, we do use race tape.
Yeah, I like race tape. It's my friend.
So it keeps this broadcast together.
You're not wrong. I mean, literally, it's holding down our mics right
Yes.
now. So let's see. It looks like they got that car picked up. They just manhandle that thing all the way around.
and there's a nice shot of the everybody out there on the.
No, there comes the flatbed, so they're about to give him a hoist.
And see, that's a great place to watch the race out on that observation deck there. It'd be really cool to see more of those around the track, just set up.
Shoot, why stop there? They need to just extend that all the way up to turn 6. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
Ooh.
right across the track.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Have the
That would be
broadcast
cool.
out there on
That would be
turn 6.
fun.
Oh, that would be fun.
Have a drone fly underneath our vantage point. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
What they could do is just build it straight out.
We are the self-appointed brain trust. Look at there's the damage to
That 57 did take a decent.
It's a little
whack.
wobbly,
Hopefully that's just body work.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Doesn't look like anything structurally is messed up with that chassis at all.
Looks like my RC cars after I get done with a race.
Yeah.
Driver's out of the car there at the corner, and they're going to load them up.
So
did you guys catch a number on the one that's off in the?
That's the 21 car, I believe.
And who's
the 20? It's Connor Sanders.
Connor Sanders, got it.
And
so 11 cars now.
I believe that is correct.
2, 4, 6,
12,
12, 13 cars by my count. With Moo bringing up the rear, the M00.
It was last year. They had the can't remember who it was. He had a City Chevrolet Legends car, and he had a mellow yellow themed Bando car.
Oh, cool!
And it was great. It was one of the greatest rap schemes I've seen in a long time.
Very cool. Very cool.
It was out for
Spooktacular. They're going to have bouncy houses, and there's this really interesting thing. I don't know if you knew or not, Stephen. They're doing a fundraiser, and they're going to be launching pumpkins with a giant slingshot out on
some personal damage to that 21 car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hopefully his day is not entirely done. Hopefully we can see him back out here, but
yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's even see how it's sort of squished into.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's
I'll probably change a rear end.
Change a rear end, yeah.
An axle.
Mm-hmm.
It should get back to racing.
And speaking of,
it looks like we're moving a little bit faster. Last couple drivers in line getting up close with their counter. Don't know if it's going to happen this time by or if it's going to happen next lap. I can't tell if the flashers are on our pace car.
Oh, somebody went and see that? They passed across the grass.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with a pass in the grass.
That's right. That's right.
It worked for Dale. It can work for you.
All right, there goes the pace car.
Pace car is off. Field is going to be coming
Can
back
I get a
to
boogity
green.
boogity? Go for it, Steven.
All right, hold on. Give me just a second. Engines are winding up. Boogity 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 boogity. Let's go racing.
That's our guy. Good job, Steven. All right, here we go. Back into turn 1.
A little bit of bobble.
Oh,
everybody makes it through. One in the grass, but everybody makes it all the way. Oh, and never mind. I spoke too soon. And continuing. I do not have a number on that car. It looks like a red font number, white car, maybe the 29.
The number 9 out in front. That's the iconic number 9 here in Dawsonville.
That's Carson Sherman that's currently out front.
Leading our race is a familiar number here in Dawsonville.
Well, this is the Moonshine Series, so that would make sense.
It does make sense. I wonder if that was by design.
Let's see how they navigate the tricky turn 6.
Oh, I saw that coming. Little bump for love, and away they went.
There's more cars going around. Everybody, more contact. That's the 57 again. I think that is the one window. Looks like the window net's down. If I had to guess, that'll probably be another full course yellow.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yep, full course yellow is out. One lap in, and bobbles to start off and turn for the most part. We got to turn 6. Bobbles to start off and turn for the most part. We got to turn 6, and that's usually where chaos erupts. Even in the bigger divisions, and that's usually where chaos erupts. Even in the bigger divisions that we have here at Atlanta, Motorsports Park. Looks like just a little bit of contact, and the one left rear tire. Hopefully that's all left rear tire. Hopefully that's all I don't know. Can't tell based off the drone shot, but we can definitely tell it is a flat left rear tire.
And from what I saw, you had the first, second, and third positions. You had third, who got really close on second.
Yes, and
may have been a little bump and a spin, and then it all just sort of piled up.
Yeah, that happens. That's racing.
Does. That is racing. Now our field's down to 12.
Yeah, they've got everything kind of bunched together here.
Trump, there it is. How about that? RB. Okay, so there's the rookie
Bando
RB on the tail of the car there, and on the nose as well. So here, like you said, the other car has not even been unloaded quite yet, so
they just got done doing one pickup. They're right back to doing it again. Those guys again are the backbone of the AMP facility.
What a great staff here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, keeping this place ticking along, through these bumps and bruises that the drivers go through, and delays are minimal.
Oh yeah, that's more than a flat tire. That is again another rear end that probably needs to be replaced.
Yeah,
rear end and possibly a bent axle.
We got some debris that's yep. But then again, so what we talked about the price of a Bandolero, or rather, we didn't talk about a Bandolero price, but we talked about a Legend being, back in Tyler's day.
So, again, we are under caution for the
year of the
left Lily Hodge going to go about doing that, or how race director is going to go about deciding.
We're very blessed to have you out here doing what you're doing. So I'm a sponge. So any technical rules and things that you care to explain?
Well, I don't know, the driver or crew chief or race engineer or something of that nature, crewman. I've done everything.
That's fantastic.
And we've already done that one time.
We got 11 cars left on the track, and they're getting.
Let's try to restart this race.
All right, there we go. Down to turn 1 goes number 9, our race leader. Let's see if he gets through.
3 cars maybe in the sand trap. 2
they're
cars.
They're out. Number 9.
All cars have continued. The number 9 of, I believe that's Carson Sherman, back out front. Directly behind him is that 1 car, possibly 7 of Philip Young. Can't tell with the reflective numbers. Let's see how they navigate turn 6.
All right, here we go. This
is going to be a deciding factor in today's race. Is turn 6
for sure.
Nice and easy through 6 they go. Maybe
and then a little bit of distance.
I think
between.
that's the 7 car.
Oh, and there's
look
a pass.
At there. A nice clean pass.
They allowed the 3rd and 4th position to sneak up, and there was a pass right there down the straight and across the.
As they cross the line, Carson Sherman first, Mitchell Flatter in second.
They're going to get through 1 clean. Yes, they do.
Only took a couple tries. It looks like everybody's gotten the hang of turn 1 now. But that 9 car already starting to slightly pull away. Again, that's Carson Sherman out front. He's got about 8 to 9 car lengths ahead of second place Mitchell Flatter and the 1J of James Binky.
Yeah, somehow, and I didn't see it. 9 really got out of turn 1. Looks like somebody else may have gone in the dust there.
Yeah, it looks like there's one in the sand trap or was in the sand trap. Looks like everybody.
57, maybe?
It looks like the 57. Yellow. We're still under green at this very moment.
I think they're getting out. No, let's see. They're trying. Is that Moo?
I think that might be, no, let's see here. That is the 20 car, and that is Kinsley Tatum, who was running 11th at the time of spinning. No full course caution. We are still green, just a local out there. I don't know if they can hear us.
I mean, such a beautiful fall day. And back underway, and did want to shout out to our sponsors. There was of this Moonshine Series. Said was it Series? Said was it a Bremen body shop? Is that what you mentioned?
Yes. It's for this one it's Speed U, which they're actually here today, and I think that's P&R Ammunition. Speed U is a great organization. It's a school for race car drivers.
Oh, neat.
Made by race car drivers.
No kidding.
So, say for example, you're a full-time race car driver and you want to go to school. Speed U is your choice, and they're actually here today.
Speed University. Okay, so they have a booth set up?
They have, I think.
Speed University. Okay, so they have a booth set up?
I think they have the simulators down in the.
Kidding. All right,
so might go have fun after the broadcast.
100%. If you guys are hearing us out.
See, there's a good shot of that 57 from two incidences. That body panel is coming up on the front. Does it look like the push bar of Aerodynamics ever so slightly? It kind of looks like that. So maybe when your phone says another, give us just a second to sort this out. Sure. I don't know if they're going to start these cars single file or if we're going to start them 2 by 2 by 2. We'll find out in just a second. Looks like we're going to start these cars single file on this restart.
Here we go. We can hear them.
Yep, we hear them winding up.
Yep.
Green flag is back in the air. We are racing again at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
All eyes on turn 1 as they make their way down. 9 gets a little bit of space. 4 is going to come inside. And
all nice and clean. 9 cars.
9 gets a little wide there.
4 tires off, but he's continued on. Look at that, side by side by side. That's 2 rows side by side as they come into the entrance of the carousel. That's the 1J, the 8, and the 4. So that's James Binky, in Carter Erickson, and Mitchell Flatter.
Yeah, so I'm wondering here if now 1J and 8 are just going to sort of sit back and give 9 a little bit of room.
Let's watch and see what happens in turn 6. This has been a pivotal corner so far. Everybody so far has made it through, no issues.
Okay.
This time around.
Oh, we got a little bit of waggle there, but we're okay. All right, we're going to get another lap in the books. Here comes Will. Will, we're back underway. We kept it warm for you.
You missed a lot of yellow flag laps.
Trying to get that internet fixed for you guys at home. But I did get word from race control. The next flag ends this race.
Okay. So, again, we are a little over 35 minutes into this race.
They are definitely getting their money's worth out of track time today.
Oh, a little peek out there. Let's see what happens as they come into turn 1. That's James Binky going for the lead into turn 1. He's going to go to the low side.
1J.
Inside.
Yep, there he goes.
Oh.
9
Carson able to hold him off.
Yeah, Carson has him right now.
Carson using every bit of that, what do you call the blue and white stripe down there?
The rumble strips.
The rumble strips, yeah. The first lap back got every bit of it. And, so 1J just barking at his bumper there.
Carson, Sherman, James, Binky going back and forth in this race. One gets an edge, the other one finds a way to close the door.
Okay, so racing knowledge here. So let's just say for a moment here, Banky gets out in front of Sherman right as it goes under caution. If that were to happen.
The last scored pass.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last scored
So the pass isn't official until they hit the stripe.
Mm.
And that's just how they have to run it because, at bigger tracks that have segments and multiple loops, they can do it that way, but it is not official till they pass the stripe.
All right, so it's a good battle. There's your 1, 2, 3. It's 9, 1J, and 8.
So it's Sherman, Binky, and Erickson. 1, 2, 3 coming down to the start-finish line. Looks like Binky's going to peek to the outside. They're side by side.
Oh, he makes a defensive move.
Shut the door.
What a block by the number 9. Number 9 is going to go back and try to attempt to block again, and he does it for the third time in one corner.
And this looks like me trying to get through rush hour traffic right now.
This is 285 unhinged.
As they make their way through the S is eating the curbing right there as they make their way into the carousel.
Now that they've found their groove, the racing is really heated up.
Let's not count out Erickson, who's closing in
He is.
really
as these
quickly
two are
on Binky.
fighting it out.
All right, here we go. There they are, 1, 2, 3.
See, the 9 car closes the door on the 1J.
Oh, there goes 8 to the inside.
And Erickson keeps getting closer and closer.
Erickson's just waiting for one little mess up from both of these drivers. He's going to strike.
So
there goes Binky to the inside. He's going to have position going into turn 8.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him. A little bit of a bump there.
It may have been, yeah.
And he makes the pass into turn 9 as he.
Oh, looky there. Erickson right on their tail.
And we have got a
there
1,
we
2,
go.
3. He almost had it.
Drafting apparently is an issue at this.
These cars will draft.
Oh yeah, Erickson is definitely getting up there on these front
and look at
two
Erickson.
Binky and Sherman.
Look at this view, too. This is exciting stuff here as 8 is.
And he goes
the
off.
grass.
And he loses some speed. And look at that, Erickson. And look, Erickson ran the fastest lap of the race that last time by. He is a man on a mission right now.
Erickson in that Freight Auctions number 8 car.
So Sherman actually back at third.
That was our leader.
That was
our leader. That was Binky. Went around at the beginning of the carousel.
Oh, no. And
he has continued, and it looks like his rear flap is up, but that shouldn't really affect our leaders.
Well, that's going to affect him getting back underway because he's facing uphill right now, and these cars are definitely on a clutch and slow to accelerate if you're not going downhill.
There's a pass by number 9, Sherman.
They're side by side.
But now they're side by side as Erickson
closes
the
it
door.
off.
Yep.
And how about that? If Erickson make the comeback and the pass.
How many laps are we in, guys?
We are 6, so
2 laps remaining.
Yeah.
Look at this battle for first and second.
Look at a bobble.
Oh,
what an inside slide job.
Inched right by as number 9. On this,
and he goes again. Erickson to the inside. They're going to be side by side at the line. They're banging doors. Erickson, I think he's going to have a fender on him as they take the white flag.
White flag is in the
What's
air.
gonna
One more
happen?
lap coming around. Carson Sherman, Carter Erickson, and let's not count out Mitchell Flatter.
Mitchell Flater there. Player 3 has entered the battle. Look at this. Still side
by side through one.
And Erickson, no, Sherman now makes the pass. So
We're about to go 3-1 into the carousel, boys.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, and Erickson gets back in front of Sherman. Sherman got in front of Erickson and won. And Erickson gets back in the S's. Look at this as they go through the carousel.
Who's going to take the checkered, guys? Who's it going to be?
We promised you one of the greatest shows you've ever seen on a road course with these Bando cars, and they're definitely putting on a show
they
here.
are.
Sherman, Erickson, Flater, 1, 2, 3. Correction, Erickson, Sherman, Flater, 1, 2, 3.
Oh! And Erickson runs wide, but he still maintains the line.
Right here in the last couple corners is where it's going to really matter.
And I think Sherman had the blinders on. He was just following in the bumper, and he almost went off as well. He could have capitalized on that, but he was not able to make it happen.
He pitches to the inside.
There's a big pass by number 9.
Oh, and he rattled his cage.
Holy cow. But don't count Erickson out. It's going to be a shootout to the finish line.
Oh! He dumps him in the wall.
9 car has been put out by Carter Erickson. The number 8's going to come to the checkered flag. Wow.
He sent the hit squad on that one.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm going to leave that one up to the race director.
Yeah, race director's got to call that one.
I'm going to grab the mic and go
Well,
out there.
we've
and
been
do some
watching
interviewing.
all race. He's been carrying so much speed through that final turn.
Yes.
And I just think he didn't have anywhere to go, and he was already in the bumper.
Wow. What a finish.
Wow. What a terrific finish.
Wow, that 9 car did go for a ride. Maybe we have the replay of that.
Yeah, let's see if we can pull that one back up. Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, let's pull up a replay again.
Mike's like, you want to see it?
All right, let's see.
Like somebody
goes
just
for
got
the under-over. Too much speed carrying it. He throws the block there.
Because he was trying to go around.
Yes.
And
He went high. The
I will
car
say
went down.
Binky drove right into that. That's my unbiased opinion. Because, look, he just went real wide, didn't leave a lane. Now, this isn't kart track rules, so I don't know what direction the race director is going to go with that.
Yeah,
but that was a
driver's
shunt.
out of the car.
That was a shunt if I ever saw one.
Man, what a race.
And he did a good job keeping that car fairly intact.
Oh,
It'll
yeah.
be interesting to see if there was any damage on that because we do have race number 2 coming up. And check out all those smiling fans out there on the sky deck. Wave to the camera, folks. We are live, Facebook and YouTube. It's the 2024 Moonshine Series, race number 1, underway right now at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, you know what I'm about to say. Remain ungovernable.
And that was your ungovernable move of the day right there, Steve.
Ooh. What? I'm still baffled right now. I mean, what a race.
We're going to start calling turn 10 Ruby Ridge right there because he just took him out.
Knock, knock. Who's that? It's the feds.
Yeah. It's a good thing they can't hear you, Mikey.
Overall, it looks like that car is in pretty good shape.
Yeah, but I think they're going to flat tow him out of here.
Yeah.
Just to make sure. But not the way you want to finish a race. But
Ooh. Overtook the lead, and what turn is that technically?
4 lead changes just on that last lap.
Wow.
Yeah. And for a second, I thought Flater might have gotten.
Yeah, I thought Flater was going to come in and just close the door on everybody. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Here I am.
And hopefully Chris can get down there and get
yes,
a word.
I'm on my way, guys.
That was
get a word.
That was 100% Chris Benoit entry music right there.
And there's the we're going to try to get down to the number 8 car. We're going to call it our winner at the moment.
Unofficial.
Unofficial. Mm-hmm.
So that's Carter Erickson in that number 8 car.
Carter Erickson, okay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure where the rules sit as far as how many moves you're allowed to make, how blocking works.
I don't know the Legends.
I might need to get Timmy to come down here, put a headset on, and educate us.
I wonder if Mr. Ken Reagan's available.
I just saw him sitting there on the rails, so I know he's down there.
I hope we're not out of range. We might just be out of range.
I can kind of hear you. Just make sure that mic's facing the building. We'll get you.
All right, let's see. Carter Erickson. Hey, Carter, can you step over this way, please? All right, put on that headset right there. First of all, your camera's right there, and there's a bunch of fans up there. I'm here with, is it Carter Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Carter, how old are you?
I'm 14 years old.
And where are you from?
I'm from Winston, Georgia.
Winston, Georgia, and today, what an exciting race! Lots of cautions, but then finally, when everything got settled in, there was some great racing. And let me just tell you, what an impressive demonstration of racing. How long you been racing, Carter?
I've been racing since I've been 7. I've just been waiting for this win for so long. First Outlaw win. Oh man, this win means a lot to me. I just want to thank Mr. Marcus, who freight racing everything. I want to thank all the viewers for watching. Couldn't do it without y'all. Love you, Grandma, Grandpa that are at home. Oh man, this feels amazing.
Yeah, well, who's here in support of you today, Carter?
Man, friends, family. Thanks for my mom. I bet she was freaking out that entire race. Little sisters. Thank you for being my number 1 supporter. And thank you all, friends, for coming out to support me. It was amazing to win. Oh.
For sure. Now let's talk a little bit about the race. You started. You had to work your way from the back. There were a lot of impressive passes, and you and number 9 changing, lead changes, and it was just incredible. So, it was pure grit and great racing. So, did you start in karts, or have you raced always in this type of car?
I've raced in quarter midgets since I've been 7, and then when I was 11, I switched over to bandos, and I just want to continue my racing career, and this is one step forward in it. And I just want to thank everybody that helps manage my cars, Mr. Patrick, the entire Christensen family for their support. Thank you guys. So much thanks go to y'all. Every single day working with me through all the victories and losses. It's been a really incredible journey working with them.
Well, now where exactly is Winston, Georgia? I'm sure that before you found out about Atlanta Motorsports Park and they said it's up in Dawsonville, Georgia, you probably said the same thing. So we're learning a bit about one another. And this is your first time? Obviously, this is the first race in the series, but you're a name that we're gonna follow. The first ever winner of the first race, and that is you. So congratulations, and tell us once again, Winston, Georgia, how far away are you? And we're going to see a lot more of you out here.
It's about 2 hours away, western central Georgia, right about 40 minutes from the Alabama border. But I'm so happy. It's a great win for our team.
Well, excellent. Well, just in a little bit, we have you're going to be taking the podium over there for your win. So congratulations to you one more time, to the folks watching on YouTube and everybody at home with Grandma and Grandpa. I'll give the last word to you, Carter Erickson, our winner.
This is a great event. Love to have more races here.
All right, I'm going to send it back up to the booth. Congratulations, Carter. Way to go. There are all the fans. Carter Erickson's fans there. Go join your family. Congratulations.
And we have got a special guest up here in the booth with us, the man himself responsible for Legends Racing in Georgia, Mr. Ken Reagan. Ken, we watched that finale happen. How would you score that as a race director?
Yeah, that was fun to watch. It's amazing what our young kids do in these Bandolero cars. And you got to keep in mind, they're from 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. A lot of them don't have a lot of experience even on the oval tracks. And then when you put them out on something like the road course here at AMP, it's a good opportunity for them to showcase their talents. And that was a great little race. We've got more to come, so stay tuned in.
Yeah, once we finally got them under green, that was an exciting 6-lap sprint we had there.
Three wide battles between the top 3. Wow.
4 lead changes on the last lap. That was insane.
Yeah, and you watch a lot of races in different worlds, and you don't see a lot of passing for the lead. Humpy Wheeler used to like to see a pass and then a repass, and we had that in this race.
And then another repass.
Certainly coming up now with the Legends cars, you're going to see more of it. These guys are amazing. And, I'm glad you guys called me up. I'd walk down to the flag stand with the
speed gun,
radar detector. I wanted to check the speeds and just make sure we were in that range of where we should be with young kids out there racing. And you called me up before the Legends took the track. That might be a good thing because I've seen those cars on this track several times, and the speed that they run will make the hair stand up on your arms. But we'll have some good racing with the Legends. We've got another one coming up for the Bandoleros. So it's certainly been a good day here. We appreciate you, Will, and Jeremy, and all you guys having us out to AMP to have a good time on your road course. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate y'all bringing the show out here because there's nothing like Legends racing out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And to be honest, it's been far too long since that last World Finals we had out here. And, I just want to see 20, 30 car grids again out here at Legends racing. And hopefully we can keep this going and build this thing up.
So, Ken, I know we were joking, but we're 100% serious. We want to take this to downtown Dawsonville, in the streets of Dawsonville. Has Legends ever done a street circuit?
You know, there has been over the years a street race or two with Legends cars, and certainly that's a potential. I mean, that's something we'd be interested in. You'd have to have some sort of containment because the cars are, you know, they have a lot of torque, they have a lot of speed, and certainly you'd want to keep it safe, but we would certainly entertain that idea. So let's
Well, the man himself.
let's put that on the next page and talk about it.
The man himself has said, "Let's do it." Will, we need to make it happen.
Well, he's not the mayor. He can try. We'll see if Chris can
Say,
use his powers
let
of
Chris and
persuasion.
myself.
Powers of persuasion with the mayor. See if we can make
Man,
it
that's
happen.
beautiful. Look at that. Mountains in the background, Legends cars on track, historic Dawsonville, Georgia.
We got
Moonshine Festivals next weekend.
18-car grid of Legends racing coming up. This should be the final pace lap.
Yeah, we should be going green. Yep, pace car doesn't look like it has flashers. So thank you, Ken, for coming up in the booth and hanging out with us for just a little bit.
Yeah, I'll sit here and watch a lap or two, and then I'm going to run down trackside and clock some speeds here. You know, Doug Stevens sitting up here on the front row, he's a master, you know, at road course racing. And we've got the car that qualified fast time sitting inside of Doug. You know, what a show this is going to be. I noticed in practice the top 10 were within 0.6 of a second.
Oh,
you
wow.
know, the top 10. So you've got multiple cars out there that can lead this race, and I kind of doubt that we'll see one car dominate.
And this is our fast group that is taking the
Side
track
by
now.
side, green flag in the air. We are racing in Legends.
Listen to that sound. We are Legends racing again in Dawsonville. Look at that. Almost
Four
four wide coming into turn one.
3 wide.
And they keep, a little bit of contact there. One car still underway.
That's the 22 of Gianni
Esposito, yes. And it looks like they are both still rolling, so hopefully they can get that back underway.
They're still 2 wide midway through the pack.
And they are making their way through the carousel right now. It looks like Doug Stevens has got himself a little bit of a lead out there at the front, but it's not going to be official until they make their way back past the stripe.
Oh, we got a pass in the grass almost.
Oh, look at that. He's taking the narrow line through turn 5. And let's see. Yeah, well, that's, yeah.
Turn 6 is going to be the money-maker corner.
And let's see. And they all keep it fairly clean. Look at that. Half the field deciding to use that runoff, the other half keeping it on the racing line. You know, it depends on where you're at, but honestly, I think you use that runoff, you know, to your advantage. But in traffic, you know, sometimes you got nowhere to go. And as they make their way through turns 9 and 10, we are going to get lap number 1 in the books here. And I don't see that yellow flag waving, so it looks like those 2 drivers are able to get underway.
So Doug Stevens is going to be our leader. Luke Yarborough in second. Craig Barilla in third. Jason Tresci in fourth as they come through turn 1.
You know, what a view you guys have here, the track. Is this what they're seeing on your streaming that's going out?
Yes, they're seeing this live.
That's quite a view of the racetrack. Amazing.
And right now we are back underway. Sorry, I had to take a technical break there for a second. As we're about to get lap number 2 in the books.
Two laps in, Doug Stevens, Luke Yarborough, Craig Birla, Jason Tresci, Neil Doolin,
And
who
look
ran
at
the
that.
fastest time.
And that was Neil Doolin looking to the inside, trying to make the move, capitalize on all that speed. And he does. He gets a spot. Looks like he got around the number 50 of Jason Tressel. And so he is going to work his way up. As right now, Doug Stevens is leading Luke Yarborough and Craig Byerly. Pronounce that one for me, Steve.
Byerla?
Yep.
Hopefully.
Into the carousel.
Barilla.
Barilla. Okay, we'll go with what Ken says. Ken's been around these guys longer than we have.
And as they make their way out of turn 4, that's turn 5 we're looking at right now, that sweeping downhill into that hard braking zone that is turn 6. You'll see these cars slide a little bit as they get through there. Some guys working the binders a little bit harder than the others. Some of them will just send it all the way into that runoff.
Man, I would kill for a 20-lap melee battle between all these guys.
Right now, I just want some clean racing.
Well, you're getting a little dusty, getting the 1-2 off there as they go up that uphill little cut in the track.
And as they make their way past the stripe, look at Doolin going all the way, using every bit of the racing line.
I bet she's going to come back up the track.
And I don't even know if he hit the stripe because it didn't even score him there. Or no, he fell back, so he fell back to 7th.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's got a mechanical issue. it looks
Yep,
like.
no, he has fallen back a lot. That might have been why he swung out.
Yeah.
And let's hope he can make his way back around to get off track. Nope.
Nope, he's stuck on the inside of turn
He has
1.
come to a complete stop there.
Probably going to get a caution flag there. Local caution. Might be a full course caution to get rescue truck out there to pick him up. Looks like our guys are slowing down, so I would assume this is a full course caution.
No,
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. We're still green. Nothing.
Yeah,
showing
no,
up
you'll
on timing.
see them all slow down in unison because they're on the receivers right now. So if they if they throw the full course, everybody knows.
One of the greatest inventions ever made was that receiver.
I always get jealous when they come here
Yep,
with
there
that.
it goes.
Yep.
Full course yellow. Everybody slow down. Way early. We 6 laps to go in this race. It's been a great race so far.
Yes.
Top 4 going back and forth. That's Doug Stevens, Luke Albriel, Craig Bira, Jason Tresci, and Neil Doolin. All exchanging blows early on.
Yep, you've got a master at the wheel up front, and he'll do some schooling out there today. You know, all our guys like to run with Doug Stevens. There's a lot to be learned there, you know, even if you run in his tracks, but you don't count those cars out like Luke Yarborough sitting right behind him. A good little wheel man, and this thing might get more exciting before it gets over.
I could be wrong, but doesn't Luke also run dirt cars? He runs.
He does. He
I've seen
races
him-
a little bit of dirt late models and asphalt late models. So he's moved up into some other divisions. Quite a racer.
I've seen him up at Sugar Creek Raceway. I've seen him up at North Georgia, and I think he ran the
Dixie.
Dixie Crate Nationals
He's
last
been at
weekend.
Dixie, yep.
I remember
Okay,
calling his
guys.
name.
Well, I appreciate the visit. We appreciate y'all having us here. I'm going to go back down trackside, check things out, and we look forward to coming back, Will, in
Yes, sir.
November with a bigger and better car count, and thank you for having us.
Well, appreciate you coming up here and spend some time with us, Ken. And thank you for bringing the show out here. We are under full course caution right now. And that was caused by Neil Doolin, the number 79 car. Looked like he had a mechanical coming onto the front straightaway. And there goes Red Rescue. And let's see how they plan on recovering him.
I don't know if it was just a slight issue with a misfire or what happened. I mean, he was running really great and then just went way, way, way to the low side to make sure everybody could get around him. I don't know if he blew his engine or what happened.
I mean, that's smart racecraft. Get out of the way if you know you're not going to be able to maintain pace.
Yeah.
And let's see if
You
they
don't
just
wanna
throw the
get
strap on
choo-choo trained
here.
over.
So how many laps did we get in before we went under caution?
3.
We are 3 laps in.
3 out of is
Out
this
of 8, yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, it's 4 o'clock, Will.
It is.
Member social.
Yes, we are getting that underway.
Yeah,
So if
let
you
me
can
just
hear
run
us,
through that a little bit. Will we?
yeah, you got the scorecard there. What do we?
You got the event planner.
Oh, at least they invited you, Chris.
Yeah, we didn't get the invite.
I got invited to work.
I did too.
So, like you said, 4 o'clock. It's kicking off. They've got bouncy houses set up for our, and then that'll be available from 4 to 7, and 4 to 9. I got to get my reading glasses out here, fellas.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, if you don't
Okay.
mind, go right
All
ahead.
right. And I can't even read it. 4 to 9 looks like we got bar, food trucks open, cash bar, food for purchase, non-alcoholic beverages are complimentary. At 5 to 9, we're gonna have a DJ. So
Yeah, that'll be fun.
we're getting kicked out of the announcing
Boots
part.
and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and.
We're here all day.
Nightclub Dawsonville,
Day club.
NKD or NC. I don't know. There's a joke in there somewhere.
Drag racing drivers meeting at 5:45. Drag racing, I would assume, might be pushed back a little bit.
It might have to get pushed back. a
Might
tiny
get
bit.
pushed back. We do have a lot of cars on track.
Yes.
That's drag racing, 7 o'clock, 6 to 7. That's car staging for trunk or treat. And then 7 to 9, we're going to do Honda hay rides on the road
Ooh,
course.
that sounds fun.
And listen, the fire trucks are going to be coming out here. You'll have police cars and whatnot. The trunk or treat. The fire trucks are going to be taking part.
Are we
in
doing
that.
trunk or treat with race cars?
Oh, I don't
Maybe.
know. Do the trunks on those Legends there? Do those open up, or is that just for show?
No, they do not open up. We don't want to show them what's actually in there.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's moonshine in those.
That's where they keep the hooch, Chris.
The hooch.
We gotta keep up with
There's
our
the still.
Moonshine Series.
You see that big blue thing there? That's
yeah.
our
Where do you think we make
still.
all the? Hey, not publish. Yeah.
Attorney-client privilege.
We're not letting out Peepaw Porter's secrets, okay? That's not water. That's white lightning.
Oh, there's your camera operator right there. As you mentioned earlier during the
There's Christian
the primal,
out there getting all the shots for us.
had to dive in behind that barricade when they had Mason and Hune went off in that turn earlier. So
and I'm getting some data right now coming across my phone. We got the speed gun down there. So the official speeds we're hitting right now, 94 to 99 miles an hour at the flag stand.
wow.
From the Legends.
That makes my heart happy.
Bandoleros are almost hitting 70. They're doing
super
68.
That's super fast.
That is cooking.
11 years old.
That is cooking with Crisco, let me tell you.
You know what I was doing at 11 years old? Going fast.
I'm saying annoying your parents.
Race car.
I was watching Transformers.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing nearly as
the
exciting
old-
as going 100 miles an hour in
The old animated
Oh yeah.
1980s.
Hey, don't call him out that way. Let's just assume the Michael Bay Transformers. Chris doesn't look that old.
Oh yeah, well no. Yeah.
The Megan Fox, you know.
No, I'm the
Megan Fox era.
I'm the original
You know,
Optimus Prime.
in hockey, when they do like AAA hockey or youth hockey, you know, they always interview the players and they're like, "Oh, who's your favorite? You know, who's your celebrity crush?" And they're like, "Brecky Hill." Maybe we should start doing that with our
That would be fun.
race car drivers. Wonder who their celebrity crushes are. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Oh, so that didn't work. They were towing that driver around, and it just may have gotten.
Nope, they just grenade that transmission.
Wow.
So they'll have to pull that up on the flatbed now.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait for them to get
likely.
around.
Yeah.
And that is the unfortunate part of road racing is recoveries take a little bit longer than they do on the oval track because, you know, when they're running at the 3/8 mile oval, they're always less than 3/8 of a mile from safety.
In this case, they could be a mile away.
And so, yeah, sometimes depending on where the incident happens, you could be at the farthest spot on track. And, you know, the thing with the safety equipment is they are some big trucks. So while they can move pretty quickly out there on track, you're definitely not moving at Spec Miata.
I've seen Red Rescue move.
I think we've timed it. They could do a lap in about 2.5 minutes.
And that's, you know, with
And that's
water,
booking.
with,
Yeah, that's
with
loaded.
equipment, that's additional, 2,000-3,000 pounds?
You're talking 8,000-pound truck, yeah. Scooting. Great shot of our Skycam there.
You know, we always bring the sheriff's department out here. Why don't we bring the fire department out here?
They are here. They're coming today.
Oh, they are?
Yep.
Okay, are they going to race?
I
think they're gonna pass out candy.
Going to pass out candy. That's
No,
right.
I want to
And-
see
and-
Red Rescue versus Dawson County's fire truck.
Maybe.
They don't nearly have the
Oh, there's
the
a fire
logo.
truck right there.
That's an ambulance, but that's all right.
Yeah, Will.
Close enough.
Is
Open
it?
your
I don't know.
eyes.
It kind of looks like a fire truck.
Close
That
enough.
is an ambulance.
Are you sure? That looks flat in the front.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you designed the logo on our own Red Rescue, right, Will?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of, if
Oh,
folks
no,
out
I see
there-
the ambulance you're talking about. No, see, look, there's the fire truck's right there next to the drone operators, the tent. Just
Oh, you're
guys there.
right.
Is it?
Yes.
I can't even. Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Right below us. We
Jeez,
can't
y'all
Sorry,
see
I
it.
over
did
here
not mean to.
Gaslighting me in the
Didn't mean
booth.
to
Like,
shun you like that. There it is.
no, it's an ambulance.
But no, you designed these shirts. These shirts are on sale for $20.
Yes.
Folks out there listening, if you'd like to get your very own Moonshine Series racing shirt, come on upstairs. They're on sale, sizes down all the way up
Small
to
to triple X.
Yeah.
I wonder
Big
what fire truck that is. Maybe we can get a fire truck number on it and put it up against Red Rescue in the drag racing later on.
That would be cool.
I'm willing to put money on that.
You know, the thing they don't tell you about designing logos for fire trucks and safety vehicles is they require a very special reflective vinyl that is incredibly expensive to order and purchase, about 10 times the cost of normal vinyl. You know, just an emblem the size of that door is over $100 in material.
Oh, wow.
So imagine being the vinyl guy, cutting that, peeling it, and sticking it.
And messing up.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to get that car off track.
There it goes. Yeah.
And that is the 79 and Neil Doolin. Tough break for him in race number 1.
There's still another race after this. Maybe
Yes,
they
we
get the car
do.
fixed. Get
Yeah,
it
so
right
let's
back out.
let's talk about that. So we're gonna, just like with the Downforce, you'll have the pre-qualifying lap race and then the final race.
Yes. So
Pre-final and final.
these are considered double features. So these are both point races. So the finishing order for one will set the finishing order, or will start
the starting order.
Starting order for race 2. They both count equally for points.
And you'll have essentially.
And we'll have drop races.
Podiums for 2.
Yes, we'll have 2 different podiums for race 1 and race 2. The points for race 1 and race 2 count towards the season total, and you'll get 2 out of the 7 races you can drop.
Okay.
So your best 5 scores will determine the finishing order.
Well, we met our very first inaugural driver there. What a fantastic young man in the number 8 kart in the Bandolero Series. He was just beside himself, Will.
They love coming out here because there's not a lot of road racing in the Bando and Legend Series, or what they normally do. It's mostly, they run at Cordele and they run at the flat oval at Atlanta Motor Speedway. But unless they get to come up here, there's not a lot of racing for them. Road Atlanta is an option technically, but that track is really big, and they don't have.
I don't even know where they could cut that.
That's the thing; they can't, and
maybe
they don't have.
Maybe after the double dip.
And no, there's no way they
and kick it back to go to the backstretch.
They would have to put multiple chicanes out there, add on to the track.
I don't know how that would work.
And when you think about it, that this is closer to where moonshine.
Yes.
What moonshining really was. They weren't going around ovals.
No,
they were racing around the curves.
They were
of
racing
Highway
down
9,
yes,
dirt
and dirt. Yeah, absolutely.
That's another thing I'd like to see: Legends cars on dirt.
Yes.
Here in Georgia, that is. There is Legends cars to do on dirt.
Speaking of dirt, didn't you just pick up a new gig here, Steve?
I did. I am
Better not be leaving me next season.
I don't know. It depends on what race days are. But I will be the new announcer and helping a lot with marketing and operations at North Georgia Speedway in Chatsworth, Georgia. Starting next season, I'm actually going to hop in the booth for November 16th race. Should be a pretty big show. I don't have all the details yet. Speaking of big show, looks like we're about to get another show.
We're about to have another race start here side by side as Doug Steven and Craig Burrell are going to lead this pack to green. And I believe we are down to 17 cars now on this grid. So let's see as they bunch back up.
I hear them winding up.
Look at that. What a great shot.
Ready to go. Here we are. And the green flag is out. We are back underway.
Already some moving back there towards the rear of the pack. 3 wide in some places. A little bit of a smoke show.
Ooh, a little bit of locking of tires going on. Seems like everybody's getting through clean. And we have got just under 5 laps of racing to go in this 8-lap contest. Doug Stevens still maintaining that lead as he heads the pack through the S's and into that big double apex carousel.
Ooh, one's almost around it. They've continued on.
They're
And
stuck. They're off in the grass.
Yeah, he is off. I don't know if he's going to be able to get back underway or not. They're still waving the local yellow, so we're going to have to see as they get back by.
As they come into turn 6, it's still Doug Stevens out in the lead. Craig Burla right behind him. And Luke Yarborough in third. Looks like we're getting a little dicey back there.
We got another car around 2. But he just got spun on the exit of turn 6.
Looks like he's continued on. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's lighting her up.
He's putting on a show for the fans.
And that's how they left wherever they were moonshining.
And it looks
that
like
22 is still pulled off to the
22
outside.
is having a struggle
That's
getting out
Kai
of the
Mars.
turn. Oh, hate to see that. This is his first ever road race in a Legends car. Oh, and he does get it back underway.
He fired her back up. He's back going.
So that'll keep the safety cars parked off track.
We're still green. He's coming through the carousel. probably exiting carousel as our leaders are entering the carousel again. That's the 77 of Doug Stevens out front.
And this pack staying pretty well together right now as they hit that double apex carousel into turn 5 right here. Doug Stevens still your race leader.
Love to see that info up on the left side of the screen again. There it is, Doug Stevens.
And the double
boom.
zero of Craig Beerler goes around in turn 6. He's just sitting to the inside of the corner. Let's see if he gets that car fired back up and rolling again. Yep, he is rolling again. So Doug Stevens out front still. Luke Yarborough moves up to second. Everybody behind Craig on the score tower will go up one position.
Treschel, didn't we see a Treschel in the Bando series as well?
I think we did.
Number 50, Jason Treschel.
And he has been, ever since I've been calling Legend Races, he's been out there.
Oh, there's a pass, yeah?
That's the 50 of Treschel.
It is.
Going around Luke Yarborough.
And he's got y'all's logo on his tail, right?
Which one, the 22?
No, the 50.
Does the 50 have the AMP logo on it?
No. The
Caffeine and Octane one?
Caffeine and Octane.
That's not us.
Yeah, is that
That's Caffeine and Octane.
Today, that's not us.
Here
but
we go.
he is sponsored by them.
In the 50 car, right?
The 22.
Oh, in the 22. Okay.
And that could be an AMP logo on the back there. I have to get a closer shot to see.
If it is, that's something I'm not aware of.
Not much separating Doug Stevens and Luke Yarborough in terms of time. 107, 696, and 645. I mean, they are that last lap. But now there's some space out there for Doug Stevens.
Now we're looking at, what was that, Kai Mars? It's coming through turn 1 into turn 2 as our leaders are just now entering turn 1. A little bit of a smoke show going into turn 1. Didn't catch a number on that car. That looked like Gianni Esposito, though. He is the Caffeine and Octane sponsored Legends car.
We got 6 laps in the books.
Do we have? Yep, we do have 6 laps in the books. So it should be white flag next time by.
Uh-huh.
And you can see this field starting to split up a little bit. Stevens getting about a 3-4 car length over Jason Tressel. Jason moving up through the field. I believe he started 4th. So he is already up to 2nd place. So
now we're going to see maybe a little bit of an issue. Kai Mars is back there directly in front of Doug Stevens.
Oh, yeah.
You can see how close they are. I wonder if the lap car will play a factor.
They might catch him on this last lap.
Oh,
We're gonna
down
have to
in turn 1,
They're going to catch him in 1 more than likely.
That's going to be something else, folks. Stand
Let's
by.
see. And the white flag is out.
Yep.
And look at that. Luke Yarborough turning.
Oh, he's going for the pass. Almost in the grass. The 50 of Jason Treschel to the lead. Treschel.
And he gets around Doug Stevens. Look at that last lap pass in turn 1. Can he make it stick? It's not official till he hits the stripe. Let's see if
Luke
Stevens.
Yarborough is also still in the hunt. Let's see if we get another exciting finish like we did in the Bandos.
And we're going to see if Stevens has anything to respond with to Jason Tressel.
Here he comes. Oh,
a little bit of a bobble there by the 50 car.
So that's our leader. Is that right?
That is our leader.
So we got more lap traffic coming up.
Well, this is the one. This is the lap traffic of the number 22 Kai Mars.
And look at that. Tressel almost going off-road. Ooh, they're going to catch him here.
It's going to be at the start-finish line.
What's going to happen? That's going to hold everybody up. They're going to accordion coming through the final turn here. Let's see who goes.
He's going to go to the inside.
And Kai goes wide to let the leaders by.
First checkered flag of the day.
And I bet Stevens.
Jason Treschel.
Yes, and I bet Stevens wished that had happened about 3 turns sooner because that would have given him a better chance.
Yeah. That would have given him a really close battle there. Oh, maybe a close battle here for further down the line. That was Will Franklin, Javier Soto, and I want to say Austin Warner. Those 3 drivers, that's 10th, 11th, and 12th. Tough break for Kai Mars. First race.
At least he was able to get it back underway and got some more seat time.
Yeah, that's always important.
Because at the end of the day, I think the bigger thing with this is they're out here to learn.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, the guys up front, they've been doing it for a while. The guys in the back that are just starting out, they're here to learn. And, you know, incidents are going to happen, but as long as you can drive the car home and you still get the seat time, you know, it's still a win in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, Will, do you have the schedule in front of you?
Yes, I do. We should be Legends Group B up next. And then we will be right back to the top of our program with the Bandoleros. So we're waiting as Chris Conowall is making his way down to Pit Road, Victory Lane, whatever we want to call it down there. See if we can get a word with Jason Tressel. Maybe see if we can grab Doug Stevens too, because I want to know how that last lap went down and the setup. You know, I want to hear everybody's thoughts on that. And another great shot of the facilities here. You can see that big TV truck down there on Lind right now from Caffeine and Octane. They will be here tomorrow. We've got the Caffeine and Exotics car show coming to AMP tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun. We've also got the AXS Autocross Series coming out here tomorrow, so we're going to have autocross and time attack going on. Quite the busy weekend here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We just had our season finale for the Downforce class. Big congratulations to all our winners in that. Blakely Fabiani winning the championship today. Greg Folger picking up his first championship in SR3, knocking off Chris Hune by only 10 points. Can't ask for a closer finish than that. And now we're kicking off the Moonshine Series right now.
Which group is this coming out? Young Lions?
I believe this is Group B, so this will be the back half of the field from qualifying. And it looks like we've got 9 cars on this grid right now. So I think what they did is they just looked at lap times and just said anybody faster than this will be Group A, anybody slower will be Group B. And it is awkwardly silent out here right now, Steve.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
You know, it gets so loud, it gets so busy with these cars running, and the second they fire down, it is deathly quiet out here.
72 of Luke Yarborough going through tag now. Looks like they're checking his weight and maybe a couple other things. And it's eerily quiet. I don't like this. Well, it looks like we're going to get an interview.
It looks like Chris has got somebody lined up. Who you got there, Chris?
Oh, I got big smiles of Jason Tressel in the 50 car here. And who do I have out here with you, Jason?
It's my wife, Jessie, and my daughter, Ava.
Yes, and so in this inaugural race, you got the checkered flag, and we're anxious to hear more about you, where you're from, and how long you've been racing, and then we'll talk a little bit about the race. So let's start there. Where are you from? How long you been racing?
Okay, I'm from Hogansville, Georgia. I've been racing Legends since about halfway through 2014, but I actually started bandos when I was 12. I'm 36 now.
Excellent, excellent. I saw you shaking hands with the Masters up there driver who came in second. Do y'all know each other?
Doug Stevens is a legend in Legend Car, and to be able to beat him was just astounding.
That's awesome. Yeah, so you and Doug close racing out here, good clean racing as well. And so let's talk about how you were able to secure the spot there toward the end there, working up through the pack as well. And lots of incidents early on, but good racing.
Yeah, once we made it through turn 1 on the first lap, it was just trying to hit lap after lap after lap. I haven't touched my car all day long. It's just been improving myself. So I think we got there in the race.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So most of the time, as I was learning about the sport, you're typically on an oval. Is that correct?
Yeah, the cool thing about Legend Cars is we race dirt, we race asphalt, and we're on road courses.
And so here in the Moonshine Series, congratulations as being the first ever in your race. And we're going to look forward to seeing you out here through the series. And so other than your family, anybody watching you from home that you want to say hello to?
Probably my mother-in-law, Lisa, and my mom, Maria, probably watching along.
Awesome. Well, in just a little while, you're going to be over there on the podium, and so enjoy, soak up the win. Congratulations to you, Jason Treschel, if I'm saying that right.
Yep, you got it. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to send it back up to you guys. Jason, our very first winner in our Legend Series in the number 50 car. Could I get you over here, Mr. Stevens? I've got Doug Stevens. Doug, Jason was saying that you are a legend in these legend cars. I see you've got the Masters sticker on the end there, and what an exciting inaugural race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So I'm gonna look to your experience and tell me what did you think of the course out here and what we can look forward to as we move forward out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park with Legend Racing.
Yeah, I've been at quite a while, and this is one of my favorite tracks. It's really great for legend cars. It's about the perfect size, not too fast, plenty of corners, lots of braking, lots of shifting. So it's, my opinion about the perfect road course for these cars. But I really enjoy it, have a lot of fun. I really don't race these much anymore, and we had this car rented out, and unfortunately it was able to cancel, and so I was like, well, I'll just run it, So able to jump in here and have a little fun, and just have fun. I lost my brakes a little bit there. I couldn't get in the corner like I needed to, and Jason was able to get by me, but he did a great job, and it was a lot of fun.
And how long have you been racing in total, Doug?
I started racing when I was 4 years old, but I've been doing legend cars since '98. It's kind of my business. So I just still mainly work on them. I practice them, a decent amount. But I really don't race that much anymore.
And where are you from, Doug?
Griffin, Georgia.
Griffin, Georgia. Well, welcome to Dawsonville, and what a great first race. And we're going to see you in the final, I'm sure. And who came out in support of you today here, Doug?
Well, I got my other teammates with me, Will Franklin, the 9 car. My daughter's racing a 12 car in this next race, so it's her first time here, and she's new to the legend cars, so I'm excited to watch her.
And what's her name?
Kendall Stevens.
Kendall Stevens. Well, we'll be keeping our eye on her. We're going to keep our eye on you as well, and we welcome you out here. It's good to see you. We're looking forward to seeing more of you. How about folks at home maybe watching you on TV?
Yeah, I don't know who's watching, but we're going to go back, work on this thing. Maybe we're going to get a little bit better and see if we can win the next one.
Yes, sir. All right, Doug Stevens. I'm going to send it back upstairs to y'all. For now, we got more great Legends Racing coming at you here in just a little bit.
Thank you, Chris.
And we got one more.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start with an introduction. Hi, I'm Chris. You're number 72, also known as?
Luke Yarbrough.
Yeah, Luke, you ran a great race. You stayed up there in the front. Let me look at the sticker. What does P mean?
It stands for Pro Legends.
Pro Legends. So you're up there. We had Master Doug Stevens and then Jason Treschel being an M. Is that right? No. Well, nevertheless, you're a pro. How long you been racing?
About 3 years.
Is that so? And so we were talking about this mostly being oval track stuff. Is that right? Do you normally race oval? And if so, how did it feel to be out here on a road course in a Legend?
It's different. I don't really have much experience on road course, so it's cool to come out here and do something different.
And you said you've been racing about 3 years. So other than the Legend car, are there any other platforms you raced on or strictly Legend?
I race dirt late models and pro late models on asphalt.
Oh, there you go, Steven. Steven's the dirt track guy up there in the booth. Maybe we can get you up there and let you give an interview up there. But who do you have here supporting you today?
So I've actually
that's my
know
mom
Luke.
right there. She's here supporting me. My friend Dustin's here supporting me, and I know my dad's watching on TV.
Well, that's awesome. Steven has a question for you. I'm sure Steven didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad, Luke. I actually know Luke. I've announced his name a couple times at Dixie. I've announced his name a couple times at North Georgia, and once or twice at Sugar Creek. You're doing a lot in the 602 program, correct?
A little bit, yes, sir. I'm getting more into the dirt.
Well, we welcome you with open arms.
Absolutely. So you got a podium here. You came in third, and quite a bit of action in that particular race. So how did you're facing not only a road course, but also you've got a whole lot of different levels of racers out here, from masters down to even rookies running today, and lots of cautions early on, but you withstood it and then found your groove. So what'd you think about the first race? Any thoughts to consider going into the later final race?
I was a little aggressive on the start. I apologize to the pole sitter. But after that, it was a very clean race. Just able to keep pace with the leaders and stay where I needed to be.
That's awesome. Well, it's great to have your mom out here and others supporting you, and glad we got to interview you. We're going to look forward to seeing you. Where again are you from?
Milton, Georgia.
From Milton, Georgia. All right. Well, welcome to Dawsonville. Congratulations on your podium, and we'll see you in the final.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now we're going to send it back up to you in the booth there. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Chris. Luke Yarborough is a name that we're going to know a lot more in the dirt world. Great seeing him out here today. Mikey, you ready for this next Bando race?
I am. I've been in the director's chair, but Will stepped aside, so I figured I'd save you, Steve. That way you're not sitting up here by yourself talking.
I don't mind doing solo stuff.
Well, I know you like talking to yourself.
I do.
You hear the voices and all that.
Yes, I hear voices. Green means go, even though I don't know what green means.
Hey.
I can't see it.
Well, you're colorblind.
Yeah. But it looks like actually I've been staying corrected. It's going to be the Legends that are going back out.
Yep, we're going to have one more Legends group, and then, like Will said, we'll be at the top of our program for round 2. Speaking of the man.
Hey,
Get out of my chair.
He's back. He's not in your chair. He's in the guest chair.
This is the guest chair.
He's in the guest chair.
Oh, talent 3.
Yeah. You're 3, I'm 2.
Talent rolls downhill.
We use the term talent here real loosely.
We do.
Not a lot of talent except for the one that's on track.
Yeah, you're not
a lot of talent on track
I'm
today.
sorry, the only talented person on this crew has a law degree.
Easy now. I'm going to be with – I'm talent. I won't even be a number. I'll just be talent Z.
Just talent.
Talent Z.
Talent.
Just talent. No need for labels. We're all good at what we do.
So that's why talent, gets to roll in 10 minutes to green flag, just sit down.
Hold up. I was here way before.
No, you've actually been pretty good, Steve.
Steve has nothing better to do.
Okay, all right. Let me just put this in context. Reed Scott, if you're listening, Liberty Racing Review. Me and Reed Scott have this thing of tell Steve to show up at a certain time. He's going to show up 3.5 hours early. And it's how I've always been.
It's a good habit to have. Great way to keep a job.
Military. That's how I was raised. That's how it's been my entire life. If you say you're going to be there at 4 o'clock, show up at 2. And it's never too bad to be early. It's always bad to be late. If you're 15 minutes early, you're 15 minutes late.
They used to tell me at the maritime school, if you're not 10 minutes early, you're 20 minutes late.
Exactly.
And I used to say I was always 30 minutes late to everything. Because I always show up right on time.
That sounds right.
And I think our track crew is almost done. There was some oil that got left on track, so they were getting this
kitty litter getting put out,
the speedy dry down. So we should be getting this next race underway here shortly. And I was up talking with race control. We are probably going to shorten the Bandolero race because they used all their track time during that first melee out there on track. So I don't know what the final number is going to be, whether it's 4 or 5 laps, but they're definitely going to be running a shortened race for the Bandoleros for the next round. But we need to get this Legends race underway here because we've got a social coming up in just about an hour. Well, the social is going on right now, but we have got about an hour left of track time to get this racing finished. And so we're going to try and get these cars out here and get this program back underway. Like I said earlier in the show, this is their first time out here for a lot of these guys. Now, some of these drivers got the opportunity to come out here last year in the Legend cars, but it was a rain-shortened event, so we didn't get as many practice sessions. They didn't get as much track time as they would have liked. And prior to last year, the last time we had Legends racing out here was 2020, so it has definitely been some time for a lot of these guys. And they are shaking loose some of the cobwebs. Some of them just got old enough to start racing between now and then.
Some of these guys have never turned right.
So,
what about turning left? They kind of need to do that here.
Well, they do.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They race on oval, yeah.
Hold up. Right over the top of my head. Sorry, I was reading messages from some people that are watching online.
Yeah, if you go their entire career, which is, they're young, so it's It's like 50% of their life.
Well, some of these guys, a lot of these guys get started in karting. Like they'll go to Andretti's or an indoor place, and that's where they really find their love of motorsports. But usually in the American side of things, oval racing is how you're going to get your ticket, how you're going to punch your seat to being a professional driver.
Although, no, we had talked about it earlier, with even NASCAR now, they run so many road courses. I think it's kind of important to start learning how to drive on a road course.
Popularity is definitely increasing right now.
Yeah, road course racing's definitely on the uptick, but nothing beats
I want to see more city circuits. I would love to see NASCAR do 3 or 4 dirt races, like 5 city circuits.
And not some stupid stuff where they go to Bristol
5 short ovals, 5 super speedways.
No, run the Cup Series at Eldora.
5 times at Atlanta because that's just a fun race.
Yeah. You know what?
We need the Atlanta street circuit.
Let's dig up Lanier. Let's put dirt on Lanier.
Oh, that would be fun.
Like how it used to be. I've done it plenty of times in racing.
I want figure 8 racing at Lanier.
That can easily be done.
I will not rest until I see some good crossover action at Lanier.
Bring down
And I was in the drivers' meeting today, and one of the drivers came up to me because he recognized my hat, and he said, "Tom Wood Group, I know that place," because they were coming down from Indy, and yeah, Mikey's here wearing his Indianapolis Speedrome shirt. He got inducted into the World Final 3-hour race this year.
Shout out Doodle Ferris.
Yes.
Glad you're doing good.
Yes.
Something that
the hardest hit we've ever seen in qualifying.
They drained the blood from his head.
He literally had to go into brain surgery after qualifying.
Oh, wow.
That was an insane turn of events, too, because he just barely missed qualifying.
They get rowdy up there at that.
Because the top 20 are locked in during qualifying night, and he was 22nd, so he had to do last chance qualifying, and that's when the incident happened. But they posted on Facebook, he's all good.
Nah, that's all that matters.
But I almost named my firstborn Doodle.
Doodle.
And then Collins threatened a divorce.
Yeah. She said, "I will not have a Doodle Rigdon in my family."
Doodle rig.
Yeah,
Doodle rig. So that's
she doesn't like. I mean, if I have another kid, he's going to be a rowdy. I wanted a rowdy.
You've been talking about, and you're like, if it's a boy or a girl.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Rowdy in general.
Rowdy.
Yeah, that's a generic name.
Well, I thought it'd be funny to have William Jr. and Collins Jr. Just name them after my wife, just Junior and Junior, but
Junior.
She wasn't a big fan.
I'm
going
to give you some legal advice. Nicknames are okay. You don't actually have to make it official on a birth certificate.
Okay.
Call them Doodle, call them.
But what if all the pain meds they give her during labor and delivery, and she's not 100% with it, and she just says, "Yeah, whatever."
Well,
You're
then
good.
I've got 3 words for you. Better call Conowall.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Because when she comes to, better call
Somebody's
Conowall.
getting a divorce.
So she can call Montlick and Associates, and I'll call Conowall.
There we go.
Thank you. Cheers to you, Will. Nobody needs to call though. I love your family, and this is definitely Atlanta Motorsports Park. We got this family social going on out here for the members. There's bouncy houses down there, and the fire department and the sheriff's department's down there, and what a beautiful day out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah.
If you're at home and you're a member, come on down. Here's green.
And we are underway. Look at this. Already some action going on. I didn't see who that was. It was like 3rd or 4th place just went.
Well, first place just absolutely cooked it.
First got caught staring at the beach and went a little too deep into turn 1. And he's back underway.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, that is a 1st to 9th.
Really fast.
Real fast. So your new race leader, number 29 of Bowen Mayhew right now.
Well, you know what they say? You can't win it in turn 1, but you can lose it.
Yes.
Well, he definitely lost it.
And this pack of mostly young Lions and Chargers right now, making their way through the carousel, through turn 5 right now into that hard braking zone, turn 6.
And a sedan in 3rd?
Yeah, that's one of the big fellow cars. As they make their way through, I personally like the sedans. I think they look better.
Now I know you guys were talking about it earlier. Is there any performance difference between the two?
Not really.
I think it's just body.
It's just there's more size.
Okay.
More room in the cab.
So
I don't know. I like
it's
the
our
coupe.
size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the coupe better. That's just me personally.
Y'all, I just got up close and personal. I two things I noticed right away. It's a big engine under the hood. It is a lot bigger than I expected, and it is a lot smaller in the cab
Yes.
of the non-sedan model. They were scrunched right in there. I was started rethinking this whole.
And Baylor O'Neill is going to be scored as first place that first lap by the number 99. The number 29 of Bowen Mayhew is in second place right now. The number 7 of Philip Young is in third. The number 30 of Trey Tarzak in fourth. Anthony Armbruster in fifth. How about that for a last name?
Armbruster.
Believe it's Armbruster.
Armbruster.
Now you're making me hungry, Chris. I want some ice cream.
Brewsters. They do. Nice little charge there for the lead, and those two cars entering the S, or not the S's, but the turn 6.
And that looks like a side-by-side battle between Trey Tarzak and Philip Young right now.
We're seeing more. That was a 3-for-1 special right there.
And it looks like one driver having some mechanical potentially. He is falling back. Hopefully he's got enough muster to get back to the pits if that is a mechanical.
Yeah, not much further.
I did see good driving on his part, getting out of everybody else's way. Let's see if he makes his way into the pit or keeps going.
And they were pretty heavy on the drivers during the drivers' meeting this morning about keeping things safe. You know, if you're having an issue, get offline, get out of the way. And look at that little bit of tire smoke locking up into turn 1. Ooh, going real wide there. And he is going to lose 3 spots on that. That looked like Philip Young.
Black and orange car. I don't know if that was Philip Young.
That was one of our
Philip
top
Young
3.
is in the sedan.
Meanwhile, number 99, Baylor O'Neill, kind of stretching his legs out. Not really near anyone. Bowen's.
Ooh. He got off. He went a little wide.
He's
going to lose some place. Yeah, he's going to lose some position. Or he's not going to lose a position. He's going to lose ground right now.
That's the number 5 of Will Hare.
And you can see he's getting a little squirrely there, too, coming out of turn 6.
And how many laps, Will, did you say we're doing this race?
We're doing 8 laps this race.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So 6 laps to go.
And right now we're turning about minute 10 to looks like minute 20 on the lap time.
You know, one thing about this side of the track that you can't tell from the drone.
Oh, that was close. He went right. He threaded the needle on that.
That was almost really bad really quickly.
Well, what I was going to say is that part of the track is straight uphill. Like, you can't tell from the drone shot. But
it's hard to see.
You're going straight up, so kudos to him for making that stick.
I see a little bit of a trail of smoke there. I'm surprised I didn't see any tire treads into the sand trap.
See them getting all the way to the right to line up those, try to turn the S's into, as straight as of a turn as you can. Maximize that speed.
I heard one of them pegging up the rev limiter.
He was hitting that coming past the stripe.
Yeah.
And that's not what the mechanics want to hear, or whoever's wrenching on the car.
Or the owner.
You hold that, one tick too long, and you're going to be putting a new engine in.
Click, click, boom.
And right now, everybody kind of keeping it fairly, cursing the announcer right as I say, keeping it straight and moving.
Well, he's keeping it moving. That's the plus side.
That looks like me at a skating rink.
And by the way, for y'all at home watching this, want to know the top speeds, the official speed is 100 and something. That's what we say down here. They go 100 and something miles an hour.
Well, how fast was he going?
It was 100 and something. Look at all that smoke.
Look at that. They are
can't
trying to hit turn 1. Yeah.
In a row.
And we just hit the halfway point in this 8-lap contest. Will Hare, your third-place driver, just turned the fastest lap of the race with a minute 9.287 seconds. Just behind him, James Fox turned his fastest lap of the race with a 1:10.428. Every time you see that purple bar tick across your screen, that is the current fastest lap of the race.
Will Hare with almost 3 seconds faster than the leader.
That was an absolute flyer. So he found some speed.
And I wonder, we talked about the drafting. If you just line up perfectly, like you catch a draft on the front stretch and you get that pull, you can probably get a pretty good lap. And that makes sense with him being in third.
Yeah, if you're in traffic. But if you're the leader, probably not.
Kind of like they do like IndyCar.
Yeah.
What we're watching is the battle between second and third. That's Bowen Mayhew in second, Will Hare in third.
Yeah, so just like we were starting right in the draft of that.
Let's see if he tries to make a move this time by. He has found some speed. Let's see. And I want to see if Bowen Mayhew found some speed because he is currently finishing him off. Yeah, knocked about a second off of his previous lap time. Oh, look at that.
1:09.98.
Will Hare still, and he makes the pass on the inside.
Wow.
Gets him in turn 1, sticks the knife and twists it. And your new second-place driver, Will Hare, now he's got a little bit of a mountain trying to catch back up to Baylor O'Neill.
A little bit of a mountain was right. You know, going into the carousel, that is an
There's
incline.
a 3.5 second gap right now, and only less than 3 laps to get there.
It looked to me like Will got a little bit off in the grass there that we didn't see. It may have cost him some momentum, but yeah,
he got a little squirrely there in turn 6.
He may have got some debris on those tires.
He is almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Baylor O'Neill right now. So, by my math, it is possible, but we're going to have to see. By my math,
by Will math. Is it like girl math?
Yeah, pretty much. It's everything's free.
Oh, okay.
Will Math Racing. It's like we got Will Bite Racing out here, and we got Will Math Racing.
It's nothing but a bunch of engineers.
And let's see. Nope, minute 11 that time.
Still running faster times than Baylor, though.
Yeah, half a second there he picked
slight
up.
lock up there.
And that was the number 11.
You can see.
Sure that was the 11?
It might have been the 12.
Baylor
I don't know.
in his sights.
That was a good turn. Good group of turns for Will Hare right there. He's going to shave some time.
And you're watching Will Hare on your screen in that red number 5. Trying to play catch-up right now to Baylor O'Neill. Baylor.
Slideways coming through 6.
They're doing a little bit of drifting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Normally we save that for the 4th of July.
Well, we brought the 4th of July to October 19th.
Yes, we did.
We just extended it a little bit.
And
Screaming Eagles balls, American flags and whatnot.
And for the second to last time onto the front straightaway, Baylor O'Neill will take the white flag, I think. Maybe?
Nope. There we are.
There we are. Yeah, different car.
They're getting into traffic. This could be an issue.
Will be interesting.
Will is fast.
Because I believe that's Anthony Armbruster that is the lap traffic that is going to come
up. 5 cars off.
And there goes Hare.
He's going to keep it straight, see if he...
He keeps in it and keeps going, but that is definitely going to hurt him or any chances he had at catching up to Baylor.
Oh, you're stuck behind.
Playing bumper cars right now in the carousel.
Him to go and he won't go.
Oh, that allows Will to kind of catch back up. But
that was Kendall Stevens that was way slow holding up our leader. A little bit of a bump to tell him to get out of the way. And he really needs to get out of the way because that 5 car is moving fast.
Yes, and he's moving to the inside.
Kendall is Doug being her dad, that was our second place in that last race.
Yeah, she just got caught at a bad time. That carousel.
Look at Will Hare just charging back up right now, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch O'Neill.
No, he doesn't.
You know, if he had not cooked it in turn 1, the way that
would
have run the leader,
that would have played out a lot different.
I'll try to get some interview with Will Hare
as
well as
flag
Baylor.
is in the air. Baylor O'Neill, Will Hare, and we'll wait for our 3rd place finisher here. Maybe side by side to the stripe. That's Bowen.
And that was Bowen, and looked like Philip Young actually. So he was catching up to some lap traffic because we got several guys that had
I think that was Kendall Stevens that they were passing.
Your eyesight's better than mine. You got a thicker prescription.
I'm also colorblind, so it makes it hard. I have to guesstimate on color. Because the grass might be green to you, but it's brown to me.
Well, I don't think we have to guesstimate our winner, Baylor O'Neill, in the 99.
That's an easy number.
Pretty much ran up front in the entire race.
You know,
nice and clean.
I think road course and 99s, I immediately go to Carl Edwards.
Yeah.
That's my first. Are we going to get a backflip? Baylor O'Neill going to.
I don't think these cars are tall enough to do a backflip off of.
I don't know if I would encourage a
just always
preteen driver, like a young driver, to hop on his car and backflip.
I mean,
that would be cool.
It'd be cool.
If he gets up there and nails it.
Or he nails it.
And it wouldn't be
to
cool.
The ground.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Not endorsed by your announcers.
The opinions of our guest and the announcers.
And that will get us through the first half of racing here. We are going to have to shorten the program up a little bit to get through the second half. Hello, hot mic.
Ooh, my bad. Sorry about that. I went to semi-sneeze and it turned into a cough.
And so there are your leaders, your top 3 pulling up to tech. So race results aren't official until they roll through tech.
I'm looking forward to this next Bando race.
Yeah, this one.
I am so excited.
The Bandos got good once they stopped wrecking. But, you know, there's a lot going on. I understand. It's also easy to judge up here. I mean, I don't think I could complete a lap.
It would be kind of rough.
Well, I don't think I fit in the car. But
see, that would be the race. Would be me, Steve, and Mikey.
Yeah. Whoever gets in the car first
Bandos,
wins.
yeah.
Who can get their seatbelt buckled fastest? Oh, we'll be here all day.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be using duct tape to keep that lid shut.
When it does get shut, it doesn't fit.
We'd have to take the seat out. We'd be sitting on the floor.
I'd probably have to sit in it like that F4 car we had at Petit Le Mans last week just to get my head low enough.
I got a little scared there because, like, what in the world is in the
picture frame? Did you sit in the F4 car?
No, I can't fit in that. I think it was sized for a 14-year-old. There's no way. And speaking of which, we haven't said enough about that Casey Kane paint job on that number 5.
Is it a Casey Kane?
Is that Casey? And I'm pretty sure isn't that the old number 9?
No, that's the number 8.
Or number 8, yeah.
That's a junior paint scheme.
I lied. Wasn't Casey Kane a red car too?
Yeah, Casey Kane was a number 9 Budweiser car for a while.
We're going to have to ask if Chris gets an interview with number 5. We'll have to ask.
Yeah, I've got number 5 climbing out of his car right now. That's Will. Is it
Will Hare?
Yeah, that's right, Will Hare. We'll have to see his inspiration, but talk about some wild racing out of Will Hare. Yeah, hey, Will, let's get you to put these on here if you don't mind. We got some questions for you at the booth. I'm Chris. Welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park. What's your name?
Will Hare.
Yeah, running the number 5 car here, and what an exciting race! You wound up battling back to second place, and man, it was wild for sure. But you were putting up some of the fastest laps. And so, how long you been racing, and where are you from?
I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and I've been racing for 5 years.
And how long have you been in the Legend cars? Is this primarily or other cars?
This is primary, and it's 2 years in Legends cars. And I did go-karts before this. And
it looks like that served you well out here, the go-karts, because from what I'm learning, most of the time these Legends are on ovals. So the go-karts really got you ready for a road course. So you did an exceptional job where some of the other drivers primarily spend their time on those ovals. So who do you have here supporting you, Will?
I have Dad and all my other families watching at home.
Yeah, and you want to shout out to some folks that at home there and back in Savannah?
Mom, my brother, and my grandparents, mainly, and my uncle as well. And yes, that's all.
Awesome. Well, tell us about the paint scheme on your car here. What's the inspiration?
The paint scheme is Dale Jr., but I like Kyle Larson, and that's his 5 from Darlington Throwback, I think, 2 years ago.
Excellent. Well, good to meet you. Congratulations on your second place run here. Very exciting stuff. I'm going to catch do you know who you were racing with, number 99?
Yes, sir. I've raced with him a few other times.
Is that right? Well, I'm going to go interview him if I get that headset, and congratulations. All right, Mr. O'Neill, tell us your name, and the camera's right there, so introduce yourself. Where do you hail from? Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Baylor O'Neill, and I'm from Grantville, Georgia.
And how long you been racing, and racing in total, and how long you been racing these Legends?
I started racing Legends around 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, and then I've been racing for 5 years now.
Well, I got to tell you, we're complimenting you. Good, clean racing out there out front. Just, you kept it a comfortable lead out there. Number 5 says he's raced with you a couple times before, and you're going to have an exciting race coming up. But who do you have here supporting you and watching back home?
I have my dad here today, and then my mom and my brother were playing lacrosse, so I think they're watching now. So.
Awesome. So as far as Legends road tracks, is this the first road course you've run, or have there been others before? And how does it compare up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
This is the first road course I've ever run in a Legend car.
And so that's got to feel extra special, winning a road course for the very first time. You've been running Legend 2 years, and this was your very first time, and you got a win. So has to feel special. Now, I also see U.S. Air Force on the back of that. I happen to have a son that's an aspiring, he's in Civil Air Patrol, wants to go Air Force. Is that your thing?
No, that was for Nashville. When we ran up in Nashville, we got that to put on the back of the car. Very cool,
very cool. So, well, congratulations on your first big win, and you got another run coming up here shortly. So I'm going to send it back up, or actually I've got another driver here too.
Actually, we're about to have a race start, Chris.
Oh, are we really?
Yeah,
okay. So
we've got to get the program moving, so interviews
congratulations,
are probably going to need
and there they go.
Yep, and it sounds like we are under green. As the number 8 car leads the field to green.
Well, we were just about made it all the way in the 57.
Ooh, and we've got
the 57 again. Involved in another third incident. Same thing with the M00 Moo car.
And hopefully she can get that thing back underway. And we'll have to see if they're going to throw the double yellow or not yet, but I was talking to race director upstairs, and this is only going to be a 12-minute session. So whether they get 1 lap, 5 laps, whatever they get in, 12 minutes is what we are limiting this one to.
We're about to get a full course caution, I believe. They got double yellow flags in their hands. So.
And if Chris has got an interview ready to go, we probably can go back to Chris here in a second if they throw the yellow. Yeah.
We're still under green at this very moment, but
she's not moving yet. Yeah.
Double yellow is out. So full course caution.
So, yeah, Chris, if you got somebody down there, if you got second place from that last race, let's
Well, we got first and second. I didn't get a chance to interview third, and our camera's back up on the sky deck there. But while I've got the mic for just a second, we're under caution. Lots of great stuff going on with the spooktacular. Got our fire department out here as well. There's face painting. There's food trucks. Lots of great stuff. Hope everybody's enjoying it. Got lots of great costumes. I just encountered 2 of them headed up to you. There, Will. Folks having a good time out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. For those of you at home, any members, you're missing a great Spooktacular member social. We're going to be broadcasting the game after the races conclude.
I'm dressed up like a race announcer right now.
I am too.
Wait, did you steal my costume idea, Steve?
No, I'm the special edition, crippled edition.
Oh, yeah, you got the knee brace.
Yeah.
You got that swag.
Yeah, I know.
I just got the base edition announcer pack.
I got that limp, pimp walking. Gonna need a cane.
Yeah, that's why you got the boogity with your announcer pack.
Yeah. I got
I just got a cease and desist. That's all I got.
Wouldn't doubt it. In pop.
Every time I want to say something, trademark. It's stop it, Will. Let's get ready. Hey.
Hey, how many seconds of the Beatles do we get before we're getting kicked off the air and fined $1 billion?
It's Creative Commons. I think it's like 15 seconds. I don't know. Chris. Well, no, Chris is not in the media law.
So I'm just going to start playing Hey Jude as loud as possible.
You know, they can have you over at North Georgia Speedway.
Okay. I remember that. I will not be back next week. Actually, I won't be back next week.
I was going to say, aren't you leaving?
Yeah, I am leaving.
So this is our final. This is the final for that earlier group. How did Mitchell Flatter get up in the?
Well,
that could be a penalty.
Yeah, there's going to be.
That might have been assessed for that late punt, that late shunt. While they can't give the leader his position back, it just bumps everybody down.
I don't know what happened there, but the 57 just
careened
we got that on replay. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we see that again?
Literally just took a hard left right into the tires.
I think he saw the tow truck in his rearview mirror and just got shook a little.
Yeah, but just because number 9, and then there's the car there off. That's the Moo car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this the 57 going back in the wall? Yeah, let's see what happens here. Trying to heat up the tires maybe and just sent it?
Yeah, let's see. He turned right there. He just didn't turn back the other way.
It's a steering wheel just locked
Something
up.
break?
Yep. Steering wheel just got locked up, it looked like.
I've never seen that before.
Don't text and drive and race.
Yes, we need sound effect button up here. So you boink.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of like, you ever watch the like the Super Bowl this year? I watched the Nickelodeon version.
Yeah, it was better.
Which was way better than the what was it, CBS or Fox, whoever was hosting it?
Fox.
If we could have a Nickelodeon version of race coverage,
Oh my gosh.
with the slime cannon and everything, that'd be.
Anytime somebody spins out.
That would be fun.
Can we slime you, Will? Would that be all right?
I mean, if it gets views, I am. Stop it, Steve.
It is the spooktacular.
We're live, Steve.
Ghostbusters and
yeah,
it's
just ectoplasma. There's a spooky ghost in here.
That's right.
Stop it, Mikey. Both of y'all.
Oh boy, there's too many children present.
Yes, this is a family show we're running right now.
Yeah, sponsored by Speed
It
U.
is the Halloween, so we've got ghosts and spooky costumes. It's the spooktacular.
I just thought of something terrible. I'm not going to say it, though.
What you should be thinking about is what we're going to do for this autocross layout, because once we get done here, we get to go set that up for
I'm
tomorrow.
Thinking turn 1, jump.
Yeah.
Jump.
I've thought stadium super trucks would be awesome to have out here.
Oh, my God.
Well, we've talked to the side-by-side guys. There's the dudes that run out of Durham Town. They'd be down to come out here.
100%. I don't know what I would do if we had trophy trucks, stadium trucks here.
That would be an absolute blast.
I just want to know what kind of damage it would do to the track.
By the way,
jumps.
speaking of
as long as they stay out of the wall,
damage to the track, later on today, they're going to be launching pumpkins.
Yes.
Through with a giant slingshot, apparently off the roof and out. And if somebody hits the target, they're going to win $5,000.
Yes.
And $5,000 will go to the charity that's involved, raising money,
yes.
I believe, for one of the firefighters' children, if I'm
Yes.
not mistaken. What a great cause. So if you're hearing me out there, find out how to get involved. There's a QR code that you scan. You donate some money.
So they're going to put the target, I believe they're going to put the target just past the kart track right there where that little cut through is, what would be the entrance of Turn 2 and the exit of Turn 5.
Okay.
I believe that's where they're going to set the target, and they're going to be launching pumpkins from the sky deck.
From the sky deck.
Nice.
And it's not the closest, as you got to hit it. So there potentially could be no winner tonight.
So everybody can do it?
But
I believe there is you got to pay tickets.
When you are raising money for a great cause, there's definitely always a winner, and hopefully you guys will get down there and scan that QR code.
Yeah,
I'm going to
you might not be the winner, but somebody else is winning by your donation.
Absolutely. I'm definitely going to donate, and again, if you hit it, $5,000 goes to the charity as well. So let's all band together after the races conclude. And Steven, you've got the schedule there. I'm not sure when they're doing that.
$5,000. That's a couple sets of some Pilot Sports.
I mean, that'll just about get you one of these bandoleros, right?
That's a cheap late model.
Yeah.
That's a chassis, a rolling chassis, a cup car chassis.
looks like we're going to get one more lap from the pace car.
Yeah.
So this year, Atlanta Motorsports Park has added lights out at the go-kart track. I wonder if that maybe will in the future, will we see racing under the lights here for the main track?
That's going to require a lot of capital improvement to get those lights all around the track. Now, we're working on getting to where we could do some night kart racing because right now we're only zoned to do the rental karts at night. We think it's not a far stretch to be able to get to do the LO206.
LO206.
Oh, I would be
karts.
all about that, especially in the heat of July.
Now we
definitely
years ago we used to bring in lights.
About
at
the
kart
night
track.
of the Headless Cartsman?
Yes. Are we making that return this year?
I don't think so, but they are doing an enduro next week. They are doing a costume enduro next week.
Now, I will be honest here. I was absolutely terrified because I ran that. A completely dark track going around the S's in the dark, and all you can see is a glowing tailpipe in front of you.
Well, I can tell you the lights that we have now illuminate the track
I've
lot
seen them.
better than the mobile lights that we did way back when.
That was 10 years ago.
Yes, but I think it would be cool, Chris, if we could light the whole main track. It's just going to take a lot more power and a lot more light poles to do it. So maybe in the future, don't know if that's in the immediate plans. I think we're going to get some more condos erected before we get more lights put up. But I want to see, lesser sound restrictions,
more
paddock space. There's a few things that would be nice to have. I'm not saying lights wouldn't be around the whole track would be nice to have, but we really are pushing to want to try and host some national level kart racing events. And when we had the CK&A event earlier this year, we had 177 kart racers out here.
181.
And we could easily host an event with 200 plus kart racers. And I would love to see any improvement that helps facilitate us being able to host an event with 300-400 plus racers.
Yes.
Well, pace car is coming off this time. It looks like we're going to get a green flag to, I would assume this is going to restart this race.
Yes, and we just hit the 12-minute mark, so this might be a one-and-done lap here. This might be a green-white checker finish. We'll have to see because we are at our time limit.
Now, speaking of claim to fame, you had some folks out here doing shots for Forza, did you not? Last season?
Yeah, the Forza?
Yeah, the Forza.
For the game?
The game, yeah.
Yeah, we've been scanned several times, so I'm hoping we'll pop up in more places. Most of the people that come out here and scan the track, they're doing it for GPS because that's a big data market, and they don't necessarily share with each other.
Gotcha.
So, like, if you have a new Hyundai and you go in your car and you actually get on track, it actually has our track programmed in there.
That's awesome.
And it's cool because you can actually follow yourself. It's all in there, the elevation and everything.
Well, here we go. I don't know if the white flag would they normally put the white or the green and the white together? If it were going to be the only lap?
They'll just wave. No, they'll wave the white on this time by.
Okay,
because
gotcha.
we're at our time limit.
Yeah, this should be the final lap. I don't have my timing and scoring has not rebooted itself.
Very close to a there we go.
There we go.
Banky almost got into Flatter's bumper there. Let's see if this brings out the white flag. It does not.
I don't see a white flag in his hand, so it looks like we're going to go
Maybe
green.
not. Maybe they'll try and give him a couple more laps. I don't know.
And there's Carson Cobble from Dawsonville.
Well, I got all
Running
waiting for
third.
data on my timing and scoring.
And look at that. Carter Erickson all the way to not all the way to the back, but to 5th place. And he was your winner there of the last race, so they definitely got handed a pretty heavy penalty after that shunt.
Well, Carson Sherman's right behind him.
And right now, the field making their way through the carousel down the hill there at turn 5. A pretty decent pack. Looks like Binky looking to the inside. Going to try and make a move here as they come through 6.
Oh, turn.
He gets him to the inside, but the number 13 gets around. The number 8 gets around, gets into the back of the 13.
13's going to lose that whole back half of the car.
But he is still underway, and he is still moving. And it looks
he ain't
like
giving up. He's just going to drag it.
Has no idea what's going on behind him. That helmet, he has no clue.
That body panel's just going to drag on the track. He's going to finish his race.
Yeah, he's hanging on for dear life.
Hey, you've heard Rubbin is racing. Apparently, Dragon's racing.
Well, they do have drag racing.
We do have drag racing.
That's a new play on words here.
Let's see.
Not,
there
it goes.
Oh, almost off the track, so close.
I was about to say, not the kind of drag racing you're used to doing, Steve, but.
Whoa.
So apparently Erickson got out of the grass because we're not.
Yep,
we're still under green,
he just
right?
Passed the. Somehow that was his fastest lap. Don't see how that. Oh. Well, okay. Well, we lost camera there for a second, but we got one back.
That might be a battery change for our cowboy cam out there at the water tower.
The Flatter out in front, Binky in second, Cobble in third, Sherman in fourth, Tatum in fifth.
There's a pass for first.
To the lead.
Shoots it to the inside. Ooh,
they're side by side.
A little bit of crossover action happening there, and it looks like Flater is able to keep the momentum and get back around Binky.
It's going to be real close when they get to the line over here. Binky's trying to give him everything he's got.
And let's see as they make their way through turns 9 and 10 back onto the front straightaway here.
Here they come. You can hear them through the
white flag in the air. Binky's got one more shot. See if he's going to try to overtake him into one. Nothing in turn one, but he does run to the low side.
And he is going to tuck back in behind Flater as they swing real wide there to set up turn 2 and 3. And let's see if they can keep together as they make their way through that double apex.
He's got to run.
He had some speed, but he had to check up because he was still hugging that inside line.
Turn 6 is going to be where he makes his move. Let's see
Yeah,
how he
look,
sets this up.
He's saying all the way to the inside. Let's see. He still doesn't get as far
over.
Yep,
Oh,
he's going
to
for
go
it.
under.
He's going for it.
Is he going to pinch
and
him off?
he sends it right across the bow of Flater.
They're going to be side by side.
Flater stays on line. They're going to be side by side, but it looks like Binky might be in position, but is he going to have enough momentum? Because Flater.
He's going to have to hold that corner.
He is.
He's got
Let's
to hold
see.
his
He's
line,
going to
hold
take
his corner.
a sharp
good
line
racing.
through here.
Good racing.
And he holds the line. Look at that.
A little bit of a wobble.
Binky gets in front of him.
It all comes down to this, folks.
And look at that. Flater's got the run up the hill. Flater just stepped back and kept the momentum and just gets right back around him going up the hill.
Wow. Number 4 headed toward the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is in the air. Number 4, Mitchell Flater is
Hangs
your
on.
winner.
Awesome.
James Binky put up a great fight there at the end, but he could not hold him off. Hard charging up that hill.
Yes. And some good, clean racing out of your leaders there.
I think that was Lucas McFall that just crossed the line, the driver that lost his whole rear panels. Our first round winner, Carter Erickson, crosses the line in 7th. Now, Carson Sherman was in the lead up until the last little bit of that race. He finishes 4th. So pretty decent recovery considering he started in the rear of the field.
Yes. I would say it's a very good recovery. And that will, well, looks like we got one more driver coming across here. I'll say that will pretty much wrap us up for the Bandoleros segment of our race program today.
Member social is decent way underway. Hopefully they're enjoying a little bit of a race show. They usually don't get to see this.
Normally we're done with race day by 1, 2 o'clock, so when we start the socials afterwards, a couple hours of downtime.
Well, they've got something they can do. Isn't there supposed to be a DJ or something here in a little bit?
Yeah, there is. He's already set up. We saw him over there on the balcony, so once we get off air, he's going to start pumping the tunes. And great shot of the facility here. You can see all those solar panels we just installed. You can see all the teams out there in the south paddock. We had almost 50 drivers registered to race today. So pretty good grid size. We had that Downforce race earlier today. Had 9 cars take the grid in the Downforce season finale. A lot of exciting action happening. And great shot. I mean, you can really see the rolling hills here up in Dawsonville. Love that shot. All the trees are just starting to turn colors here. This is one of the best times of year to come up here. If you haven't been up to Dawsonville, definitely make the trip. Stop by, see us, get some karting, go head by Burt's Pumpkin Patch. You know, make it a fall day. Come up here. This is really the best time of year up in Dawsonville. We've got the Moonshine Festival coming up next weekend. Right now we're watching the Moonshine Series. And you can see all those decorations set up down there on Pit Road as we are getting ready for our Halloween social, just waiting for the lights to go down. We've got that spooky hayride coming up.
Ooh, spooky.
We've got some pumpkin chunking action going on. We got drag racing. We also got Chip Moody over there with the Speed U trailer. I know the guys might not be able to see it because it's facing the paddock, but he's got those Legends and Bandolero simulators set up right there next to the TV truck. Definitely go check him out. He's got those simulators set up and ready to go. So if you want to hop in and see what it's like to pilot one of these cars, go down there and check out Chip Moody with Speed U. We saw him this month at Caffeine and Octane, and I think he just heard him say he just got back from Charlotte last weekend. So definitely putting some miles on that trailer. And sounds like Chris has got somebody down there.
Yes, indeed. Mitchell Flater and I are making our way over here. Mitchell, what a great run and an exciting finish there. We're going to get to some race highlights in just a minute, but I'd like to begin with your name and where you're from.
Mitchell Flater from Conyers, Georgia.
From Conyers, Georgia. And how long have you been racing?
Since November 2018.
Is that right? And other than bandoleros, have you raced any other type of platforms?
Well, I've moved up to the Legend car this year, but coming to AMP, I want to run the bando because of how much fun this place is.
Yeah, and so it's speaking of fun. Let's talk about that last lap and those and a couple lead changes there, and really looked like some expert driving. So talk us through it there, especially those last few turns.
Well, I just didn't make any mistakes this race. I mean, everyone else overdriving the corner, spinning out. Don't know what happened to Erickson, but I just let them make mistakes, and I just drove by.
Yes, you did indeed, and so you said that you also run Legends. This is the first race of the series. So are we going to see you crossing over, or are you going to just stay with bandos for the whole series?
I don't know now, but I hope Keith Sturgio could get me a ride for a November race. I've been running with him this year, so hopefully that works out in November.
Excellent. Okay, so who do you have here supporting you today?
Well, I got my parents, my dad for helping me set this car up. I know it was a last-minute decision, really. Keith Sturgio of Johnny's Pizza, he's supported me a lot for this, and Chris Bacon for getting my car started. I think the battery's dead, so had to get it started up there late.
Excellent. Now we're broadcasting, so you got folks back in Conyers watching you?
Well, I'm probably going to send the YouTube link to my grandparents now up in Iowa and Florida. They haven't been able to watch me recently, so hopefully they get to see this. Yeah,
hopefully indeed. What a great race you had there, and congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you more out here at Lennon Motorsports Park.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I think we're going to get Legends out there on the track. If we got time for one more interview, I'm happy to do it. Let's see if we can get our second place driver up here. Step on over here. Tell me your name and how old you are and where you're from. If you'll stand right here and look into that camera right there, you can put these headphones on. All right, what's your name and where are you from?
I'm James Banky, and I'm from Canton, Georgia. And that was some really good racing with Mitchell there. I want to thank all of my sponsors, Shot and Kurt, Ford Jasper, Fuel Source, Goodwin, and I want to thank my parents and my family and everybody who supports me, and my crew chief, And yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
10 years old, and you're out there racing anywhere between 60 and 70 miles an hour, upwards of 70 miles an hour. What are your those are your folks right back over there? Let's turn the camera around. Who do we have there? And do they? Yeah, tell me, do they get scared watching you run 70 miles an hour at your age?
I mean, it's kind of like they can't really control it, so they kind of just have to, like, hope for the best and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I guess.
How long have you been racing?
I've been racing for 2 years. I started when I was 8.
Wow, started when you're 8, and now you're doing 70 plus miles an hour. And let's talk about the race for just a second. You passed, and you were out there in number 1, going to the last couple turns. And then some great racing you mentioned from your colleague there. What can you tell us about how it felt there at the finish?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of the one driving it in deeper, and then he was kind of getting in the gas a little bit earlier. But, yeah, at the end it finally worked out, and then I just went in lower, and then I drifted up. And then he got under me. But, yeah, good racing by him. So. Well, you give a great interview, and pretty soon you're going to be standing right over there on the podium collecting a trophy. So congratulations to you, and give a shout out to your people out there on YouTube. Thank you. All right. We're going to send it back up to you guys for some more racing. We got more legends coming up.
Thank you, Chris. Legends will be on the track just ever so shortly. We are down to our last 2 races of the day.
Yes, we are. And I hear those engines firing up. And this is our fast group of legends, so expect this race.
18 drivers,
I believe we had about 18.
Are we racing?
We're about to.
We're getting ready to go. We got 1 pace lap, and then they're going green. Who do you got down there?
I've got our 3rd place driver.
If you want to keep him on standby, let's catch this race start.
We're going to keep you right on standby, and we're going to get an interview once we get the race started, okay?
So the field will grid up 2 by 2 by 2 all the way down. I believe that's 17 drivers we currently have coming on our track. Let's get a quick rundown of all these drivers. Everybody I've got says waiting for data. So we'll have to wait just a second before these drivers cross the line so I know who's who.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I don't know if they can hear us up. I can make a text timing scoring. They might have to reset the
they just
scoring
did.
app.
They just reset, but we got to wait till they cross the line so I can see who's who.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and mute that trackside, Mike. Don't want to get thrown off air. I can hear that.
Yeah. Well, for this race, ladies and gentlemen at home, there probably will not be a lot of noise from the cars. Well, we thought we were going to get 1 additional pace lap. We're not. We're about to go green.
We are underway. Green flag is out. Look at that, already to 3 wide.
Man, I hate these people at home cannot hear this. 4 wide towards the back end of that group.
And here they are tucking in, keeping it kind of 2 by 2. Ooh, a little bit of
bump and running going on
rubbing
there.
And touching.
Rubbin is racing. 1 car spun down there at the bottom of.
He took the safari line through the sand trap there. And the field getting stacked, or getting kind of spread out now, a little single file. We'll see if that car was able to get underway back under his own power.
If not, probably bring out a yellow flag there.
And that is Jason Treschel in the lead right now, leading Doug Stevens.
Everybody makes their way through turn 6 nice and easy. That's a first.
Yes. Well, for these guys,
got another car way off
and
pace.
I think this was one of the cars that was involved in that turn 1.
I think it was. I didn't get the number. There was so many cars still under green. Maybe not.
No, they're all slowing
full
down.
Full course yellow.
Yeah,
so
they're slowing down.
We got 2 cars that have.
And there is one stopped over there at the exit of turn 6, and that is the 48. Oh, man, Kyle Bacon. Not what you want to see. He started this race in 4th position.
I wonder if he's got any relation to Wesley Bacon. driver
Maybe.
here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's not a very common last name.
Well, there are a lot of Bacons down at the Barnesville. And, yeah, Chris, who do you got down there? I think we're going to be cleaning this one up for a couple minutes.
Yeah, Carson Cobble, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Step on over here and look into that camera right there. Carson, earlier on we thought you were from Dawsonville, but it turns out you're from North Carolina. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where'd you finish up in the race? Were you our third-place winner?
Yep, third place.
Third place. And so how long have you been racing, and how old are you?
I've been racing for about 5 or 6 years now, and I am 13 years old.
Awesome. And other than racing these bandoleros, do you race anything else?
No, but we're going to eventually start getting into go-karts and maybe some dirt stuff.
Excellent. Have you been here before to Atlanta Motorsports Park?
Yes, but it's been like 3 years. I was in beginners.
Really? And so what did you think about today's race? And you worked your way through the pack to get up there into third, yeah?
So at the beginning of the first race, I started 7th and got to third. This race, I got up to the lead, but then I went kind of off-roading a little bit, and I got up to third.
That's right. You raced very consistently in both races. I remember watching, because when we thought you were from Dawsonville, I couldn't wait to not that I don't enjoy interviewing you, but yeah, it's good to see you down here and great racing. Other than you said a little safari of your own, yeah.
Yeah.
So who do you have here supporting you, and who would you like to send a shout out to back home?
I would like to thank my dad, my grandpa, Carolina Pipe Cleaning, Cobble Speed Shop, Guardian Nomad, and Team Gordon, and everyone else for, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing more of you in the series. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in just a little bit, okay?
Alrighty.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you. That was Carson. Carson, tell me, come here, Dad. Go ahead and pronounce that last name for me one more time.
Cobble.
Yeah, Carson Cobble. All right, Carson. Let me get a fist bump for messing up your name there. My bad. All right. All right, Dad. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And saw that one car in the top of my screen getting pushed off while we're doing that interview. So I know they've got the guy, I believe they got Kyle Bacon
Don't see
cleared
the car
out.
in
Yeah,
6.
and there he is underway on his own power right now.
I don't see the one that was in turn 6.
So
Did he
it looks
continue
like
on?
6 might have gotten recovered as well.
Could be a quick restart here. Flashing lights are still on the pace car, so that means we are not going to go green this time by.
I think as long as safety cars are still on track, but they might try and sandbag this pace lap a little bit to give them time to clear course, so maybe we can send it green this next time by.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that. Safety cars, safety vehicles are through. Turn 6. Nice line, by the way.
Yeah. And it looks like the driver that was stuck there at the exit of 6 is now at the tail end of the field. And then the 48 as well, so neither driver coming off track.
Nope. Looks like, well, there's another car that was off pace.
That might be the 48 at the tail end.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're right.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's got, yeah, it is. It's got those yellow numbers.
Trying to see if those flashers on the pace car are still on. I can't tell if they're on or not. I would assume they're still on, but we'll find out in just a second.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Looks like we got a nice little concession cart.
Yeah, they are actually real grouped up for a concession cart session.
I was thinking the same thing. These guys
almost look like a corporate start, but
that's what I was
with
thinking.
the 2-seater leading the pack.
That's unusual.
Sun's getting real low in the sky, fellas.
Yeah, this track temperature is going to start to cool off.
Yeah,
here too.
look at those shadows.
We're currently 70 degrees.
Shadows getting real long on those as those cars pass. We're gonna have
that's
some
in that braking zone too at turn 8.
Gonna make it interesting.
Very much so.
Pace cars coming off. We're getting a green flag this time by.
And they're going to keep them single file too for the restart, so that should keep things a little bit cleaner in turn 1, but anything could happen here as your leader, Jason Tressel, will take the field to green. As look at that, you got a couple guys jumping on the outside trying to get the jump there, almost going all the way into the grass.
I was about to say,
that was Bacon trying to make up some spots on that restart. And they keep it clean. Look at that.
A lot of stack up. Our leader just went all the way back to about 9th or 10th.
Everybody shuffled. He must have missed his shift.
I think he
got bunched up in there.
He locked it down. He is currently now to the rear of the field.
Oh, hopefully that wasn't.
And there's another car that stopped.
And that's
down
the
there.
one that stopped out of 6.
I think his day.
He needs to get the black flag.
Oh, looky there. The 41 of the 16.
Missing a shift.
I don't know if they're missing shifts or if the shadows are starting to really play a factor into today's race.
Can we get the list up there, because I believe that is 77 Doug Stevens.
I don't know with
that
everything shaking up.
That was Jason Treschel that fell all the way to the back. That was our leader.
Yeah, no, I'm looking to see if it's Luke or
Luke Yarborough, and it's number 72 is what it's reflecting right now.
Who's
Full course yellow.
Who's way back there in the black car there? That's Treschel?
I believe so.
As they cross the line, Mason Walters is up front. Michael Gannon in second. Doug Stevens third. Austin Warner fourth. Sean McKearley in fifth. Gianni Esposito in sixth. Greg Bira in seventh. Luke Yarborough eighth. Bryce Saunders in ninth. And Jackson Reynolds in 10th. That's our top 10 as they run right now. That 57 car, I think it's not the 57, is it? That drew the caution.
I believe that was the 79.
We're getting okay. Looks like the field stack. Oh, they were waiting on the pace car. Just trying to figure out exactly what happened there. Everybody stopped all at once.
Well, the pace car waits for the field, and I think they came through and saw the pace car and stopped, not knowing that the pace car was going to start moving.
Yes, that's what it was.
Because normally when these guys run, they don't get pace cars. They just all talk on the receiver. But since we've got the main track race day going on, we had a pace car driver here. They decided to use them for the event.
This is probably going to get really interesting with that group in 1, 2, 3. Doug Stevens being one of the masters out there.
Well, it looks like that car started back up. I don't know if he's going to go to the pits or not. I would kind of hope that driver goes to the pits. It's the second stall out that driver's had. So I'm assuming these laps do count. 2 laps in, Mason Walters is our current leader. Maybe we can get them to go back to the green this time by before. I don't see flashers on the pace car. So we might be going green this time by.
And we hope everybody here attending the AMP Spooktacular Social is enjoying the show right now. Been quite a while since we've had a full field of legends and bandoleros racing out here. I want to say back to 2020 was the last time we had the Road Nationals out here. Last time we ever had a field this big of legends on track before.
We're going back green.
And the pace car is off the track. And we are back racing.
You're going to have some excitement in turn 1.
Yes, as they're already too wide. Looked like second place got the jump on the start there. That's the number 41.
That's the 41 of Michael Gannon. Everybody clean through turn 1.
And they make their way. Look at that. Still some too wide action into the S's as they make their way up into the carousel. And that is the 41 of Michael Gannon is your new race leader right now. Made the pass on Mason Walters as they make their way through the carousel out of turn 5, down the hill into turn 6. And look at that. Walters looking to the inside, trying to get that position back. They are side by side on the exit of 6, going through turn 7 and 8.
So we lost Treschel altogether. Yeah, he was our winner of the last.
Man, I think he pulled off track.
Yeah, I think he did too.
And look at that, a
little
pass
sidewise.
for 4th place right there.
I don't know if that's dirt or speedy dry that's being kicked up there.
I think they've been cutting that turn all day. So they've definitely been kicking up some dirt from the apex of that turn. And Michael Gannon, your new race leader, he was able to get around Walters. Doug Stevens in third place. He was your pole sitter for race 1 today. Craig Bira in fourth. Austin Warner in fifth. Sean McLerney in sixth. Gianni Esposito in number 7. He is that 22 car that's got the caffeine and octane sponsor on the back. He's the one that's always hanging out with Chip Moody and the guys up here. He's a good steward of the sport, a good representative of trying to get more
And
people
41
in.
locks it down right there at that 1 sign right before turn 6. Nice and easy does it as they all come through turn 6 all cleanly.
And these drivers keeping it together pretty well right now as they make their way onto the backside here through the cut through turns 9 and 10. And at this point, I don't know when we're getting the white flag because we are running past our time limits. There it is.
Flag right
yeah,
there.
I know we're running 12-minute time limits on these races now.
Michael Gannon still our leader through turn 1. Mason Walters in the number 16 might give him a run for his money. Almost.
And he just taps Gianni Esposito. Cooked it a little hard. Looks like both drivers are able to continue.
You can see Gannon in that car fighting the wheel, going over these corners and through the rumble strips.
And right now, your two leaders have pulled out from the rest of the field, although a little bit of a gap now between Gannon and Walters. Walters going to have to work real hard. He's
Walters going real deep coming into turn 6. He's got the inside. He's going to get it over. He does.
And he gets,
he spins him.
And he didn't even touch him. He just got, wow.
Got his cage rattled.
Yes,
Went
he did.
all the way around.
And they're going to probably let them run this one to the line because this is the last lap.
That's it. That was Gannon, right?
Yeah, believe that was Gannon. Walters went around him, and I don't think Gannon knew he was there.
Now, way out in front comes our leader to the line.
Checkered flag in the air. The number 16, Mason Walters, wins the first Moonshine Series race.
That's the second.
Well, for the Legends.
No, that's their second. This is the second group. We're doing.
It's final, right?
Yeah, well, they're
Okay.
double features, so this is the second feature.
Oh, my bad. I thought we were running Group A and Group B. Okay,
we
my
are,
bad.
but they're double features.
I stand corrected.
So he is your second winner for the A group today.
There has been no shortage of excitement out here. Guys, what an amazing
several last lap passes.
There's somebody out in the
it looks
on
like
the beach decided to take it easy out there on the beach.
Out there at the Turn 10 Beach Club.
22, that's Johnny.
And that's Austin Warner.
No, that's Warner. Gianni
there's a couple 22s out there.
Gianni is the caffeine and octane car.
Gotcha.
And you can see him smacking the roof of his car out of frustration. Didn't see what happened with him. He was running pretty high up in the grid when that happened, so not what you want to have happen, especially on a points race.
So the Bremen Body Shop, our sponsor.
It could potentially be Kai Mars because he is also in the number 22 as well.
Actually, I actually think that is Kai Mars.
Although
that helmet does look familiar.
It does, but I didn't think Kai Mars was that tall. Maybe it is.
Maybe the cars are just that short.
Yeah, that could be.
To run down and try to catch our race winner, folks. Great finish. Interesting finish. And unfortunate finish for our with the spin out there.
Yeah, your race leader. We've seen 2 spin outs now on the final lap, race leader.
First one was in the Bando race. In the first Bando race, moved was very interesting.
Yes.
And out.
And so as your Group A leaves the track, that means we've got one more group left to go. That is Group B. And we are almost finished here with a long but exciting day of racing here.
Yeah, when I showed up here this morning, I didn't think I would be here until
we're on kart track hours.
We're on kart track hours right now.
Well, good thing we're all conditioned after a long season of kart racing.
Yes.
And we've got the season finale of that coming up next month. That'll be the next racing event that we cover here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. November 9th, we've got round 10, the season finale. And so we are going to try and get this grid underway as quickly as we can because we've got some drag racing coming up here momentarily. Once these guys get off track, we'll be rolling that drag tree out and getting ready.
Are we calling drag racing?
No.
No, I'm saying like me and you calling the drag racing.
That would be fun, but we are going to wrap up the
No,
stream
no,
once
I'm
we
not saying
get
on
through.
the stream. I'm saying since we're here.
No, we're going to be on track setting up autocross for tomorrow.
Oh, great. I forgot about that.
I told you, Steve, you were not going to like me after today.
Oh, that's fine.
We have got a weekend full of events, and we are almost at the tail end of our race day here, but tomorrow we're going to reset them and do it again. We've got autocross on the big track. We've got caffeine and exotics coming to the South Paddock. So it's going to be an exciting day. Got a lot of spectators that are going to be on site tomorrow as well. And it sounds like Chris Cornell. Chris
Cornell.
I just heard the music come in, and I was just
Soundgarden. I got you.
Hold up.
From the grave.
I'll take that. I'll take that as my Halloween costume from the grave, Chris Cornell. But no, Conowall here with our race winner, Mason Walters. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mason, how old are you? Where are you from? And how long you been racing?
I'm 15. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and I just started doing Legends this year.
Yeah. What did you race prior to Legends?
I raced asphalt go-karts on a road course.
Excellent, excellent. So who do you have here supporting you back there filming you? Who's that?
I got my dad and my mom's probably on there watching.
Out on YouTube? You got other people back home watching you back in Charlotte on YouTube?
They're probably all huddled around my mom right now.
That's awesome. So you want to look in the camera and say, hi, Mom?
Hi, Mom.
Say, I won.
Mom, I won.
In case she was taking a break, up getting some snacks while that exciting finish was unfolding. So what happened there at the end? You had there was the leader went all the way around, and you were able to sneak right past and take the lead. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the lap prior to that he locked up going in that corner, so I knew he was going to get out of shape again. So I just went to the inside, knew something was going to unfold, and luckily it did, and it didn't collect me. So I was just glad that happened.
Yeah, and as the day wore on and conditions got cooler, it seems like you like you were just talking about. You knew where and when to take advantage. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Once it gets colder, the track just loses so much grip, and they just can't drive it in as deep.
Yeah, and so for a lot of the Legends drivers, normally going oval, you said you raced go-karts. So this road course, you were made for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like second nature to me.
That is so awesome. That is so awesome. Well, congratulations on your win here today. We're going to have you over at that podium in just a minute. And, so the Moonshine Series, it's the first of its kind here in Dawsonville, and we're glad to have you. So I'm going to give the mic back over to you and let you say hello to anybody else out there you want to say hi to before we send it back to the booth, all right?
Okay. I just want to say hi to my mom, hi to my grandparents, and hi to everyone watching back at home. And this really means a lot to me. It's my first win, so this really means a lot.
This is your first ever win?
Yeah, first ever win. I had to start last.
That's incredible. That is truly a great story. So hopefully they're recording this clip back home. Started last, won the race. Way to go.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to send it back up to you guys. That was Mason Walters. Is that right? Awesome. Congrats.
I did not realize he started from the rear. Wow, what a storyline. So Mason Walters, to recap, according to what he was just telling us, he was saying that he noticed that the lap before that the number 41 got a little loose on that corner exit in turn 6 that you're seeing right there in the middle of our screen. He got a little loose on the outside line. He took advantage of that, and the second time by, he waited for the moment because he knew he was going to come around. A tough break for the 41, but he got around him. And like he was saying, when the temperatures go down, this track, it changes. It becomes slightly slicker. You're going to lose a lot of grip. So maybe with this next group of Legends cars, we can see how slick the track truly is. There's 5 Legends cars that are currently, maybe 6. I see something coming out of the pits down there. So hopefully shortly we can go back green flag racing for our last race of the day. Six drivers will be taking the green flag. I'm going to say probably this time by because I don't see the flashers on our pace car. Oh, 8 drivers. My bad. Don't hold me to counting anything up here in the booth. I'm terrible at numbers. Looks like we are going to run one more pace lap.
Just to make sure.
Just to make sure everybody
For good measure.
Why not? Why not run one more pace lap?
Kind of like Richard Petty, right?
Yeah.
What race was that where you had to get black flagged off the track for doing
Darlington. Darlington.
For doing about 4 pace laps.
No, he did more than that.
That's what we need out here in the pace car.
Yeah. Richard Petty.
That would
I think
be cool.
Gordon Perkle would be cooler.
Yeah. Or Bill, Chase. Any one of the Elliots.
Any of the Elliots. We're going to call Cindy.
I'll take it.
Still an Elliott. Still counts.
Yeah. And this is going to be our final race of the day. And it looks like there's a safety crew coming on course. That might be why they left the pace car out there. I see the side-by-side coming down the front straightaway. I'm not sure what that is about.
Maybe debris, possibly.
Or maybe he's just going to go set up there at pit out. And that's the quickest way to get there. Because it looked like the starter was grabbing the green flag. And yes, the drivers are getting gridded up 2 by 2, so this should be the green flag next time by. Yep, and there goes the safety car off the track.
Yeah, probably just getting there in quicker staging.
I need to start calling it the safety quad.
Safety quad. Safety cord. Starting to sound like F1. Next, the FIA is going to be out here complaining that we didn't just call it a safety car. We're going to get fined. Wouldn't be the first time.
That was all Steven.
Yeah. Totally my idea. Wouldn't be the first time I've been fined.
With URN Media.
That no longer exists, so yeah, we'll go with that.
Well, you're going to miss it. And as they come around and take the green flag, we are underway. And a little bit of tire locking up going on there.
A lot of tire lock going on. No contact, though. Everybody makes their way through
everybody
turn 1.
Keeping it clean through turn 1. Look at that. And, you know, these guys had the cleanest race of the day for race 1, so I wouldn't expect anything different here. And you would think with these being the younger drivers.
I think the 7 car might have a slight issue there.
He
Slowed
might be.
way down.
Could also miss a shift, too, because that's something these guys are not used to doing is, you know, up and down shifting during a race. Normally they just throw it into a gear, and that's how they run the oval. But they're giving those shifters.
Here, they're side by side. A little bit of a pinch off. Car goes around.
Just caught the fender of him.
I believe that's the number 7 that went around. That's Philip Young.
Yep, and let's see if he's able to get that car. He would move for a second. Yeah, he's got that thing under power.
No, it's a 58 reflective numbers, or 68 maybe, of Dean Benessi. Hopefully I said that correct.
Yes.
We're going to roll with
Benessi.
that. Benessi. We're going to roll with that. One lap in the books. Baylor O'Neill is your leader.
Followed closely by Bowen Mayhew and Trey Tarzak.
Another lockup of that bright orange number. I can't read who that is. That might be Trey Tarzak. Is that correct?
Yes, the number 30. Yeah, and these guys have been dragging into turn 1 because of how much speed these cars are holding. And for how relatively light they are, they just skip that front tire. And that's why you see that white puff of smoke coming out as they're dragging that thing coming into turn 1, trying to woe those cars down as quickly as they can. And look at this, your leader, Baylor O'Neill, going real wide.
The guardrail.
And we've got...
Kicking it back around.
I don't know if he actually touched the guardrail. He came real close.
That was a pucker moment right there.
Well, that's definitely that part of the track, too, because you're carrying a lot of speed through turn 5, and you're quickly getting off. You know, you got to go from one side of the track to the other, because as you're exiting the carousel, you know, the momentum of the car, because you've got to swing it back inside.
You got
to set
another
up.
one down there in turn 6 that just ate it. That's the 12 car.
He didn't eat it that bad. It just they're cooking the brakes. They're coming off track a little bit.
I think he might have an issue. Yeah, they're really cooking the brakes coming into turn 1.
He's just getting that thing fired back up, and he is back underway.
Bowen Mayhew, I believe, that was running in second, that just locked down the brakes coming into turn 1.
You can see some of these guys getting a little bit more timid as they're getting through the track here.
Well, as our last winner,
starting to spread out.
As our last winner, Mason Walters, was saying, the track is definitely cooling down, which means it's going to get a whole lot slicker.
Yes.
That could be why we're seeing a lot more lockups, especially in corners.
And we're still seeing similar lap times to the previous race. We're in the minute 11 range right now, and that's out of your top 4 drivers. But pretty much the field has spread out. A little bit of action here heating up in the back. But right now, your leader, Baylor O'Neill, has got, that looks like at least a 10-car lead right now.
Oh, at least.
Over Bowen Mayhew. And we'll see what that gap is as they pass the line. Last time by was a 1.3 seconds. This time, 2.19. And Baylor O'Neill turning the fastest lap, well, momentarily turning the fastest lap of the race. Our 4th position driver, Mr. Waiting for Data, actually turned
another driver just went
slightly
for a
quicker
Safari.
lap.
Whoever's in 4th went for the Safari right then.
And these guys are definitely going to need to do some homework before they come back in November. But, you know, this is their first taste of some road racing action in quite some time. So expect there to be some cobwebs. Expect there to be a lot of learning going on right now.
Ooh, cobwebs because it's spooky season?
Yes, because it is the AMP Spooktacular going on right now. And right now your field making their way through turn 6. You can see there's a pretty big break. You know, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are fairly together. And then there's a decent break back to 5th place. Last time by, there was almost a 4.5 second gap between 5th and 4th place. But the gap on up to 4th from there is only 2.5 seconds.
White flag is in the air on the number 99 of Baylor O'Neill.
And they are going to shorten this race as well because we are way past time right now. So need to get this wrapped up as they will take the course for one final lap. And there's your leader right there, Baylor O'Neill, making his way past the camera station there at the carousel. And look at that. He's extended that lead. There must have been.
Oh, wow. The 29 went for another Safari.
I was going to say something must have happened because I did not see that 29 car anywhere in the picture.
I don't know what happened there that caused that car to go that far off track.
I mean, Baylor O'Neill can pretty much just throw it in the neutral and coast to the finish line. I think he's got this one wrapped up.
Now let's not bring in the curse of the announcer.
No. But what's going to be interesting to see is how it shakes up behind him. Bowen Mayhew, I don't know if he lost a position. He had to have.
He had to have. There's no way he recovered that quickly.
I have seen some recoveries this race where they've gone off track and lost 0 positions.
Well, the 99 is just taking the checkered flag. Baylor O'Neill is our winner.
And then look at that, the
Well,
second position. So that must have been second and third must have gotten into it.
Our waiting for data is our second place finisher with the fastest time of a 109.176.
And we're going to have to see who that is. We'll be all surprised when we get to the podiums today.
Waiting for data. Their actual name
Yes.
is Waiting for Data. I'd be surprised. Number 12 of Kendall Stevens was the last driver to take
Yes.
a white flag shortly before Baylor O'Neill took the checker.
And with that is going to do it today for our racing program. We are not going to have time to get to our post-race interviews because we have got to go ahead and get this show wrapped up. So, Steve, first day of racing, what do you think for Legends and Bandos? Do you think got more to look forward to coming up later this season?
I know. I think Bandos might be my new favorite class. They're like LO206s, but younger.
For bigger tracks.
Yes, bigger tracks. Maybe we have the Bandos of Mayhem.
Yeah, that would be fun.
We did have LO206s of Mayhem this
Yeah, but
season.
now it would be Bandos of Mayhem. Well,
or Legends of Mayhem even.
Well, I don't think that could have gone any better. We had a fun day of racing. Excited to get the Moonshine Series kicked off. We've got 3 more dates. Definitely going to have some more drivers out here for the next one. I know there was an event going on a little outside of us that took some of the drivers away, but we are not in competition next month. We'll be back on November 23rd and 24th, and then we will finish the series up on December 14th. But for all of us here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, myself, Will Rigdon, Stephen Newbold, Chris Conowall down in Victory Lane, we appreciate you for tuning in. Thanks for watching, and we will catch you guys on the next one. So long, everybody.